calf operation in Walnut Springs. Jeff markets these cattle annually with 5 online sales throughout the year, and accompanying him today is his lovely fiancee, Lauren. Now comments from our Shorthorn ring from our judge, Josh Taylor. Josh?
Well, good morning, everybody. Pleasure to be here this morning. I think an excellent set of these young bull calves here to start off our Shorthorn Bull Show. We've got an easy class winner in my mind with the roan calf that goes out. Just from a power and performance standpoint, certainly excels the trio in terms of that body mass and shape to his rib. You get up over top, and right behind him, he certainly has enough turn and shape down his top and out of his hip. He's the more structurally correct calf out of the set. He's more secure on those feet and legs when we get him into motion. Just quite an easy class winner in my mind. I think when we start to look at the pair in second and third, the two red calves that come out next, we see the young man's bull calf that goes out in the second spot. Just freer and easier on the movement when we see him travel around the ring. He's got more flex, more cushion off of both ends when you watch him at the ground as he gets out and he travels. He gets a little shallower in his body, maybe not quite the shape at the top portion of his hip compared to that third place bull calf, but more secure and freer and easier when we get him out on the move. That's where we have to draw issue with that young lady's bull there in third. He gets a little more upright through that shoulder. We need to relax him at the knee, see him have a little more cushion, a little more softness off of those rear pasterns when he gets out and travels as well.
Thank you, Josh. Now comments on our SimAngus side from Mr. Bob Adcock. Bob?
Well, I sure appreciate being here this morning, getting to judge with my son and future son-in-law. What a way to start out the North American with this cow-calf pair that we got here. Just really love this female from the side profile, love her hip, her extension up through the front end, her depth of body, and boy, did she really do a wonderful job with this heifer calf. A lot of weight per day of age in this heifer calf. If we're going to change the pair a little bit, I'd like to just tighten up that teat size just a little bit on that cow. For being a 2-year-old, we're kind of starting off a little bit long. That's where I really like our reserve cow. Really nice small teat size, not quite the development of the bag that we have. Really a very angular, long-fronted cow-calf pair we have for our reserve. Female that I just like to soften up just a little bit. She won't be quite as easy flushing down the road as a cow as our champion female. Got a real nice bull calf. There again, I'd like to make him just a little bit softer, a little straighter body, but he's really got a nice design, walks out good. Two really excellent cow-calf pairs to start our day off in the North American.
Thank you, Bob. We're going to go ahead and take pictures, I assume, Hannah. Hannah, you going to go ahead and take pictures now? We're going to go ahead and take our pictures of our cow-calf pairs real quick before we bring our heifer calves in. In our Shorthorn ring, Class 1 late spring bull calves, results were as follows. Placed first is entry 307. This calf will also be our bull calf champion. J.S. Stormfront, shown by James Johnson, Nyack, Illinois. Second, entry 335, and also our reserve bull calf spring bull calf champion is BFC Torrent, 526, shown by Justin Snyder, Carthage, Indiana. And third was entry 303, shown by Molly Williams, Gamaliel, Kentucky. In the ring now is Class 4, early spring bull calves. I need Class 7 and 8 junior bull calves to the makeup ring, please. Class 7 and 8 junior shorthorn bull calves to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you.
Announcer stand on the SimAngus side. We need entry number 11 now.
She's out. Selected as our cow-calf champion in our SimAngus show, our national SimAngus show. Placing first was entry 306, Limestone Blackbird X126, shown by Doug Satry, Montague, Texas. She will be our grand champion cow-calf. And second in our reserve national grand champion cow-calf is entry 305, CWT Danny Z6, shown by Volunteer Simmental, Madisonville, Tennessee. We need Class 4 spring heifer calves for our SimAngus show. Class 4 spring heifer calves to the makeup area. We need Class 5 to the weigh scale, please. Class 5 SimAngus spring heifer calves to the makeup area, please. Now comments in our shorthorn ring from our judge, Mr. Josh Taylor.
Well, I think an outstanding bull calf here to win this second class. Really an excellent in terms of that phenotype. Study him on paper. He's as good as you can get in terms of his genetic profile as well. Extremely well balanced, big and open-ended off of both ends of his skeleton. You love that turn to his top. You love the rib shape, the volume, the capacity, the stoutness, and yet the smoothness and the athleticness that you see when he gets out and he travels. I think an interesting pair of bulls here in the second and third spots within this lineup. We see one that comes into this second spot. I think he gets into this spot within this class from a performance standpoint. He shows us a little more growth, a little more weight per day of age. When we get him out here and compare him with that class winner, he matches up and complements the performance in our class winner a little more so than what we have in the third place bull. Maybe not quite the internal dimension in that second place bull, especially right there off the backside of his shoulder blade. We need to see a little more flex to that first and second rib, afford him a little more internal capacity and volume through that middle 1/3. I appreciate that bull that goes out into the third spot from a moderation standpoint, from a smoothness and from a balance standpoint, and the way that he lays in so neat and tidy across the top side of his skeleton. Excellent on paper, maybe not quite indicative in terms of growth numbers as what you see out here phenotypically, but an excellent calf there in his own right. Young lady's white bull that rounds out the class, one that just gets a little rougher in his outline, maybe not as secure all the way to the ground when we watch him on the travel.
Thank you, Josh. Placing first in Class 4 early spring bull calves is entry 310. This calf will also serve as our early spring bull calf champion. Is Soul RGLC Lacey Legacy 525 ET, shown by Sullivan Farms, Dunlap, Iowa. Second, and our reserve spring bull calf is entry 309 WSC Bases Loaded 315, shown by Sam Riggs, Glenwood, Indiana. Third, entry 308, shown by David Baumeister, Deckerville, Michigan. And fourth was entry 311, shown by Kerrville Cattle Company, Bourbonius, Illinois. Entering the ring now is Class 7 Junior Bull Calves. Class 7 Junior Bull Calves are in the ring. We need Class 8 Junior Bull Calves to the makeup ring. Please bring Class 11 and 12 Winter and Senior Bull Calves to the makeup ring, please. I need Class 11 Winter Bull Calves and Class 12 Senior Bull Calves to the makeup ring immediately in our Shorthorn show. Thank you. SimAngus exhibitors will shortly begin our heifer calf show just as soon as we get this picture taken. Entering the ring now in our SimAngus National SimAngus Show is Class 4 Spring Heifer Calves. I need Class 5, all Class 5 Spring Heifer Calves to the makeup ring immediately. Class 6 Spring Heifer Calves in our SimAngus Show, I need you to the weigh scale, please. Class 6 Spring Heifer Calves to the scales. They are open. Josh?
Okay, over here on the Shorthorn side, a pair of bulls in here that a little bit of opposites in terms of their type and kind. I think from a stoutness standpoint, they certainly complement each other quite well. You look at the bone work and the foot size underneath both of these bulls, and you certainly have to appreciate the ruggedness and yet the refinement that this one in first has in terms of the way that he's pieced together from end to end and from top to bottom. He just shows us more flex and more security off of that front end. When we get him out here on the travel, he's got more reach, more plant, more pull off of those front two than what we see in this roan bull here in the second spot. I think that roan bull has got some advantages in terms of that size and scale. You really like the softness and the mellowness to his mid-rib on down. He's certainly one that has his useful advantages in a herd, probably a little more extreme in terms of the genetic profile on paper in that birth weight EPD, but certainly a nice pair of bulls there within that class.
Thank you, Josh. Placing first in Class 7, Shorthorn Junior Bull Calves is entry 316. Soul Red Value 5011 ET, shown by Sullivan Farms, Dunlap, Iowa. Second, entry 506. Glenview Chaser 204C, shown by Glenview Farms, Arthur, Ontario. Entering the ring now is Class 8, Shorthorn Junior Bull Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Junior Bull Calf and Reserve Bull Calf champion. Shorthorn exhibitors, please bring Class 11 Winter Bull Calves and Class 12 Senior Bull Calves to the makeup ring immediately. Let's be bringing our Class 15, Class 18, and Class 19 bulls to the makeup ring also. For those of you that are attending our North American this year and have family and friends that are home and could not attend this year, we are streaming both shows live via the internet. If you'd like to take this opportunity to write this website down and pass along to family and friends, please do so. The website is www.livestockexpo.org/livestream.html. That's once again, that's www.livestocexpo.org/livestream.html. I think we're ready for our comments in our SimAngus Show from our judge, Justin Adcock.
Really nice way here to start our low percentage female show. Just an ultra good one to start off. Everybody loves a little chrome is the saying, and this chromed up heifer really exemplifies that. One that whenever she gets stopped and parked out here is extremely attractive, well balanced, and a heifer that's big bodied, stout whenever you get in behind her. I think where she excels this class is whenever she gets out and goes there as well. She can handle all that extra mass and dimension. The heifer that comes out next, really love the cow prospect type of this female. Super big barreled, big top, thick ended. Just wish whenever we could change her here, and whenever she get out and travels, she's not wanting to handle that past her quite as well today. Heifer that gets a little plainer through that head and neck, a little crestier up front. Ultra elegant female coming out here in the third place. A female that you love whenever you get off to the side profile. Has a distinct advantage from a look and balance standpoint over that heifer in front of her. We just didn't feel today there was enough cow power, mass, dimension to get her up over that heifer directly in front of her. Really like that one just in terms of having some really neat pieces. The heifer that comes out next has a little more power and dimension to her. Just would like to see her go more securely whenever we set her in motion. The same can be said for the heifer that rounds off the class, a heifer that has some body, heifer that has some muscle, big bone, just doesn't go good enough, not built good enough for us here today.
Thank you, Justin. Now comments in our shorthorn ring from Judge Josh Taylor.
Another good pair of bulls within this class. A solid red bull up here at the top end of the pair. I think one from a balance standpoint really comes together quite nicely. We see more turn to that rib. He's a little deeper out of that flank, especially from that navel on back to his testicular attachment. You like to see the uniformity to that lower rib that he has in terms of that advantage over that bull. And second, I think he's one that really gets out on the move extremely well. I love the flexibility off of both ends and how he gets out and he travels with a lot of comfortability. I think that red and white calf there that comes into the second spot, a little rougher off the backside of his shoulder blade, doesn't fit in quite as nicely from that midpoint of his body line on back in through that hip, doesn't tie in with enough smoothness and enough correctness out of the top side of his pelvis all the way down to the ground, but a nice pair of bulls there that go out within that class.
Placing first in Class 4, SimAngus Spring Heifer Calves in our National SimAngus Show is entry 6, RF Sangria C398, shown by Riley Farms, Cisco, Illinois. Second, entry 7, Spittler's Carly 92C, shown by Spittler Show Cattle, Paris, Illinois. Third, entry 4, shown by Morgan Cook, Red City, Michigan. Fourth is entry 3, shown by Wishing Well Scimitars, Hortonville, Wisconsin. And fifth is entry 8, shown by Kyle Foltz, Earl Park, Indiana. Entering the ring now is Class 5, Spring Heifer Calves. Class 5 is in the ring. I need Class 6, SimAngus Spring Heifer Calves to the makeup ring. Class 6, SimAngus Spring Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please. In our shorthorn ring, placing first in Class 8, Junior Bull Calves was entry 325, CF Trademark, shown by Kate's Farms, Modoc, Indiana. And second was entry 328, MM Walkoff 15C, shown by Sarah Moore, Jerseyville, Illinois. We now will be selecting our Junior Bull Calf and Reserve Bull Calf champion in our Shorthorn National Show. Shorthorn and SimAngus exhibitors, as we go through the show today, it is my pleasure to also announce that Lindy's Livestock Photos has also again partnered with the North American to take all of your photos for today. The traditional backdrops up here by the announcer stand are available, but we've also added one in the makeup ring for your use. They also have a representative back there that will take photos with you. At any time today, you can also come up here. Do not think that this is just for our champions and our class winners. If you have an animal that you'd like to photograph at the North American, feel free to use any of the backdrops, and Lindy will love to help you. If you would like to view your photos today or at any given time after the North American, you can go to www.lindeslivestockphotos.com, and that's LINDES, livestockphotos.com. Or visit their booth at the entrance of Freedom Hall from the Cattle Barn. Thank you.
Well, good morning to you, and it's sure an honor and a privilege to be here with you guys and sort through your SimAngus show today. I guess I couldn't pick two finer people to sort through your show with than my soon-to-be father-in-law and brother-in-law, and it's sure a great opportunity to be back again this year here in Freedom Hall and sort through your show. I guess for me, in my eyes, the heifer we lead off with is one that's just awfully good. Beginning at the surface, she's one of the soundest constructed heifers we've seen thus far. So good in terms of her bone and footwork and the way she plants at the ground. Past that, she's a big, bold ribbed female that's so round and shapely in terms of her rib up top, and that just facilitates for so much center body shape and mass, and the way she hooks up into the backside of her shoulder. I guess to get picky on her, maybe she's a little full today, and when you get her on the move and you get directly in behind her, she wants to maybe just give you a little shape in the way she moves in the top side of her spine, but a female that's awfully good as we study her at the surface. Heifer that comes next, another high-quality individual on the standstill. That's what gets her in second. She gives you such a neat and attractive look as you view her from the side profile. long and extended up front, so neat and parallel in her lines, and just gives you that extra look of quality as you view her from the side. Sure, we'd like to soften her up in terms of her pasterns, at the way she plants at the ground and gets and goes, but a female that just gives you such a neat and intriguing and high-quality look from the side. Heifer that comes next, I probably like her at the surface, maybe just a shade better than the heifer that precedes her in this class, but for me, it's when you get her stopped, she wants to get just a bit rounder and bolder and coarser through the lower third of her shoulder, maybe just a bit more masculine about her head carriage comparatively as well. The chromed up, stocking-legged heifer that comes next, one that gives you a really high-quality look from the side. I just like to see her get out and move just a shade better when she gets set into motion. And the young heifer that finishes out the class, one that's feminine in her kind, we just need to see more to her to move her any higher in the class. Good group of cattle. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Jeff. Now comments in our shorthorn for our division from our judge, Mr. Josh Taylor.
Well, an awful good set of four out here with the two respective class winners and the two red calves for this division lineup. I think these two class winners, opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of their type and kind and their build and how they present themselves out here today. I think they're very useful in their own right, whether you need to power up your herd, you need to add some frame, some extension. You can go both ways. I think with both of these calves, you look at them on paper and they're excellent in terms of their genetic profiles. I think there's a lot of good things to say about each of them. You can justify doing one or the other. I think for me today, in terms of what makes me feel more comfortable, I'm going to use the bull that comes out of that first class to be your division champion in here. We're going to follow up with our Class 2 winner to be reserved. Let's give them all a nice round of applause, if you would.
In our SimAngus ring, Class 5 spring heifer calves, placings were as follows. First was entry 22, TJSC Knockout 915C, shown by Jones Show Cattle, Harrod, Ohio. Second, entry 23, LTS Stilettos Knickers, shown by Lone Tree Simmentals, Lone Tree, Iowa. Third, entry 15, shown by Kyle Fultz, Earl Park, Indiana. Fourth, entry 17, shown by Spittler Show Cattle, Paris, Illinois. And fifth, entry 19, shown by Wishing Well Simmentals, Hortonville, Wisconsin. In our SimAngus ring right now is Class 6. Class 6 spring heifer calves in our SimAngus show are in the ring. I need Class 7 SimAngus spring heifer calves to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you. Entering the ring now in our Jack C. Ragsdale National Shorthorn Show is Class 11 Winter Bull Calves. I need Class 12 Senior Bull Calves to the makeup ring, please. Class 12 Senior Bull Calves to the makeup ring. And let's bring Class 15, 18, 19, and 23. Let's bring all the remaining bulls to the makeup ring, please. Folks, this is going to move quick.
Here in our SimAngus show, I think we got an excellent class to view here. We're going to start off with a female that really like the way this female presents herself out in the ring. Big-bodied, really level down her top, gets about the ring very free and easy. You just really like to maybe extend her in the front end, but I'm telling you, When you get a female that gets this kind of body, you don't get a front end that looks like a snake. Really an easy class winner in our opinion here. I think we come in with a heifer in second that just really follows her in terms of depth of body, cow power, just really love her from hooks to pins. She gets about the ring fairly free and easy. I could make her walk a little bit easier. She doesn't stride out as well as our first place heifer. I think that's where she ends up in second. Really a good long-bodied female, though, that's going to make a tremendous cow. I think the heifer coming out in third is a heifer that gives up in terms of cow power, but a heifer that really like her features. She's got some extension to the front end. She gets about the ring very free and easy, maybe not quite as powerful as the first two heifers we looked at in class. As we come into the heifer next, heifer that kind of gets hurt a little bit in the numbers side of things. She's only got an API of 88, I believe. A heifer that gets a little tight out on the move. You like her depth of body, her fleshing ability, just not quite good enough in the numbers category and doesn't quite move good enough. Heifer that we finish up the class with, really like the extension that she carries up in the front end, just gets a little bit straight on both ends for us today.
Thank you, Bob. Josh, go ahead.
Well, just a single entry here to start off our fall bull division on the shorthorn side. And I think here's one that probably is pieced together as well as we've seen any so far today. I mean, just really smooth in all his transition segments. I think here's one when you get him out and you set him into motion. He's exceptional from the ground up. From the top side down, you like the way he stays so true in that spine. I think he's one that has enough rib shape, enough dimension of muscle. When we work our way down his top and out of his hip, he just really comes together quite nicely. Interesting to see him as he comes back for our division lineup later on.
Placing first in Class 11, winner Shorthorn Bull Calves was entry 330, CFHHF Right Time, shown by Kate's Farms, Modoc, Indiana. Entering the ring now is Class 12, Shorthorn Senior Bull Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our senior and reserve senior bull calf champion. Placings in our SimAngus ring, Class 6, Spring Heifer Calves. First went to entry 25, Hera's Dream Girl 22C, shown by Samantha Fabian, Vanderbilt, Pennsylvania. Second, entry 28, DAJS Roxanne 126, shown by Doug Saytree, Montague, Texas. Third, entry 348, shown by Gertie Show Cattle, West Point, Iowa. Fourth, entry 26, shown by Morgan Cook, Reed City, Michigan. And fifth was entry 32, shown by Cameron Travis, Oblong, Illinois. In our SimAngus ring, we have Class 7. Class 7 SimAngus Spring Heifer Calves are in the ring. Please bring Class 8 Spring Heifer Calves to the makeup ring immediately. Class 8 SimAngus Spring Heifer Calves to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you. Attention in the SimAngus barn. Folks, we need Class 8 spring heifer calves to the makeup ring. You are late to the makeup ring. We need to weigh those heifers. Let's get them down here. Go ahead, Josh.
Well, an interesting trio of these fall bull calves out here. I think we've got some issues we need to work through with all three of them, and you start to weigh the differences and weigh the problem factors within the three, and I think this one certainly comes to the top for me when you get him out and you set him into motion. Yeah, I would like to change him up through the bottom portion of that shoulder blade, set him in a little smoother and a little flatter about that bottom side of his scapula, but he's one that has plenty of flex off of both ends. He's more secure at the foot all the way down to the ground as he plants and pushes off of those rear two, and that's where he has that advantage and that stability through that hock all the way down to the ground. Then you start to view him from a muscling standpoint. He's got enough shape down his top and out of that hip. I prefer the testicle size and shape on that bull as he goes out and travels away from us. You can definitely see he has that advantage there as well. I think just a really useful kind of a bull calf there to lead off the class. The one I prefer on the standstill is the young lady's calf here in the second spot. I think he comes together quite nicely when she gets him out here and gets him parked and gets him set up and presented correctly. It takes him a little time to get going. When we set him into motion, you can see him. He doesn't have quite the flex and quite the cushion back off of those rear two when we get him out here and watch him travel. Set him down a little smoother with a little more comfortability off of both ends, and I think he could certainly rival and work his way up into that first spot. The more moderate frame bull is the one that comes out into the third hole here. I think he's one that has some usefulness, some functionality to his type and kind as well. He also has some structural issues we could adjust when we watch him travel away from us. It gets a little bowed from the hock all the way down to the ground. He's so pulled apart in those underpinnings in terms of base width off of those rear two that it actually affords him a little bit of more of a detriment to himself when he gets out and he travels. But I think he's another one that's got some usefulness and some functional aspects to his build.
We move along here in our SimAngus show, a little more challenging class for the three of us to put together here. When we arrive, the gentleman with the cowboy hat here is just the combination female in our eyes, a female that combines the next three heifers in behind her and having that style, look, and balance whenever you get off to the side profile. Extremely elegant through the front third of her skeleton, balances up very nicely. I think she's still got more than enough power and dimension where we get in behind her. She could blend just a little neater from her shoulder back into her full rib, but if we're going to change her, really high quality female nonetheless. Challenging pair for them here in second and third. If we could bring that third place heifer on around two, some give and take in these females. I think just a little more attractive, a feminine type of a heifer here to go in the second, a heifer that's longer necked. She balances extremely nice from the profile, just really good build when she's stopped. We'd like to change her when we set her in motion through that shoulder, gets a little straighter up front, doesn't want to take a long free stride off that hock there either, but the heifer in second, we don't feel is any better there. A female that we love her extra body and mass, a female that gets a little plainer up front, a female that struggles a little more whenever we set her in motion. The heifer that comes out next, extremely cowy, just the brood cow looking female of the group. Really wanted to tie to this one whenever as she walks in. As we just get out here longer, she gets plainer and crestier through that front one-third. Heifer that's wanting to paddle, wanting to toe out up front. Just would like to redesign her up there, let her travel with a little more authority. Really love that one's body type, mass, and dimension, though. The heifers that come out next, the black heifer, a female that's a little more elegant in the way that she's designed, a female that doesn't get out and travel with as much authority, doesn't have that extra power. And the same can be said for the chromed up heifer that rounds out the class, one that's long fronted, big and extended, just doesn't have enough to her for us here to get up any higher.
Now comments in our shorthorn ring on our Senior Bull Calf Championship class.
Well, a nice trio of bulls out here for this division. Our two class winners up here in these two solid red bulls, certainly ones that you can appreciate from the side view profile. We talked about this young lady's bull. He was a single entry within that class, and just how I thought he just came together so smooth, so well balanced. You look at the balance and the symmetry in him from the top side down. He's just excellent in his lines. He stays true in that spine when you get him and set him into motion, and he's just so good from that knee down to the ground and from hock down to the ground that you have to appreciate the athleticism and the comfortability into which he gets out and he travels. He couples that with all that shape and dimension as well. He has that definite advantage for me within this lineup. He's going to be your division champion. That Red Bull right behind him is going to be your reserve. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Josh. Selected as your senior bull calf champion in our national shorthorn show is entry 330, CFHHF right time, shown by Cates Farms, Modoc, Indiana. Second was our class winner from class 12, entry 331, J.A. Drummer, HC4J32, shown by Jordan Akers, Sibley, Illinois. I failed to give your class placings in class 12. Second in that class was entry 189, MM Crazy Town, 110B, shown by Hugh Moore Jr. and Sons, Jerseyville, Illinois. And third was entry 333, shown by West Courthouse, Smithfield, Kentucky. Entering the ring now in our national shorthorn show is class 15 late spring yearling bulls. This calf will also be our intermediate bull champion. Shorthorn exhibitors, I need class 18, 19, and 23 to the makeup ring, please. I need classes bulls 18, 19, and 23 to the makeup ring, please. Following the Shorthorn Bull show, we will take pictures and then move right into our females show, please. Entering the ring now in our SimAngus National Show is Class 8 Spring Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division I champion and reserve champion female. Placings from Class 7. Winning the class is entry 50, Valentine, 9C. Shown by Beckett Cattle, Germantown, Kentucky. Second, entry 39, WWS Annie, 71C, shown by Right Way Simmentals, Beecher City, Illinois. Third, entry 38, shown by Campbell Land and Cattle, Sycamore, Pennsylvania. Fourth, entry 51, shown by Morgan Cook, Reed City, Michigan. Fifth, entry 56, shown by Fenton Farms, LLC, Laurel, Mississippi. And sixth was entry 46, shown by Caden Parker, Cass City, Michigan. Now comments on our Shorthorn ring from our judge, Mr. Josh Taylor.
Well, just got one of these intermediate yearling bulls out here. This is a May yearling bull that's got some power and got some performance to him. I love him in through that center 1/3. I love the sweep to that underside. I love the amount of curvature that he has as that rib shape extends horizontally out the top side of his body cavity and then really comes down into a nice full spring of rib as well. Bull that gets out and moves with enough authority and enough cushion off of both ends as well. And then when you get him on the park, he really comes together quite nicely from a balance and symmetrical standpoint as well. Be interesting to see how he analyzes a little further when we bring him back for our overall lineup.
Another good class over here on your SimAngus side, and quite a pair and really a trio of females we lead off with here. The baldy-headed female that leads off just so striking from the side. She's a feminine-headed kind of a female that sits so neat and angular to the top of her shoulder. She's big-bodied and sound as we study her at the ground, a female loaded with power, and she also meets her genetic profile awfully well in that respect. The heifer that comes second, she is the most striking from the side. She's little and neat as you study her about her head and neck carriage up front. On the standstill, she gives you the neatest and most attractive look. As I said there in your class winner, maybe we could pick this one up just a shade in terms of her EPDs, but a female that you really, really like in terms of her look and balance up front, loaded with center body shape and mass when you get in behind her. To get picky on her, maybe one that could get just a bit softer in her rear too as you study her at the ground when on the move. really a big-bodied, really cow-oriented kind of a female, comes here in third. You like her center body shape and mass. You like her femininity about her head. Comparative to the heifers that stand on either side of her, maybe one that's just a bit deeper as you study her from her jawline down into her chest. Maybe one we could refine her about her front third just a shade as well. The heifer that I really liked on the standstill is the blaze face heifer that comes next. She's so intriguing and neat about the front third of her skeleton, the way she puts her lines together when on the standstill. It's when we set her into motion, we'd like to change her. She wants to rise in the center of her back and just shove those rear two legs more than ideal as we set her into motion. The heifer we finish out with, one that on the standstill is awfully nice as well. She offers you some substance in terms of bone and footwork as we view her at the surface. Female that's big and square in terms of her pins. It's when we set her into motion as well. We'd like to change her, just make her more relaxed in her spine and in her rear too when on the go.
Now comments from our judge, Josh Taylor, on our single entry in our Shorthorn show.
Going to start off our junior yearling division here with an April yearling bull that exceptionally well made from nose to tail. I think he's one that you study the length, the extension off of both ends of his spine. He's certainly exceptional in the way that he ties in off the front and the rear of that skeletal design. I love the angulation to his shoulder. I like how he gets out and he travels with that authority from that knee all the way down to the ground. Then he really affords himself an extra bit of eye appeal and look when we get him out here on the profile as well. I just think an exceptional way to start off our junior yearling division. Look forward to having him back here in our division lineup momentarily.
Thank you, Josh. Let me get you caught back up over here in our SimAngus ring. Placings in Class 8. We now are selecting our Division I and champion and reserve champion female on our SimAngus show. Please bring Class 11 junior heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. SimAngus Class 11 junior heifer calves to the makeup ring immediately. Placings in Class 8. First is entry 81, TNGL Esther C833, shown by Tingle Farms, Newcastle, Kentucky. Second, entry 64, HILB SHER After Party, shown by Hillbrands Cattle Company, Clara City, Minnesota. Third, entry 65, shown by Hillbrands Semitoles, Holloway, Minnesota. Fourth, entry 72, shown by Wesner Livestock Enterprises, Chalmers, Indiana. And fifth was entry 68, shown by Tyler Drack, Pontiac, Illinois. Once again, I need all entries for Class 11, junior heifer calves, SimAngus junior heifer calves to the makeup ring immediately. In our Shorthorn ring, let me get you caught up again here. In Class 15, our single entry was entry 338, SS Stret 475, shown by Schrog Shorthorn Farms, Marion, South Dakota. This bull will also serve as our intermediate champion bull. Winning Class 18 early spring yearling bulls was entry 339, Hank Redline, shown by Sheridan Hank, Aledo, Illinois. And I've also got some additions to add to our junior bull calf reserve champion. That bull was also owned by Simon Farms along with Cates Farms. And our champion senior bull calf is owned by Cates Farms and Melinda Taylor. I apologize for that oversight. Hey, Bob, hold up just a second. Go ahead, Josh.
Well, there's another single entry here in this last class of these junior yearlings, and I think here's one that when you watch this bull motor around the ring, he's got all the flexibility and all the cushion that you'd want off of both ends. Extremely athletic. When we get him out here and we set him into motion and you stop him and get him parked, he really comes together quite nicely. I love the turn to his rib. Love the shape and the dimension from the top side down in terms of muscle shape from that the top of his hip all the way down in through that stifle as well. We'll analyze him a little further in our division lineup.
And now in our SimAngus ring for our division, our judge, Mr. Bob Adcock.
Well, I think first off here, let's give all these division heifers a good round of applause. I think they've brought an extremely good set of females to show to you. As we look at these 5 class winners here, I think, and you've listened to us talk this morning, You know that we want cattle that can walk. We want cattle that got an attractive look to them from beside. We also want cattle that are going to make cows, because cows is what they got to be most of their life. I think we've got that in all of these heifers. We've got cattle that can move. Really pleased with this lineup. We got some subtle differences, maybe in depth of body, softness maybe, but that'll come along. I think we got 2 heifers out here that really came together that wins this class rather easily. I'll pick them for you, your champion and reserve. Let's give them another nice round of applause.
Selected as your Division I Spring Heifer Calf Champion in our SimAngus National Show is entry 25, Harrah's Dream Girl 22C, shown by Samantha Fabian, Vanderbilt, Pennsylvania. And reserve is entry 81, TNGL Esther C833, shown by Tingle Farms, Newcastle, Kentucky. Congratulations to both Samantha and to the Tingle Farms. Entering our ring now in our SimAngus show, it will be Class 11 Junior Heifer Calves. Now comments from our judge, Mr. Josh Taylor, for our Junior Bull Calf Division.
Well, we just had these 2 class winners here as single entries in our junior yearling bull lineup. For this division, I think when you start to study these 2, there's a lot of good within both of these calves that are out here. I think when we talk about that soundness of structure and how they get out and how they motion themselves around the ring, how much flexibility that I've talked about already thus far today, you certainly have to gravitate towards that roan bull that came out of Class 2 when he gets out and he travels, just so athletic and so comfortable off of both ends. And then he ties it all together in an extremely smooth made and well-balanced package with enough shape and enough dimension and width and capacity from end to end. He's going to be your champion out of this set of 2. The young lady's bull there came out of the first class will be your reserve. Let's give them all a nice round of applause if you would.
Selected as your junior champion bull. He did pick 342, right? Yeah, 342 was entry 342 CLF Fooling Around 1401, shown by Cedar Lane Farm, Cedarville, Ohio. And our reserve junior champion bull is entry 339 Hank Redline, shown by Sheridan Hank, Aledo, Illinois. Entering the ring now is our senior yearling bulls, senior yearling shorthorn bulls in the ring. Entering the ring now in our SimAngus National Show is Class 11 Junior Heifer Calves. Junior Heifer Calves Class 11 is in the ring. We need Class 12 Junior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring immediately. Class 12 SimAngus Junior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring immediately.
Well, we're going to start off our senior bull division here over on the shorthorn side with a very striking white bull this young lady's brought to us. I think he's one that really comes together quite nicely on the profile. I like the bone work. I like the foot size and the shape to that foot as he gets out. And you start to study him from the ground up. He's got that flexibility and that cushion that you like to see in a big bull at this stage of his life. I think if you're going to pick on that one at all, when you get right around behind him, he probably gets a little flatter from that out of that stifle and down in through that rear quarter in terms of muscle shape and development. We'll also like to see a little more scrotal circumference and testicular development on that bull for the maturity stage that he's at. But a very nice one there in his own right that goes out and wins that class.
Once again, our single entry in our National Shorthorn Show. Our senior yearling bull entry was Waymar WLSN Chisholm, shown by Matthew Wilson, Seneca, Illinois, and Iberg Fry CC, Highland, Illinois. Entering the ring now are our 2-year-old bulls. Following this class, we will be selecting our senior champion bull and move right into our grand and reserve grand champion shorthorn bull. In our SimAngus ring again is Class 11, Junior Heifer Calves. Last call. This is your last call for Class 12. Junior SimAngus Heifer Calves to the makeup ring. People, we need to get these females down here because we are weighing them. Do not wait around. We need those heifers down to the makeup ring. When I call your class, please bring those females to the weigh scale.
We got a couple of big bulls over here on the shorthorn side. I think a roan bull that really excels in terms of type and kind and the quality parts and the pieces that he puts together. Here's one that's exceptional from the ground up. I think he's one that really comes together with a big, bold sprung rib. Study him down his top. He's got tremendous amount of shape from end to end in terms of muscle flare and muscle development about that loin edge, and it flares back into a great big, broad, and expansive hip. Really has a lot of roominess to that pelvis, and he extends that muscling down into those lower extremities as we watch it tie down in through that forearm, as we watch it tie from that stifle down low through that quarter and into that hock, and it gives him that strength and stability when he gets out on the travel. I think just a really a neat individual there to win this pair. I think the solid colored calf here that's going to come out in the second spot. I appreciate the moderation in frame. I love the length of side in this guy. From that elbow back to flank, he's as long in his center carriage as anything that we've seen out here today in relationship to his frame size. He gets a little lighter in terms of depth of body from that navel on back to his scrotal attachment. Terms of that softness and depth of that flank. If we could even him out, see a little more uniformity and sweep to that underline, that could certainly add to the balance dynamic of that bull when we get him out here on the profile. More importantly, when we set him into motion, he's got all kinds of reach off of those rear two, and probably affords him just a little bit of a detriment when we watch him travel. He wants to gather up underneath of himself and drop down in that pin set when we watch him move from the side. A nice class of bulls there to round out that senior division.
Thank you, Josh. Placing first in Class 23, 2-year-old bulls was entry 347. J.M. Vortex Rider. E.T. shown by Joe Metzger, Rossville, Indiana, Hale Farms, and Sisung Farms in Michigan. Second was entry 348. Han Glide P20A shown by Bill Schomburg and Sons, Pierce, Nebraska. We now will be selecting our senior and reserve senior champion bull in your 2015 Jack C. Ragsdale National Shorthorn Show. Following this division, we will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion Shorthorn bull. Let's bring our other divisional winners to the makeup ring immediately.
Back over here on our SimAngus side, a little more challenging for the three of us to put this class together. We've got lots of differences in terms of types and kinds of these females out here. The female that we go ahead and lead off the class with is just the most maternal in her build. Whenever you get off to the side of this one, extremely feminine, big-bodied. She's sound whenever we set her in motion. She balances up very nicely out here. Just an ultra-complete combination female here in this particular class. Not the most of anything, but I think the best of everything here in this particular drive. Ultra striking female here coming out in the second place, a female that we love whenever she's stopped, a female that's so long fronted, she balances up so nicely, very well presented type of a female. She falls into second whenever we set her in motion, just doesn't go good enough off both the front or that hock and pastern for us here today. The same can be said for the heifer in third, one that we really like whenever she's stopped, a female that's built very nicely, softer than that heifer right there in front of her. We set her in motion is when we move her on down the line in this particular class, a female that just gets too straight and restricted off of both ends of her skeleton. Big high-performing female here coming out in fourth, a female that has a lot of grow, a lot of length and extension, a female that doesn't balance up as nicely, doesn't travel with as much ease. Really high-numbered female here, a really intriguing breeding piece from that standpoint. A female that comes out next, one that has a lot of body. She doesn't balance up as well. We'd like to freshen her up in turn of her condition. She just power her up whenever we get in behind her. A little more power coming out in the heifer directly behind her. Gets a little plainer in terms of her look. The heifers that round off the class, heifers that have a little more look to them, heifers that are a little cleaner in terms of their joint work, don't get out and travel with as much authority, don't have as much power and dimension for us here today.
Now comments from our Shorthorn judge, Mr. Josh Taylor, on our senior championship.
Well, a good trio of bulls out here. I think when you start to study the three, there's certainly one that comes to the forefront of this trio for me, and that bull that came out of Class 2, that big roan bull, just so good in his feet and legs and how he gets out and he travels. Just powerful, masculine, right in terms of his maturity and the way that he's built. I think he's one that's just exceptional in the way that he's designed from end to end. He's going to be your champion within this set of three. And then when you bring in that second place bull there to vie for this reserve title, I think you have to have that advantage in that red calf in terms of his stoutness to his structure, the maturity that he looks in terms of his testicular development as well, and just how much power and performance that he adds to the lineup. He'll be your reserve within this division as well. Let's give them all a nice round of applause, if you would. Selected as your senior champion Shorthorn bull is entry 347.
JM Vortex Rider, shown by Joe Metzger, Rossville, Indiana, Hale Farms, and Sissung Farms from Michigan. Selected as your reserve senior champion bull is entry 348, shown Ahan Glide P20A, shown by Bill Schomburg and Sons, Pierce, Nebraska. We now will be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Shorthorn Bull in your national show. Attention Shorthorn exhibitors. Following the pictures of our bull classes, I need Class 29 late spring heifer calves, Class 30 late spring heifer calves, and Class 31 late spring heifer calves to the makeup ring immediately to be weighed. Please be bringing Class 29, 30, and 31 shorthorn spring heifer calves to the makeup ring. In our SimAngus National Show, Class 11, placing first was entry 92, HPF AK B&K Miss Alley 311C, shown by Hudson Pines Farms, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Second was entry 90, Senate Destiny 521C, shown by Emily Senate, Waynetown, Indiana. Third, entry 74, shown by Hudson Pines Farm, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Fourth, entry 96, shown by Krieger Simmental Farm, Universal, Indiana. Fifth, entry 82, shown by Deborah Pierce, Galatia, Illinois. Sixth, entry 85, shown by Lone Pine Cattle, Newton, Illinois. Seventh, entry 84, shown by Lone Tree Simmentals, Lone Tree, Iowa. And eighth was entry 87, shown by Breslin DeLong, Cass City, Michigan. Entering the ring now in our SimAngus show is Class 12. Class 12, Junior Heifer Calves. I need Class 13, SimAngus Junior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring. Class 13, SimAngus Junior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you. As always, it's my pleasure to introduce our Shorthorn royalty. This year, our national Shorthorn Lassie Queen is Miss Darcy Cash from Fay, Oklahoma. Darcy is at Oklahoma State University studying food science and food safety. Her parents are Don and Miranda Cash. Our national Shorthorn alternate Lassie Queen is Miss Alyssa Hofstadter from Low Point, Illinois. Parents are Alan and Ruth Hofstadter. Alyssa is at Illinois Central College studying ag, business, and animal science. Let's put our hands together for both these young ladies. They've traveled the whole United States representing your Shorthorn breed. Thank you, girls. Attention in the Simmental barn. We are missing entries 120 from Luke Harker, entry 124 from Sarah Sullivan, and entry 134 from Rolling Hills Farms. You are late to your class. We need those females to the make-ready area for Class 13.
Another really good class here on your SimAngus side, and what a pleasure to sort through these top 3 or 4 in this class. The heifer we lead off with, just for us, is without a doubt the combination heifer of the group. You study her at the surface. She's the neatest in terms of her feet and leg structure and the way she plants them to the surface. So feminine and angular about her head and neck carriage, and ties so high at the apex of her shoulder. She's a soft rib kind of a female that still offers you some width when you get in behind her. I guess for us, what sorts the top pairs, we study them when we set them into motion. She's more relaxed in her spine when on the go and more uplifted in terms of her pin set as we set her into motion. The heifer that comes in second, one that's on the sand still, is so good, especially when you get in behind her. Big, bold, and robust in terms of her rib shape that she has. She's a female that offers you so much in terms of substance at the ground. It's when I set her into motion, I'd like to change her. You get in behind her, you can see her give you just a little bit of blade action at the top of her shoulder, and she wants to rise in her spine just to shade. And we can make her just a bit more coordinated in those rear two as she gets on the go. A heifer I really like on the standstill and on the move is the heifer that's here in third. She is maybe the most attractive in terms of her foot shape and design at the ground. Really sound and ultra feminine in terms of her bone work. Moves really good. I like her center body shape as well. It's when you just get off to the side and you compare her, especially about the front third of her skeleton comparatively. I'd like to just tidy her up a bit about her throat latch all the way into her chest floor, and then we get in behind her comparatively and study in terms of her substance. We could give her just a shade more compared to the duo that precedes her. The baldy heifer that comes next, one that's so intriguing from the standstill because she has that extra look of quality and stoutness, big-boned and big-footed, an extra powerfully designed female. I just like to loosen her up in terms of her structure when she gets set into motion to move her higher in the class. A pair of females, really, that come here next. They're both angular and both feminine in their kind. They're big-bodied kind of a females, really low-input kind of cattle, both ones that I could just soften them in terms of their structure to move them higher in the class. Young man's heifer that comes next, one that offers you a tremendous amount of growth and performance, length of body and length of spine. She's just really long and angular in terms of her build. Maybe one you could see just a bit more substance to her as you study her at the ground in terms of her chest width and how much width that she has from behind. Really a femininely designed heifer comes next. Just like to see more to her to move her up higher in the class. A pair of females we finish out with, cattle that are both good in terms of their rib shape and moderation. Maybe ones we could give them just a shade more grow and just a bit more oomph, if you will, in terms of power when we get in behind them. Good group of cattle. Let's give these individuals a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Jeff. Now comments for our Grand Champion Drive and our Shorthorn Show from our judge, Mr. Josh Taylor from Perkins, Oklahoma.
Well, I think we've got an excellent lineup here of these division winners in our Shorthorn Show. I think from top to bottom, you can see quality in all 7 of these individuals out here that were their respective division winners. Just real briefly, we got a set of calves down here at this end. I think the one that came out of that first division certainly has got some structural advantages that he had in that division. Once you get him out here, you really like the angularity and the correctness to his build. I think really a bright future in him. A calf that came out of that second division is one that we talked about. When you study one on paper, he gets really good in his genetic makeup. He's excellent in his EPD profile, and then he couples that with a superb phenotype. I think here's one that powers up as well as any out here. You get him and you set him into motion. You like the flexibility off of both ends as well. Going to tweak him ever so slightly. We might want to change him and see a little more flex out of that first and second rib. See him tie in just a little nicer out of the back side of that shoulder, but an awful good calf there to come out of the second division. The bull in the third division is one that had some power and he had some mass and muscle shape and design, and that's what got him into this spot within the lineup today. Probably when you analyze him against the rest of them out here, he gets a little rounder maybe out of that hip, and that's very evident when we set him into motion. He wants to gather up underneath of himself and drop down to that pin set. Maybe clean him up through that sheath floor just a little bit as well, shorten him out of that pizzle and give him a little more of a balanced dynamic to that lower 1/3. Young ladies calf that came out of that fall division is one that I like exceptionally well from a smoothness standpoint, from a build standpoint. He doesn't get much better than the way that he ties in all these parts and pieces. I think the big thing with him, once you get him out here, we need to spread him apart in his underpinnings, afford him some more base width, and let him transmit that width all the way to the ground. I think he's exceptional in his lines and his angulation. Just need to add a shot more power today when we get him out here within this lineup. The Dirty Roan bull that came out of that intermediate division is one that maybe just a little plainer in his look compared to some. That's probably due to the color on this guy, but I think there's one with a lot of functional aspects to his build, a lot of things you can tie to and improve a herd, whether or not you're looking to add some softness to that rib design, some functional aspects in terms of the angulation of out of his hock and knee all the way down to the ground. There's just a really good, solid kind of a bull that you can do a lot of things within a herd that's not going to hurt you either way, whether you're talking about the breeding industry or the show industry. Just a real solid, functional bull that right there in that intermediate division. We came into that junior division and one that really excelled in terms of flexibility and how he got out and moved around the ring. I love the cushion. I love the athleticism that you see. I think when you study him at the ground, you could change the size and the shape to that foot in terms of how those toes are wanting to curl around. He gets a little flatter about the insides of those toes. We need to see him a little more stable, distribute that weight a little more evenly. I think more importantly, once you get him out here and you look at the ones in front and the one behind him, you need to fix him in that testicular development in terms of that size and shape for me to be comfortable with him today. But an excellent, excellent bull in his own right. And we get back into that 2-year-old bull and one that just got mass and power and volume and substance from end to end. I love the feet and legs on this guy, and you get him and you set him into motion. There's one for a big bull. He's got that length of stride out of that front end. He's a typical big bull when you get him out here. He's wanting to fight a little bit. He's wanting to look around. He's not wanting to track true. There's times when you catch him and he will relax, and he's got all that length of stride off of those rear two, more importantly off of those rear wheels. He's got the drive and he's got the cushion to propel himself forward, and then he couples that with that excellent profile and all that substance and mass that we talked about. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice big round of applause, if you would. Excellent bull show to start off our Shorthorn show here this morning. Congratulations to all these exhibitors today.
And selected as your grand champion Shorthorn Bull, entry 347, JM Vortex Rider ET, shown by Joe Metzger, Rossville, Indiana, Hale Farms, and Sissing Farms from Michigan. Congratulations.
Announcers saying we still need a couple of entries for class 14, 141 and 142.
Is that in your show?
Yeah. And selected as your reserve national champion bull is entry 310, Soul RGLC Legacy 525, shown by Sullivan Farms, Dunlap, Iowa. Congratulations to both exhibitors on their national champion and reserve national champion bulls. Let's get pictures taken, and then we'll move right into our first class of spring heifer calves in our Shorthorn show. Any pair of bulls, we need pair of bulls for Shorthorns to come into the ring also. Pair of bull exhibitors, bring them into the ring, please. SimAngus exhibitors, placings in Class 12, junior heifer calves. First went to entry 119. TJSC Miss Comfort 43C, shown by Jones Show Cattle, Harrod, Ohio. Second, entry 450. CMFM Believe Sioux 218C, shown by Circle M Farm and Madison Loschke, Rockwall, Texas. Third, entry 104, shown by A.K. Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky. Fourth, entry 117, shown by Megan Hunt, New Madison, Ohio. Fifth, entry 118, shown by Hillbrands Cattle Company, Clara City, Minnesota. Sixth, entry 107, shown by Ferguson Show Cattle, Chardon, Ohio. Seventh, entry 103, shown by Emma Freebarn, Ottawa, Illinois. Eighth, entry 108, shown by Southern Jewel Cattle Company, Victoria, Texas. Ninth, entry 115, shown by Ben Brown, Petersburg, Tennessee. And 10th was entry 445, shown by Parker Wicker, Rushville, Indiana. In our SimAngus show ring is Class 13 Junior Heifer Calves. Class 13 is in the ring. We need Class 14 SimAngus Junior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring. Now comments from our judge, Mr. Bob Adcock.
I think we really got a nice class of SimAngus heifers here from the start clear to the finish, but I think we come out with a pair of heifers in this particular class that have very little differences in this top pair, in our opinion. We really like the cow power that we see in both these heifers. I think the advantage when in terms of the heifers 1 and 2 comes in the femininity, the attractiveness up through the front 1/3, and the EPD profile that we see in our first place heifer finally brings her to the top of this class. We really like her balance, her eye appeal, her freedom of movement, her extension from hooks to pins, just a nice cow prospect in this particular class. The heifer coming out in second, I think the only difference between these heifers, she doesn't have quite as nice an EPD profile as we have in our first place heifer, just not quite as attractive when we view her from the side, especially maybe up in that front 1/3 as the heifer that leads off the class, but a very sound, long-bodied, very correct kind of a female that we like a lot. It's going to make a tremendous cow. I think then we got a pair of heifers that come next that are a little more of the club calf oriented, you might say. Heifers that are a little more rounded in their shape. We like her profile from the side profile. Heifers that don't get out and travel quite as nicely as our first two heifers. Very balanced, not quite as soft, not quite as cowy as what we see in our first two heifers, but very good females mated the proper way can really make some nice cattle. Heifer coming out in fourth, same type of deal. Just a little more rounded than we like to see to get her up at the top of the class. A heifer that's got a lot of mass and width and dimension to her. Maybe just like to soften her up off the move in that front 1/3. Very attractive in terms of head and neck. Heifer that we come out next, one of the heaviest weight per day of age heifers in the class. Really long, a little more rounded. Gets about the ring very free and easy. She tends to be a little tighter in her heart girth and have just a touch more shoulder than what we have in the heifers up above her, but a real cow prospect also. Very attractive female going next, a female that's maybe a little shorter bodied than some of them, heifer that we just really got to get her to move about the ring a lot freer to get her higher in this particular class. As we move down this particular class, we've got heifers that's got a lot of good things about them. Heifers that maybe just need to be a little bit sounder, maybe as we finish up the class, heifers that we just like to make a little bit softer, smooth them up a little bit. We just got to get about the ring a little freer and easier as we show these cattle.
Thank you, Bob. We had one entry in our pair of bulls in our shorthorn ring. One entry in our pair of bulls, and that goes to Humor Jr. & Sons, Jerseyville, Illinois. Also, I failed to announce that we have a co-owner on our reserve national champion bull. It's owned with Sullivan Farms and Rockin' G Shorthorns in Illinois. I apologize. In our SimAngus ring right now is Class 14 Junior Heifer Calves. Class 14 Junior Heifer Calves are in the ring. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division II champion and reserve champion females. SimAngus exhibitors, I need Class 17 and 18. Please be bringing Class 17 and 18 senior heifer calves in our SimAngus show to the makeup ring immediately. I need Class 17 and 18 senior heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. Placings in Class 13 SimAngus Junior Heifer Calves are as follows. Winning the class is entry 122, HILB Believe Me Girl, shown by Hillbrands Cattle Company, Clara City, Minnesota. Second, entry 135, Krieger's Granettes C4, shown by Krieger's Simmental Farm, Universal, Indiana. Third, entry 136, shown by Chase Travis, Olney, Illinois. Fourth, entry 128, shown by Campbell Land and Cattle, Sycamore, Pennsylvania. Fifth, entry 129, shown by Michael Meyerskoff, Champaign, Illinois. Sixth, entry 21, shown by Hudson Pines Farm, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Seventh, entry 126, shown by Horseman Cattle Company, West Lafayette, Indiana. Eighth, entry 134, shown by Rolling Hills Farms, Bell Center, Ohio. Ninth, entry 125, shown by Hill Country Cattle Company, Fountain Run, Kentucky. And 10th, entry 130, shown by Rustic Hills Cattle Company, Fort Branch, Indiana. In our ring now is Class 14. Class 14 Junior Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division II and Reserve Champion Female. Attention in the SimAngus barn. I am missing all of my entries for Class 17. Please get those females to the scales immediately. Class 17, SimAngus Senior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring immediately. And please be bringing Class 18 also. Class 17 and 18, SimAngus Senior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring immediately.
Back over here on our SimAngus side, a tremendous class of females here. It's a shame somebody's got to go bottom here in this particular class. This is the deepest class that we've seen from end to end all day. Tremendous amount of breeding value in these cattle here from end to end. Just some subtle differences in terms of our personal preferences. Really like this heifer that leads off this particular class. Just kind of combines all the good pieces of the others. Extremely striking. One that whenever you get off to the side, you really like her profile, her balance. Then you get in behind her. She's one that's big barreled, big topped, and still thick-ended. And then I think where she excels the class is whenever we set her in motion, she handles all of that extremely well. Really high-quality female. There's a lot of differences here in terms of heifers in 2 and 3. For us, what sorts the pair is the heifer, and second, just is better whenever we set her in motion, especially through that front third of her skeleton. A female that's moderate, big-bodied, sound traveling, not as striking from the profile as the heifers on either side of her, but she's a lot flatter in through her shoulder than the heifer behind her. A little better there in terms of her heart and forerib. The heifer that comes out next is one that really grabs your attention, a big high-performing type of a heifer calf. Just would like to change her whenever we set her in motion. A heifer that gets too straight off that front third of her skeleton. Just like to redesign her in the way that she's built up through that front end. Let her travel with a little more authority there off her pasterns. More feminine heifer here coming out next. One that I guess just for us gives up some of that extra power and mass compared to the heifers directly ahead of her, but really like that one's look and balance. A pair of heifers that come out next, both very similar in terms of their type and kind. Extremely high quality females whenever they're stopped. Heifers that definitely would have been in the hunt here if they were in some different classes. For us here today, the way we see them is we just like to change them when we set them in motion. Heifers that get a little more coordinated in their movement. Heifers that just get a little piecier in terms of their build. The Baldy that comes out next, really like her maternal look. Today for us, she just doesn't go good enough. The same can be said for the 3 heifers that round off the class. Heifers that still have extremely good pieces, get into a class of this caliber, just don't good enough, don't have enough mass to get them up any higher.
Thank you, Justin. Placings in Class 14, Junior SimAngus heifer calves. First entry went to 153. CMFM Bandy Made 413C. Shown by Circle M Farms, West Harrington, and Edens Farms and Fenton Farms, Rockwall, Texas. Second entry went to 150. CMFM Xenia Itea 292C, shown by Circle M Farms and Owen Brothers Cattle Company, Bodark, Missouri. Third entry 137, shown by S&S Simmentals, Hagerstown, Indiana. Fourth entry 142, CMFM Zenatia 410C, shown by Circle M Farms and Owens Brothers Cattle Company, Bodark, Missouri. 155th was entry 149, shown by Hannah Top Miller, Pleasant Plain, Ohio. Sixth entry 504, shown by Gertie Show Cattle, West Point, Iowa. Seventh entry 143, shown by Southern Jewel Cattle Company, Victoria, Texas. Eighth entry 102, shown by Hudson Pines Farms, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Ninth entry 145, shown by Horseman Cattle Company, West Lafayette, Indiana. And 10th was entry 156, shown by Paetzel Farms, Hope, Indiana. We now will be selecting our Division II champion and reserve champion females. soon as we. I apologize to my SimAngus exhibitors here. This program's a little hard to read with all these owners over here, so I want to correct something here. Second in Class 14 was CMFM Zenyatta, owned by Cash Langford and Circle M Farms, Rockwall, Texas. And fourth was entry 152, CMFM Zenyatta 410C, owned by Owens Brothers Cattle Company and Circle M from Bodark, Missouri. I apologize. Entering now is our Division II champion and reserve champion female. Please bring Class 17 and 18 SimAngus senior calves to the makeup ring. Go ahead, Josh.
Well, we're going to start off our heifer show over here on the Shorthorn side of the ring with just a single entry June heifer calf here that is just exquisitely made, I think, from the side. One that just balances up extremely nice in terms of that top line. You watch her as she gets out and she travels. Plenty of flex, the correct angulation through that shoulder all the way down to the ground as well. Green in her type and kind today, as she should be at one at this age. I think a lot of room to maneuver herself in the parts and pieces as she gets on feed a little longer. And we see her mature on out. Just an excellent future for that one on down the road.
Over on your SimAngus side, a really stout division from end to end, and so good in terms of your first and seconds that come back out here. Beginning up front, we'll briefly describe these to you. We thought this was a division that maybe needs to be taught just a bit further. The heifer we lead off with in this division, one that's so neat and attractive from the silhouette, long-fronted and so sound and angular in terms of her build. She's big-ribbed. Compared to some that follow, maybe she's not the most outstanding in terms of her growth and length and weight per day of age, but just a female that gives you such a striking and neat and attractive silhouette from the side. Heifer that comes next, one that beginning at the surface, she is the big bone, big-footed heifer of the group, a female that's really well put together in terms of the way she's fit and shown. She's really a long-fronted kind of a female that's so neat and attractive about her front third. Female, when you get in behind her, has some width there out of her hip as well. Maybe one comparative to the heifers that stand on either side of her or the heifers against the fence. Maybe one you could give just a bit more softness right in terms of her center body from the bottom of her chest back into her flank. But a heifer on the stand still gives you so many neat and attractive things. Heifer that comes next, here's really a big-bodied, real easy fleshing, easy doing kind of a female that stands here before you. She's feminine and refined in her own kind. Compared to the heifers on either side of her, maybe one carrying a bit more condition in terms of for a calf and where she's at in terms of her maturity. A heifer, as she gets on the stop, and when she takes that first or second step, she wants to drop her pins and rise in her spine, maybe just a bit comparatively to the heifers on either side of her. The heifer that comes out of your fourth class, one that we thought was very intriguing from the standpoint that she's sound, she's refined, she's feminine, she's bold, ribbed, and big and shapely and robust in the terms of her rib shape. She carries that extra shape really well up high in the upper third of her skeleton, and yet she still has some mass and width and power when you get in behind her. Maybe not quite as growth-oriented as the heifer that precedes her here in this lineup, but her quality, her makeup, and structure right on the money, and she'll be your division of this Congratulations to you.
Selected as your Division 2 champion female is entry 153, CMFM Bandy Maid 413C, shown by Circle M Farms, Rockwall, Texas, West Harrington, Edens Farms, and Fenton Farms. Congratulations.
Announcers staying on the SimAngus side, we need entry.
The heifer that comes in next, that was second in that class, we thought that was an awfully good pair of females. The heifer there in second, one that's sound as we study her at the surface, big and shapely in terms of her rib. We thought comparatively in that class, and I think it's maybe even more apparent as we get her out here in the lineup, maybe one that could be just a bit sharper about her skull, maybe just a bit neater as she transitions from her throat latch down into her chest comparatively. With that said, we think there's another heifer out here that's tremendous in terms of her look and quality and balance, and that'll be the heifer that comes out of your second class. She'll be reserved in this division.
And selected as your reserve division champion female in our National SimAngus Show is entry 119, TJSC Miss Comfort 43C, shown by Joan Show Cattle, Harrod, Ohio. Congratulations. Entering the ring now is our Class 17 winner heifer calves. Class 17 winner heifer calves. Please bring the class into the ring, please. Class 18, we are missing entry 170. We are missing 170 from Parker Thomas, Richmond, Kentucky. We need your entry 170 to Class 18. You are late to your class.
On this second class of these shorthorn heifer calves over here, I think we got an easy class winner that rises to the top in this roan heifer. I think she's one that's just further along today in terms of the show ring presence, and the fit and the finish to her is just exceptional. Look at the body shape and the body dimension through that center 1/3. You love the sweep to that underline, how uniform she is from that forerib on back to flank. She's one that balances up extremely well in terms of her structural base and her balance, in terms of the muscling profile from end to end and top to bottom. She's one that ties in more correctly out of that head and neck junction. And then you watch her out on the travel. She's by far and away the soundest moving, the most correct female all the way down to the ground. I like the heifer in second spot when she comes out here and you get her parked and planted. You really like the extension of spine, the strength and the stability up there at the top side of her skeletal body. I think she's one that ties in extremely neat and tidy and with a feminine look out of that front 1/3 as well. So when you step around behind that heifer, she gives up too much substance and mass of muscling down through that quarter and stifle. She gets a little flatter made, and that's evident when we watch her travel. She gets a little narrower and has a little more deviation out of that hock. The red heifer that comes out into the third spot is one that's got some parts and pieces to her that you can certainly appreciate. I think when we set her into motion, she just doesn't have enough flex off of both ends of her spine. She wants to bow up in the center part of her loin. She doesn't have quite the reach and the strength and stability off of both ends to get up any higher today. And then the young man's heifer calf that goes out and rounds out our class today gets a little shallower body, just doesn't have quite the sweep to that underline and the natural rib dimension and internal capacity to get up any higher. A nice class of females there from front to bottom.
Over on our SimAngus side, we just have 2 entries here in this fall division, first class of our fall division. I think these heifers just really came together quite easily. This big-bodied, massive kind of a female here with very balances up very well. Female that's really going to make a nice cow. If you're going to do something, just let her move out just a little freer and easier off that front 1/3. She just tends to get a little bit straighter up there, but a heifer that balances up quite well when you look at her from the side. Got a lot of width and dimension about that skeleton. Really a heifer then coming in second that's got a lot of angularity up through the front 1/3, but in this particular division just gives up a lot of weight per day of age. Not quite the balance and eye appeal that we have in our first place heifer.
Thank you, Bob. Placing first in Class 17, SimAngus winter heifer calves is entry 158. Why Not Secret 39B, shown by Hannah Topmiller, Pleasant Plain, Ohio. And second, entry 161. CLRWTR Shizabani B61B, shown by Clearwater Cementals, Milan, Indiana. Entering the ring now is Class 18, Senior Heifer Calves. Class 18, SimAngus Senior Heifer Calves are in the ring. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division III champion and reserve champion females. I need Class 21 and 22. Class 21 and 22 spring yearling females to the make-ready area. Class 21 and Class 22 SimAngus spring yearling females to the makeup ring immediately, please. In our shorthorn ring, let me get you caught back up here. Placing first in Class 29, late spring heifer calves, was entry 2, WEIK Wildest Dream, shown by Joshua Delfino, Hoopston, Illinois. Class 30, late spring heifer calves, winning that class was entry 6, JA Miss D, shown by Allison Dragstrom, Amboy, Indiana. Second, entry 7, CFJBC Caroline 5108, shown by Allison Nichols, Sullivan, Indiana. Third, entry 3, shown by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa. And fourth was entry 5, shown by Ty Harden, Sibley, Illinois. In our shorthorn ring now is Class 31. Class 31, late spring heifer calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our late spring heifer calf champion and reserve champion female. Shorthorn exhibitors, I need Class 34 early spring heifer calves to the makeup ring. Class 34 and 35 early spring heifer calves to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you.
We move along here in the fall division of our SimAngus show, an extremely high-quality female here to lead off this particular class. I think one that we all are in agreement does so from the moment that she walked in. A female that's just extremely elegant in terms of her design, has a really maternal build. Female that's very soft through the center portion of her body, very ladylike up through that head. She balances up very nicely. We could talk more about her whenever we get back out here in for division. Extremely attractive female here. They're coming out in second whenever she stopped. Gives you as neat as look as any female out here. Where she falls into second here in our eyes is a female that whenever we set them in motion here just isn't going good enough for us here today. Not as big-bodied and soft as the heifers on either particular side of her. Real heifer that comes out third, baldy heifer that does have a little more softness there through her center rib. A female that balances up very nicely whenever she stopped. A female that, as we get her out and go, really like to redesign her through that shoulder and just make her be more relaxed, take a longer, freer stride, soften her up there on her pastern there as well. The female that comes out next is a touch softer there in terms of whenever we get out and set that pastern in motion. Just one that doesn't have enough balance and eye appeal for us here today to get her up any higher. The heifer that comes out next, a little more moderate in terms of her kind, easy teeping kind of a female. A female that, again, we just like to change them whenever we set them in motion, and the same can be said for the heifer that rounds off the class, one that you like whenever you get in behind this one in terms of her muscle shape, but I just don't read that this one's muscle shape laid on her correctly, a female that needs to be changed whenever we set her in motion to get up any higher for us.
Thank you, Justin. Placing first in Class 18, senior heifer calves was entry 165. OBCC ECS Antoinette Z26B, shown by Elmore Cattle Services, Wacomas, Oklahoma. Second, entry 179, UG Miss Terra 4161B, shown by Cody Smith, Lindsay, Oklahoma. Third, entry 167, shown by Jackson Maddox, Guys Mills, Pennsylvania. Fourth, entry 174, shown by Trinopole Farms and David Smith, Middletown, Indiana, and Boulder, Colorado. Fifth, entry 176, shown by Dawson Dimmitt, Boonville, Indiana. And sixth, entry 177, shown by Clearwater Semitoles and Maverick Dwenger, Milan, Indiana. We now will be selecting our Division II champion and reserve champion, SimAngus female. Now comments in our shorthorn ring from our judge, Mr. Josh Taylor.
Well, an interesting class here. This third class of these early spring heifer calves or late spring heifer calves. And I think we've got a trio up here at the top end. I think from quality standpoint, you really have to appreciate all three of them. A lot of difference in terms of type and kind amongst the three. And I think the one that comes to the top for me, this young lady has, I think from a stoutness standpoint, from a power and capacity standpoint, she certainly excels in that heifer in second in terms of that natural width of base, the turn and the shape of muscling down her top and out of that hip as well. If you're going to change this heifer ever so slightly, I'd like to see her handle those rear two with a little more authority and with a little more ease, especially from that stifle on down to that hock joint. We can see her get just a nickel restricted, especially off of that left rear, but I think there's one that as she grows out, she's going to have a tremendous amount of power and body capacity from end to end. I love the heifer in the second spot. I think on the profile, she balances up extremely nice, especially out of that front 1/3. I like the angularity from the top to the bottom side of her, of that scapula. I like the way she hooks in with such an acute angle in that head-neck junction as it ties into that shoulder blade. She's really good at the top side of her body cavity. She gives up some of that stoutness and power, and I think there's one, if she matures on out, stoutens up in some of her muscling aspects and broadens herself maybe in those underpinnings, especially off of those rear two, there's one you could certainly tie to on down the road. I like the heifer in third from that body dimension standpoint, a lot of natural width of base and internal capacity. From end to end, she's a little further along in a maturity pattern than the heifers that are on either side of her, but I think there's one that's got some functional aspects. I think more importantly on that one, when we get her and set her into motion, We need to see her track truer off of those rear two. She gets a little wide. She gets a little bowed at the hock. She doesn't want to. She wants to walk outside of that body cavity. We need to fix that aspect on her, and there's one that can certainly work her way up into the top 2 spots. The heifer that comes next is a more moderate framed female in the class, but I appreciate the squareness to her design. Just gives up too much power and performance today to get up any higher than the young lady's heifer that goes out and rounds out our class today. Just seeing too much deviation from her hock all the way down to the ground as we watch her travel away from us. She gets a little pinched in through that chest floor as well, not with the base that we need to see to get her up any higher. Nice class of females from top to bottom.
Thank you, Josh. Now comments in our SimAngus ring for our Division III championship from our judge, Mr. Jeff Jackson.
Over on your SimAngus side, maybe a division just a bit off in terms of numbers, but I think quality and type and kind and just good cattle are here, and yet still in this division out here is your first and second of these classes. Not going to go through and talk each one of these. We just briefly saw them in class. I guess for us, there was a division winner that was probably pretty cut and dry and maybe a little closer there for reserve. We've got our minds made up, and I'll go show you those two. If you would, why don't you give these division winners a nice hand?
And selected as your Division III champion female is entry 165, OBCC ECS Antoinette Z26B, shown by Elmore Cattle Services, Wacomas, Oklahoma. And your reserve Division 3 champion female is entry 179, UG Miss Terra 4161B, shown by Cody Smith, Lindsay, Oklahoma. Congratulations to both Elmores and Cody Smith. We now need class 21 late spring yearling females to the end of the ring. Class 21 is in the ring. We need class 22 spring yearling females, SimAngus spring yearling females to the makeup ring, please.
I guess Chan fits his cattle.
There's a lot of them back there that fit the cattle. I don't know Chan does any of the fitting. Yeah. In our shorthorn ring, we now are selecting our late spring heifer calf champion and reserve champion female. Shorthorn exhibitors, I need class 34 and 35. Spring heifer calves to the makeup ring. I need class 34 and 35. Shorthorn spring heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. Attention in the Shorthorn barn, we're missing entry 27 from Andrew Bailey. Entry 27, Andrew Bailey, Shorthorn, early spring heifer calf. Please bring your heifer to the makeup ring immediately. Now comments on our division from our judge, Mr. Josh Taylor.
Well, I think a nice way to start off our heifer show here on the Shorthorn side of the ring. An excellent set of 3 class winners, and the 2 respective seconds are very, very good in their own right. I think we've got an outlier within the group, one that just doesn't fit in the mix in terms of the type and kind that you can see out here predominantly. But I think she's really, really good in terms of that structural base and the balance and the width and the proportionality into which she puts it all together. And that's that heifer that came out of that second class. She's going to be your champion within that division. Let's give her a nice round of applause, if you would.
Selected as your late spring heifer calf champion is entry 6JA Miss D, shown by Allison Dragstrom, Amboy, Indiana. Congratulations, Allison.
I think we bring that second place heifer in for our reserve title within this division, and we can start to see some differences and some subtle things that you need to change about all 3 of these in order for them to be ideally the one that can match up with our division winner. But I think from that structural aspect, staying good all the way down to the ground, staying true in that width of base, and planting square off of all four, I think there's one out here that can really rival and complement our class winner in those aspects quite nicely. Albeit she's got a lot of room and a lot of time to maneuver herself through the maturation cycles and to see what she's really going to be made of. I really like the June heifer that came out of the first class to be your reserve in this division. Let's give this gentleman a nice round of applause, if you would.
And selected as your reserve late spring heifer calf champion is entry 2, WEIK Wildest Dream, shown by Joshua Delfino, Hoopston, Illinois. Congratulations, Josh. I failed to get our placings for you for Class 31. I apologize. For Class 31 in our late spring heifer calves, first went to entry 10, CFBCL Maggie 5104, shown by Kevin Hesser, Leesburg, Indiana. Second was entry 8, KSC Xena Star, shown by Colton DeGasperi, Westminster, Maryland. Third went to entry 500, shown by Alexandria Rab, Markle, Indiana. Fourth, entry 9, shown by Sierra Congolosi, Kankakee, Illinois. And fifth was entry 15, shown by Allison Nichols, Sullivan, Indiana. Entering the ring now in our National Shorthorn Show is entry 30, Class 34, early spring heifer calves. I need Class 35 and 36 early spring heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. Class 35 and 36 shorthorn early spring heifer calves to the makeup ring, please.
Well, I think here in our first class of spring females, we got small in numbers here, but very high in quality. I think this particular class fell together rather easily for us. We're going to start off with just a powerful made kind of a female, extremely big bone, but with a cat-like appearance when she gets about the ring. Yeah, maybe she tracks just a little bit wider off of her rear two than she does her front two, and probably shouldn't have made her quite that full today, but you were close. But a female that's really got a lot of mass, got a good look about her, maybe not quite as feminine-headed, but a female that really in this SimAngus show today has got a lot of variations of what you can breed her to. Then we kind of jump to maybe, I'm going to just say the opposite end of the spectrum, really a cowy type of a female, really angular and extended up in that front end, a little finer boned than our first place female, but you love her from hooks to pins. She gets about the ring very free and easy. Just a little plainer type of female that does balance up nicely, a real cow prospect. Then our next two heifers to come out, the chromed up heifer coming out next, I think is a female that follows the ones we were using in the top pair a little bit closer in terms of her boldness of rib, her mass and body dimension, her bone size, gets about the ring very free and easy, ties into her shoulder very nicely, just a little plainer to look at than what we see in our first and second heifer. Really attractive heifer to finish up the class, maybe just doesn't have quite as the softness as you view her out through that flank, gets about the ring pretty free and easy, got a lot of natural width down her top and out at that quarter, really attractive off the front end. Four very nice heifers in this particular class. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Bob. Placing first in Class 21, late spring yearling females in our SimAngus National Show. First went to entry 187, knockout 191B, shown by Allie Muir, Waynesfield, Ohio. Second, entry 195, HILB Caught Lookin' B929, shown by Tanner Howie, Rockwall, Texas. Third, entry 184, shown by Morgan Love, Baltimore, Ohio. And fourth went to entry 189, shown by Jaron Glocky, State Center, Iowa. Entering our ring now in our SimAngus ring is Class 22, spring yearling females. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division 4 champion and reserve champion female. SimAngus exhibitors, please be bringing class 25 and 26. 25 and 26, spring yearling females, early spring yearling females, class 25 and 26, to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you. My goddaughter. My goddaughter. Now comments in our Shorthorn ring on class 34 from our judge, Mr. Josh Taylor.
Well, again, start off this early spring division of these heifer calves, and we've got some differences and some varying degrees of structural soundness and correctness within this class. And I think the one that really blends a lot of good things together and puts the most problem-free, fault-free things together is the young man that goes out and wins the class. I think when we get this one on the move, we see more reach, we see more true width of base as she transmits it down to the ground with more power and more width all the way from hock down to ground as well. And then when he gets her stopped and he gets her parked, she comes together quite nicely from a rib dimension standpoint. I like the strength of her top line. I like the amount of shape and dimension of muscle she has out of that hip as well. She has that advantage of length over this heifer, of the roan heifer that comes out in the second spot. I think this heifer is really, really neat, and I admire her from the side view profile. She's pieced together so exceptionally well. I think compared to the heifers on either side of her, we don't see enough elongation to those vertical bones. We don't see enough flex and reach back there from that stifle down to hock as we watch her travel. We need to afford her a little more ease as she gets around the ring, but I think there's one that bounces up beautifully. I like the angularity through her shoulder. I like the way she ties in so correctly in that neck and shoulder junction and affords her an excellent amount of balance out through that front 1/3. That's where she has that advantage over this heifer that comes and rounds out comes around the corner here into the third spot. I think if we could change this one in the way that she's constructed through that shoulder, let her tie in with more of an acute angle into the top side of that scapula, maybe give her a little more flexibility off of both ends when we see her move. I think see her track a little truer off of those rear two as well. Just doesn't have quite the authority through that first and second rib to tie in and smooth up through that front 1/3 to get her up into the top two spots within the class. Then the next heifer in the lineup is one that bounces up extremely well from the side. I think she's one that gets a little flatter made. She gets a little pinched in those underpinnings as we view her off of both ends. I think we need to just broaden her and her base width, give her a little more true shape and internal dimension.
Thank you, Josh. Placing first in class 34, early spring heifer calves in our Shorthorn division is entry 18, SS Yo Attraction 5100, shown by Jackson Schrog, Marion, South Dakota. Second, entry 23, KSC White Diamond K29, shown by Gunnar Thomas Crawford, Adamstown, Maryland. Third, entry 22, shown by Gavin Sender, Muhammad, Illinois. And fourth is entry 21, shown by Jamie Bagalka, Castlewood, South Dakota. Entering the ring now is class 35. Shorthorn early spring heifer calves. Class 35 is in the ring. I need Class 36 early spring shorthorn heifer calves to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you. Attention in the in Shorthorn barn, excuse me. In the Shorthorn barn, I need entry 52, Davin Sherman. Please bring your entry for Class 37 to the makeup ring. We need to get that heifer weighed.
Moving along here in our summer division of the SimAngus Show, I think a really nice one to lead off this particular class. A female that you just love whenever she stopped and parked. This young lady does a phenomenal job getting her shown. They've done a phenomenal job feeding and getting this one presented to come out to the green shavings here today. A female that is just so big barreled, so stout. She's a female that balances up very nicely from the side. A female that just has a lot of those really nice pieces that we've been looking for all day long. Just a really high quality heifer. If we're going to get just a nitpicky on her here today, I'd just like to see her go with a little more authority and athleticism there off that hock and pasture, and just want to throw that hock out just a touch wider here for us today. Really high quality female though. The decisions for us in this particular class comes in 2 and 3. I think both females that we'd like to change whenever we set them in motion. I think whenever you compare these two heifers relatively, especially through the front third of her skeleton, the heifer that is in second handles that more ideally. A heifer that's better in her angle there, she takes a longer, freer stride up front. I think a female that just has a lot of natural power and dimension. The heifer in third, more elegant whenever she's stopped. A female that's very feminine and headed. Female that balances up very nicely. Just would like to change this one when we set her in motion. She really struggles off of that front third. Female that gets really uncoordinated in the way that she handles that hock and pastern for us here today. Those are 3 extremely high quality females here in this particular class though. The heifer that comes out next, a female that balances up very nicely for us here today, just doesn't have the extra power. A female that doesn't get out and travel as easy as a few of the others up ahead of her. Another extremely attractive baldy heifer here coming out next. The same can be said for this one. When you get in from behind her, you just like to stouten her up, and you like to see her go better out of that front third of her shoulder. The females that round off this particular class, good high quality females for these exhibitors, cattle that still have a lot of usefulness to them. Just would like to change them from a structure and balance point to get them up any higher for us.
Thank you, Justin. Placing first in Class 22, spring yearling females was entry 204. GCC Charisma 102B, shown by Taylor Gehring, McPherson, Kansas. Second, entry 205. Udell Farah's Surprise 170B, shown by Kaylee Langford, Breckenridge, Texas. Third, entry 211, shown by Caitlin Steer, Clinton, Oklahoma. Fourth, entry 208, shown by Justin Fraser, Winnemac, Indiana. Fifth, entry 199, shown by Chaz Rowlett, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Sixth, entry 197, shown by Emma Freebaron, Ottawa, Illinois. And seventh was entry 562, shown by Carlin Blue, Wilkinson, Indiana. We now will be selecting our Division 4 champion and reserve champion female. SimAngus breeders, please bring Class 25 to the makeup ring. Class 25, SimAngus females to the makeup ring, please. I need to remind all of our exhibitors, we have no aerosol cans allowed in Freedom Hall. Please take all aerosol cans out of Freedom Hall.
Over on your SimAngus side, another real high-quality division, and just as the last, maybe not one that's overloaded with class numbers and just numbers in general, but I think really, really good quality in terms of your class winners and respective seconds in this division. Good group of cattle. We liked them as a whole. Both pairs that stand out here, a tremendous amount of value and cow power and breeding versatility in each and every one of these. Good group of cattle. If you would, let's give these exhibitors a hand. I'll go out and show you your champion and reserve of this division.
Selected as your Division 4 champion female, entry 187, knockout 191B, shown by Allie Muir, Waynesfield, Ohio. And your reserve Division 4 champion female is entry 204, GCC Charisma 102B, shown by Taylor Gehring, McPherson, Kansas.
SimAngus size, we need 218, 222, 233.
Entering the ring now is Class 25. Class 25. Spring yearling SimAngus females are in the ring. I need Class 26. Class 26 spring yearling females to the makeup ring. Class 26 and 27. Let's bring those heifers down here, folks. We've got to get them weighed.
Well, again, we've got another intriguing class of these shorthorn heifer calves over here. I think we get into these Aprils and we start to see a little more body capacity in them as they work their way through and come out of one of their first big growth phases. And I think this one's kind of unique in her body type. I love the rib shape. I love the volume and the capacity in her. She's a nickel longer in that center carriage than maybe the heifer that stands in second. I think what the problem is on this female for me is the color pattern from that hook on back. It really detracts from the balance and the symmetry that you see back there from that pin bone down to hock. She wants to appear to have that hock set out behind her a little bit too far, and we need to shove it up underneath of her, but I don't think that it's really that way. I think the color kind of takes away from her. I think there's one, when you set her into motion, she's truer at the top side of her scapula than the heifers in second and third. She ties in stronger in the way that spine hooks in there more correctly, and then she couples that with all that natural rib shape and lower spring to that rib that really affords her that maternal look and that maternal power down through that center 1/3. this heifer that comes into the second spot, I think here's one when she comes back together and comes into herself, she's going to be a powerhouse female on down the road as she works her way into her yearling phases. I think there's one that's got the parts and pieces. She wants to bust up at the top side of her shoulder blade, doesn't come back with quite enough authority through that first and second rib to really transition with enough smoothness and enough power in through that center today. When we set her into motion, she wants to drop down in that pin set and gather up underneath of herself just ever so slightly, and that may be due to the fact she's just young, she's just out here in a big stage and not wanting to walk quite correctly. A unique female here in third. I think from a side view profile, there's about as good a female as we've got in the class in terms of the lines and the balance and the symmetry that you see. It's where we step around behind this heifer that we have to draw issue with the fact that she gets a little flatter made in her muscle pattern, especially down in through that stifle as it ties in lower through that quarter and then even lighter down in through that hock, and that's kind of evident when we watch her track away from us. She gets a little narrower base, gets a little pinched in those underpinnings and doesn't transbend enough of that natural width of base, and then along with that really comes apart at the top of that shoulder blade as well as we watch her move. Young lady's white roan heifer that comes out next has got some length, she's got some balance and symmetry to her lines as well, just not enough true dimension today to get up any higher than the young man's heifer that rounds out the class is one that's really moderate in her frame. Need to see some more extension and elongation to that frame size to get her to match up with those ones in front of her. Nice class of females from top to bottom.
Placing first in Class 35, early spring shorthorn heifer calves was entry 26. Colt Marble the Roo, 11, show by Kane Agater, Seward, Nebraska. Second was entry 33. CYT Max Rosa, 51-27, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Third, entry 31, shown by Scott Hesser, Leesburg, Indiana. Fourth, entry 25, shown by Carly Baumeister, Deckerville, Michigan. And fifth, entry 501, shown by Jacob Scheffler, Fortville, Indiana. Entering the ring now is Class 36, early spring heifer shorthorn calves. Shorthorn, Class 36, early spring heifer calves in the ring. I need Class 37, early spring shorthorn heifer calves to the makeup ring. Class 37, shorthorn heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. Once again, in our SimAngus ring is Class 25, spring yearling females. I need Class 26 to the makeup ring, please. Class 26 and bring 27 also.
Well, I think here in the SimAngus show, we've got an extremely high-quality set of females from top to bottom. I know maybe a lot of times judges say that, but in this particular class, I think top to bottom is probably one of the toughest ones we've had today. And saying that, I think we have the easiest class winner we've had all day long. This is, in my opinion, cow power deluxe. You look at this side profile of this female. You just love the rib shape she has, the balance, the eye appeal, the extension up through the front end. For as much power as this female has, lays those shoulders extremely flat and gets about the ring like a cat. This is an exemplar of what a SimAngus female should look like, in my opinion. With that said, got to say apologies to the second place heifer, the Baldy. You ran into a buzzsaw. You got an extremely good female here that got into a pretty rough race. Really like the extension that she has out through the front end. You really love this heifer on the stop. But when she wants to get out and move, she maybe tends to get a little more restricted than what we have in our first place heifer. But two extremely high quality females. Nothing to take away from the heifer coming out next. A little more chest floor than we see in the heifers up above her, but a heifer that's really powerful when you look at her from behind, really extended through the front end and gets about the ring very free and easy. A little shorter bodied female, very attractive up through the front end, gets about the ring very free and easy, smooth in her design, just not quite as powerful as what we see in the heifers up above her, but a very good female the young man's leading out. The next heifer to come along line, maybe not as cowy as the heifers we were looking up above her, not as soft in her makeup, but very powerful, just tends to get a little more restricted as she gets about the ring. Young lady coming out next here is another good cow prospect. Female that's got a lot of spring of rib, a little bit shorter bodied, a little more moderate, and there's nothing wrong with that. Very extremely attractive up through the front end, gets about the ring very free and easy, just high quality from end to end, just maybe not quite powerful as what we see up at the top end. As I say, as we walk down through this class, we've really got nice females that could do really good at a lot of places, got a lot of cow power to them. This is probably one of the best walking classes we've had all day for big females. A lot of times that gets to be an issue, but we've really had a nice group of heifers in this particular class with cows all the way from top to bottom. I think they really deserve a nice round of applause.
Let them hear it, folks. That was a great class. Thank you, Bob. Placing first in our Class 25 SimAngus females was entry 228. J6RA Bada Bing 1602B, shown by Chesney Effling, Highmore, South Dakota. Second was entry 215 Lola 68B, shown by Taylor Gehring, McPherson, Kansas. Third, entry 226, shown by Jordan Steffens, Ewing, Kentucky. Fourth, entry 236, shown by Caleb Elmore, Covington, Indiana. Fifth, entry 234, shown by Austin Doctor, Millbank, South Dakota. Sixth, entry 237, shown by TX Enterprise and Chad Jones, Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Seventh, entry 235, shown by Tate George, Mulberry, Indiana. Eighth, entry 594, shown by Hannah Allen, Bloomington, Indiana. Entering our SimAngus ring is Class 26. Spring yearling females, Class 26 is in the ring. I need Class 27 SimAngus Spring Junior Yearling females, Class 27 Junior Yearling females to the makeup ring, please. Following Class 27, we will be selecting our Division 5 champion. Josh?
Well, over here on the Shorthorn side, I think we've got another excellent set. Pretty easy class winner in my mind that comes to the forefront of this set of April heifer calves. I think one that is as well made and as well constructed as we've seen out here so far in this heifer show. Just exceptionally square made over that top and out of her hip, and so good all the way to the ground. Study the joints and study the angulation that she shows us off of both ends, and it's just exceptional in how she gets out and travels. Then this young lady gets her stopped and gets her put together, and this one really is easy to look at. Just so smooth and so well made and well balanced from end to end. You look at the rib shape, you look at the capacity, the ratios that you see from a muscle to fat standpoint, just exceptional in all aspects of her build from top to bottom and from nose to tail. An interesting pair of heifers here in 2 and 3. I think switch them right there at the end, and we're going to use this red heifer. I think she most complements our class winner in terms of natural body shape and muscle expression, especially out of that hip and down in through that stifle. And that's where this red heifer has the advantage over that light roan female. She shows us more shape and more internal dimension of center mass when we study her from right behind. I think in order for her to get up into that first spot in the lineup, we need to correct that red heifer all the way down to the ground as we watch her travel, see her tie in with a little more strength and a little more integrity in the way that spine hooks into the top of her shoulder blade. Like we just alluded to with that roan heifer, I think there's one that is exceptionally well made when we get her out here and view her from the side as well. I love the rib dimension. I love the sweep to her underline and how maternal she is in that lower rib shape and the build that she possesses. She's one when you step around behind her like we talked about, need to see her a little wider about that pin set, see that transmitted all the way down to the ground with a little fuller and a little more shape and muscle expression from end to end. I think the white heifer that goes out next is one that gets up into this spot from a structural standpoint. I really like her on her feet and legs when we get her out and we watch her travel. She's a little shorter coupled, a little shorter sided than what we have in the 3 females in front of her. I think we could elongate her. There's one that could definitely be a contender up in the top 3. And then the roan heifer that comes out next is one that's got a lot of quality parts and pieces to her, not fitting together today quite as nicely as what we need to see to get her up any higher. She wants to bust apart right behind her shoulder blades, maybe not handle herself on the move with enough authority and enough flexibility off of both ends to get up any higher, but a nice class from top to bottom.
Thank you, Josh. Placing first in Class 36, early spring heifer calves was entry 47, Soul Bowes Margaret, 5007, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second, entry 44, CF CSF Margie, 575 HC, shown by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. Third, entry 46, CF CSF Demi, 571, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Fourth, entry 45, shown by Reed Utterback, Elwood, Indiana. And fifth, entry 38, shown by Alexis Hernandez, Colusa, California. Entering the shorthorn ring now is Class 37, early spring heifer calves. Class 37, shorthorn early spring heifer calves are in the ring. Please bring Class 38, early spring heifer calves to the makeup ring immediately. Class 38, early spring heifer calves to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you. Attention Simmental breeders. I need entry 254, 255, and 261 to Class 27. SimAngus Junior Yearling females, you are late to the makeup ring. Let's get those heifers down here.
really high quality class here as we continue along in our SimAngus show. And I think just whenever we get out here and try to keep the big picture things that we've been talking about all day long, the heifer that leads off the class, I think, just fits that type of mold. A heifer that's just as broody in terms of her appearance. Extremely big-bodied, easy-keeping female. Probably been a little too easy keeping. Maybe should have kicked her out, freshened her up here before we brought her to the North American a little longer, starting to push a little more through that chest floor than I guess we'd like to say is ideal, but you get past that, that's a pretty good one right there in our eyes. A female that balances, a female that moves very nicely, just a really high quality female. I think just the next most like her in terms of type and kind is this heifer, young lady's heifer here in second, a female that's just super soft in terms of her build, very maternal in her appearance. She gets a little shorter there through that front 1/3, a little plainer there in her head, gets a little uncoordinated in the way that she handles her hock and pastern, although she meets her track whenever we get out and go. Doesn't have the power whenever you get directly in behind her or the heifers on either side of her. Really high quality female here coming out in the 3-hole, not wanting to cooperate quite as well today, but whenever you get off and you get behind this heifer, I think you can really appreciate just her extra shape, her extra dimension. A female that today, whenever we get her back out here, doesn't carry that quite the look of the females directly in front of her, just wanting to limp ever so slightly whenever we set her in motion. An extremely high quality heifer though. The same can be said for the snip-nosed heifer here coming out next. Probably just a touch softer there through her flank. A female that gets a little crestier up through her head, straighter in through that shoulder, if we could change her there. The heifers that come out next, again, extremely high quality females, heifers that are definitely worth bringing to Louisville, heifers that have a lot of quality to them. You get these females mated correctly, could do really nice things in these particular individuals' programs. Really high quality set of females. Let's give all those exhibitors a round of applause.
Thank you, Justin. Placing first in class 26. Spring yearling SimAngus females was entry 239, Hooks Bella B72, shown by Whitney Olson, Alexandria, Minnesota. Second, entry 242, Womack Precious Miss, shown by Claire Trenopole, Middletown, Indiana. Third, entry 238, shown by Sarah Lillesand, Sheboygan Falls, Wisconsin. Fourth, entry 624, shown by Cale Watchus, Newton, Kansas. Fifth, entry 249, shown by Hexel Simmental Farm, Mayer, Minnesota. And sixth, entry 246, shown by Ferguson Show Cattle, Chardon, Ohio. Now comments in our shorthorn ring from our judge, Mr. Josh Taylor.
Pretty excellent heifer up here at the top end of the class, and quite an easy class winner in my mind. I think one that comes together from a power standpoint from top to bottom and nose to tail. Look at this female. Look at the WDA. Look at what she weighs. She's just got a ton of performance in her, an extremely sound, extremely smooth made, and well-balanced package. I love the feet and legs on this female. I like her when she gets out and she travels off to the side view profile as well. I think there's one that just comes together quite nicely. Be interesting to see how she matches up in our division lineup. I think here's one that the young lady has that rounds the corner here in this white heifer that really most complements our class winner from a stoutness and from a power standpoint. Ideally for me, I think to match up with that class winning female, we need to see just a little more extension maybe off of both ends of her spine. I think there's one that's got a world of good to her, a lot of functional aspects to her build, and is equally as sound moving and as good structured from the ground up as what we have in that class winning female. And then a unique heifer here in this white female that comes out into the third spot. I think here's one that's got a little more extension of frame. She's got some more length and look out of that front end as you study her out of that head and neck. Very angular and very feminine out of that front 1/3. Where we draw issue with this heifer is when we get right around behind her. You start to study her in her base width and in that transitioning of muscling down in through that lower extremity, through that stifle and hock. She just gets a little flatter made, maybe doesn't handle handle those rear wheels with enough stability and enough security as compared to those two females in front of her. Then the roan heifer that comes out next is one need a little more elongation to those vertical bones, need to see a little more extension off of both ends, but one that certainly has enough rib shape and turn to her top to have some functional aspects and some maternal look to that center 1/3. The next couple heifers in the lineup are ones that didn't balance out for me from a structural standpoint, didn't have quite the stability and the strength all the way down to the ground as we watch them travel. They get a little lighter made in terms of their stoutness to their overall design, maybe not quite the rib dimension and rib shape that we need to see in the last two heifers in the lineup today. Get a little more paralleled body, just need some more sweep and some more natural spring to that lower rib.
Thank you, Josh. Entering our ring in our SimAngus ring is Class 27 junior yearling females. In the ring now is Class 27 junior yearling females. We will be selecting our Division 5 champion female and reserve female following this class. Following this class, we have one senior yearling female. Please bring that female to the makeup ring. But following this class, we will be selecting our Division 5 and reserve Division 5 champion females. Placings in our Shorthorn ring, Class 37 early spring heifer calves. First goes to entry 53, Soul Rosemary, 5362, shown by Jessica Millenbaugh, Crestline, Ohio. Second, entry 48, Mav Chloe, 515C, shown by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa. Third, entry 56, Scheffler's DD's Flex 1510, shown by Kyle Scheffler, Fortville, Indiana. Fourth, entry 50, shown by Deanna Arbucci, Marlboro, Connecticut. Fifth, entry 55, shown by Brittany Mullenkamp, Salina, Ohio. Sixth, entry 52, shown by David Sherman, Cardington, Ohio. And seventh is entry 54, shown by Allison Uteg, Grand Ridge, Illinois. Entering our Shorthorn ring now is Class 38. Early spring heifer calves. Please bring Class 39 early spring shorthorn heifer calves to the makeup ring immediately. Class 39 early spring heifer calves in our shorthorn ring to the make ready area immediately. Thank you.
Over on your SimAngus side, another really high quality class, especially here in your top duo, I guess in our eyes. For me, the heifer that leads off, she's just the soundest as we study her at the surface. She's the most ideal in her foot size and shape and scope and the way she plants it to the chips. She's a female from the standpoint of a side profile view. She's so fresh in terms of her condition as far as her weight per day of age and her maturity. She's clean and refined about her chest and her jawline. So neat about the top of her neck and the way she hooks it onto the apex of her shoulder. Past that, she's so level and flexible in her spine when on the go. We just simply felt the most comfortable with her to lead off with in this class. The Baldy heifer that comes next, she's the most intriguing and the one that hits you the hardest from the standpoint of the side profile view, especially when on the stop. She's big boned and big footed and a female that's so neat and parallel in her lines and just simply fitted well in terms of being maxed out in her presentation. She's a female though, as you study her when on the go is where we'd like to change her. She's a bit more harsh and rises in her spine, just a shade in the center of her back. When you get directly in behind her, she wants to plant her rear too, just a shade wider on the outside of her skeleton than ideal comparative to our class winner. Maybe one we could neaten her up about her head and skull just a shade and chisel her directly through the point of her shoulder, but an awfully nice female in her own right. Really a cowy individual, comes here in third. We like her moderation of frame and her substance she has in terms of rib shape and dimension. She's round and robust in her rib and hooks up into the backside of her shoulder. So neat and attractive. Compared to the two that precede her in this lineup, maybe one that gets just a bit plainer about her hip and her tail head. When you study her when on the go, maybe one we could free up and give her just a bit more ground-reaching stride when on the go. Heifer that comes next is long-bodied and long-fronted. I'd like to just soften her in terms of her rib shape and design to move her higher in the class. Heifer we finish out with, here's really a long-bodied, high-performing, big-ribbed kind of a female. She's just one I'd like to give her just a bit more length of stride. We could also freshen her up in terms of her condition as we view her from her chest, her undercarriage, and back up into her pones. Good group of females. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Go ahead, Josh.
Well, again, we got another interesting set of four around here. I think quite an easy class winner in my mind, this young lady's heifer that comes out in the solid red female. from a profile standpoint, really excels the class in terms of that balance and symmetry. I think when you get around and study her off of that rear view is where she really excels at heifer and second in terms of that natural shape and dimension of muscle. You look at the delineation and the separation that she has down there and in terms of that muscling around that stifle joint and how it ties in down low and through that hock. It's quite exceptional comparative to the rest of the class. I think there's one, if you're going to change her and you're going to knock her ever so slightly, I think to see her travel out with a little more security and comfortability off of those rear two, but I think a nice, nicely balanced and a very good female there to start off this class. I like the squareness and the design of this heifer here in second. I like the rib shape and the uniformity and the sweep to that underline and how maternal she is into that center 1/3. There's that one that we talked about compared to that heifer that wins the class. You get right around behind her, maybe not quite as natural muscle shape back there through that rear 1/3. She really wants to taper in from hooks to pins. Need to tone her down in that tail head set as well, afford her a little more balance and look out of that rear 1/3 at the top side of that body cavity. And the heifer that comes out next in the third spot is one that's got some moderation in frame size. Don't hold that against her whatsoever, but certainly one that you could change on the move. She wants to bust up at the top of that shoulder blade, maybe bow at the middle part of her spine. Just need to free her up, see her with a little more flexibility and security off of both ends. As we can say the same about the heifer that rounds out this set of four. Like the natural width and dimension as center mass when we get right around behind this heifer. Ultra stout in the way that she presents her muscling out of that hip and down in through that stifle. Wants to walk just ever so slightly on the outside of her body cavity with just not enough flexibility and stride and length of stride off of those rear two today to get up any higher.
Thank you, Josh. Placing first in Class 27 in our SimAngus National Show was entry 257, HPF Miss Knockout BO33, shown by Hudson Pine Farms, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Second, entry 252, GSJG Impressive Image 1B, shown by Grace Gryman, Goodell, Iowa. Third was entry 263, shown by Taylor Drock, Pontiac, Illinois. Fourth, entry 251, shown by Kyle Brinkman, Holgate, Ohio. Fifth is entry 260. Shown by Lauren Haddon, Jacksonville, Illinois. We now will be selecting our Division 5 champion, reserve champion female, Mr. Bob Adcock, please.
Well, I think the first thing that I want to start off by saying is this has probably been, without a doubt, the toughest division of the day in my mind. Maybe some of our numbers haven't been as much, maybe as many classes, but I am telling you in terms of quality female, I know my son went home with a trailer this morning, but as far as I'm concerned, I could back it up to the end of Freedom Hall here and load all 6 of them on and say bye-bye, because this is what SimAngus females are supposed to look like. As we talk about each of these division winners, I've already told you what I thought about the young red-haired lady's heifer, and I don't know that I even need to say anything more about her. But as we look at the next two in this particular division, we felt like this second class winner really exemplified what we had been looking at, what the red heifer looked like in the class beforehand. As Justin talked about, we'd kind of like to have kept the feed bucket. One of the hardest things to do in showing cattle is keeping them looking right for the right time. Young man, we've just kind of got her chest pushed out a little bit further than we'd like to see, and sometimes that keeps us from being a champion because there's lots of good ones. But a very, very high quality, real cow prospect, and I guarantee you that calf will take the chest out of her and she'll be a beautiful cow. The young man leading out the third class winner, another high quality, very extremely well-made female, moves about the ring very free and easy, has that nice cow power look about her. Let's give all these divisions a nice round of applause. This was an extremely good division. I'll pick your champion and reserve.
Thank you, folks. There's your judge, Mr. Bob Adcock from Moweaqua, Illinois. And your Division 5 champion female, entry 228, J6RA, Bada Bing 1602B, shown by Chesney Effling, Highmore, South Dakota. And your reserve Division 5 champion females, entry 257, HPF Miss Knockout B033, shown by Hudson Pines Farms, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Congratulations to both of you. We have a single entry in our Division 6, single entry in Class 30. Let's bring that pair in here. And I need all of my divisions, all of my SimAngus divisional winners to the makeup ring, please. Let's get all those divisional winners. We will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion, SimAngus female, following this class. In our shorthorn ring, class placings from Class 38. Placing first was entry 61, CYT DSC Max Rosa ET, shown by Shelby Stevenson, Fortville, Indiana. Second was entry 63, Dream On 5158, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Third, entry 60, shown by James Johnson, Niantic, Illinois. And fourth was entry 62, shown by Shady Brook Farms Limited, West Rome, Quebec, Canada. Entering the ring now, in our ring now is Class 39, Early Spring Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Early Spring Heifer Calf champion. Now comments in our SimAngus ring from Justin Adcock.
A really high quality single entry senior yearling he female here must have scared everybody away because this is a really good one and nobody else wanted to come out and compete with this one. Just a female for this stage of the game, just so fresh and right in her condition, a female that balances up so nicely. Got a really nice udder, started on her there, doing an extremely nice job with this heifer calf here at side. So really high quality pair. Our hats off to that young lady for bringing that female out. Let's give her a round of applause as she exits the ring there.
Placing first in Class 30, senior females is entry 304. She's Just Cruisin' A343, shown by Morgan Stevens, Ewing, Kentucky. This female will serve as our Division 6 champion female. Entering the ring now on our SimAngus show is our Grand Champion Drive. Selection for our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion female. Entering the ring. SimAngus exhibitors, let's be bringing our Division 1 bull calves, spring bull calves, Class 35 and 36. First call, Class 35 and 36 spring bull SimAngus bulls to the makeup ring, please. Josh?
Well, we got an interesting trio in this class up here in first through third, and I think the young man's red heifer right here. I think from a comfortability standpoint, in my mind, this is one that I can find a lot of good things about. There's a lot of fault-free aspects to this heifer's makeup. I love the sweep to her underline. I love the angulation out of that shoulder. I love the acute angle into which she ties in about that neck and shoulder junction. She shows us just a more refinement about that skull plate and the way that she's developed out through that head. I think there's one with plenty of flexibility and soundness and structural base to her that you certainly need to have her up here in the top pair. I think to start to differentiate between the top two, just a little bit of difference in type and kind. I prefer the length of body and the angularity in the heifer in front. I just think she's got just a shot more future as we work her way into a bred heifer phase of her show career, and then ultimately into the production phase as she lays down and has her and goes into production. I appreciate this heifer in the second spot, and that's what gets her up into the second spot and splits that pair of red heifers there in first and third. I think from a quality standpoint, you have to appreciate what she brings to the table in terms of stoutness to her bone work, the overall size and shape to her foot. You look at the muscle shape and dimension down her top and out of her hip. It's just a tremendous amount of good things that you have to say about that female. I don't see her having quite the future out of that front 1/3 that maybe the heifers on either side of her do in terms of that length of neck and that refinement and that feminine look through that head and neck set. I think she's going to get a little crustier about the top side of that neck and maybe get a little bolder, a little more masculine about that head development as she works her way into her yearling phases. I like this heifer in third. When you stop and you get her put together, this is one that you can really draw some lines in. You can really see some foundation in this female in terms of the quality that she's got built into her from top to bottom. Just gets a little piecier made today, especially when we set her into motion right behind that shoulder blade and the top part of that scapula as well. She gets a little dropped in that pin set, maybe not quite the natural width from end to end all the way down through those underpinnings that we see in the heifers above her, but an excellent, excellent female there in her own right. Then we come into a pair of heifers that get a little rougher about their outline and maybe don't piece themselves together with enough smoothness and with enough authority in some of those transition segments to get them up any higher today, but an excellent set of feet and legs on both of these females with a lot of functional aspects to their build from end to end.
Thank you, Josh. Folks, let's put our hands together for Mr. Bob Adcock, his son Justin Adcock, and his future son-in-law Jeff Jackson for evaluating your SimAngus females today in our Grand Champion Drive. Now comments from our judge, Mr. Bob Adcock. Bob?
Well, it's been an extremely good, pleasurable experience for me. I've judged this show a couple other times. It's always good to come to judge the North American. You know you're going to get to look at high-quality females, and man, did we not get disappointed in this SimAngus show today, and I'm super looking forward to the Simmental females show today and the Bulls, SimAngus Bulls and the Sim Bulls tomorrow. As we look up at this lineup of females, I just told these two guys, I don't care. You can go to a lot of places and look for a lot of cattle, but if you come and find a set that looks as good as these, and I'm including you guys standing against the fence because this is an extremely good set of females, and I think before I pick my grand champion, I think all of you around the ring need to let them know just how good these cattle really are. We've got extremely good calves, but we've also had an exceptional big female divisions today too. So in my opinion, I'll just go ahead and tell you, calf guys, you may look really good, but I am hoping you look as good as these girls down here a year from now when you walk into the ring, because that's what it's all about, and I think you've got the females to do that. But today, I'm sorry, you're not in the hunt. I think it came together pretty easily for us. I was kind of shocked myself that when you judge a show of this quality that you can come up with two females that really fit together and exemplify what we'd like to put together, females that I'd like to raise, because frankly, if you're judging cattle and you don't pick ones you'd like to raise, you're not really doing your job. So without further ado, I'm going to go select you a grand and reserve grand. Let's give them another round of applause.
Selected as your grand champion, SimAngus females, entry 228, J6 RA Bada Bing 1602B, shown by Chesney Effling, Highmore, South Dakota. And your reserve national champion female, SimAngus females, entry 257. HPF Miss Knockout BO33, shown by Hudson Pine Farms, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Congratulations to both of you. Get you caught back up in our Shorthorn ring. Placings in Class 39, early spring heifer calves. First was entry 72, CYT DSC Max Rosa ET, shown by Colin Lindorf, Monticello, Minnesota. Second is entry 74, SS Myrtlebow Memphis, shown by Kane Agater, Seward, Nebraska. Third, entry 70, shown by Paige Wickard, Wilkinson, Indiana. Fourth, entry 73, shown by Sarah Moore, Jerseyville, Illinois. And fifth, entry 68, shown by Bailey Kleiss, New London, Missouri. We now will be selecting our early spring heifer calf champion. Attention Shorthorn ring, we need Class 42 junior heifer calves to the makeup ring. Class 42, you should be in the makeup ring. Class 43, let's get those heifers down here. Class 43, junior heifer calves, let's get those heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. SimAngus exhibitors, we're going to get all these pictures taken real quick of this champion females. And then we'll move right into our bull show. So bull calves, class 34 and 36. Let's make your way to the makeup ring, please. Let's shoot for about 15 minutes from now. Let's say 11:30, we're going to start our bull show. Now comments from our Shorthorn judge, Mr. Josh Taylor, on our division champions.
Well, what a lineup in this division of these spring heifer calves here. I think from top to bottom, you can see a tremendous amount of future in these 6 class winners, as well as those seconds that are sitting over there. These are the ones that are going to come back and be here next year and be vying for that probably that overall title as they work their way into being big bred show heifers, and you can really see the future in a lot of these. And I think it comes down, in my mind, within 3 of these heifers that are going to fight for these 2 spots. I think there's a couple of them out here that really complement and rival one another in terms of body style and body dimension and the look that they give us, and they just match up in my mind just a little nicer, so to speak, than the one that I have that would be third out of this lineup. I appreciate all these females for what they give us in terms of that look and the structural base and the amount of shape and dimension that they have. Let's give all our Shorthorn exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll go show you which 2 that I like for your champion and reserve in this division.
Selected as your divisional champion is entry 47. Soul Bose Margaret 5007 ET, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Congratulations, Sarah. And selected as your reserve division champion is entry 26, Colt Marble the Roo, 11, shown by Kane Agater, Seward, Nebraska. Congratulations to both Sarah and to Kane.
Okay, and should they have that at the scales, or should we have that?
They should have that in the packet
Entering the ring now on our Shorthorn show, your 2015 Jack C. Ragsdale National Shorthorn Show is Class 42 Junior Heifer Calves. Let's bring those Junior Heifer Calves in the ring, folks. Shorthorn exhibitors, Class 42 is coming in the ring. We need Class 43 Junior Heifer Calves to the make-ready area, please. Class 43 Junior Heifer Calves to the make-up ring, please. Go ahead, Josh.
Well, we're going to start off this junior heifer calf division here with a couple of females up here at the top end of the class. Really exceptional in terms of their body shape and dimension through that center. I love the turn to the lower rib in this heifer that comes out in the first spot. I love the depth and through that fore rib and how she maintains that depth all the way back there through that flank. Granted, there's a lot of hair on these cattle, but there's some that you can definitely see the advantage that she has in terms of that curvature and that natural shape to her rib. I think if you're going to change that heifer, she walks away from you could see her transmit a little more base width all the way to the ground and see her have a little less deviation through that hock. I think the female that comes out into this second spot is one that's very unique in her type and kind. Not only does the color afford her that uniqueness, but I think she's one that's got some shape and she's got some dimension. She's one that doesn't have quite the length of hair that we see in the ones that are in first and third, and what you see is what you get in this female, and I really appreciate the fact that she gets out here and shows us all that shape. She doesn't have quite the natural length of stride that the ones on either side of her do. Maybe like to see her relax just ever so slightly in those pasterns off of those rear two. Just see her set down with just a little more cushion, but an awful good pair of females there in the first and second spots. I love the heifer in third. I think when you get her out here and you get her stopped and she acts right, she presents herself in a better manner, this is one that really balances up quite nicely from end to end and from top to bottom. Gets a little rougher about the construction of that shoulder blade. We like to see her laid back a little smoother about the top side of that scapula, come off a little stronger in those transition segments right behind that shoulder blade, but an awful good female there to go out into the third spot. Then we come into a pair of heifers here that round out the class that get a little more restricted in their movement. We need to set them down with a little more softness off of both ends. I think the heifer that goes out, the number 83 entry there, is one that doesn't have quite the flexibility off of both ends to get up any higher, and the heifer that rounds out the class need to deepen her out of her flank, see a little more softness as she goes as well.
Thank you, Josh. Placing first in Class 42 junior heifer calves is entry 502, CF Cumberland 548 SOL, shown by Melinda Sabry Taylor, Connorsville, Indiana. Second, entry 76, FR2Q's Beauty Queen, shown by Rebecca Riggs, Glenwood, Indiana. Third, entry 85, CYT Destiny Best 5133, shown by Jacqueline Marco, Sandwich, Illinois. Fourth, entry 83, shown by Ben Harner, Xenia, Ohio. And fifth is entry 89, MFF Sunny Queen 86, shown by Alan Mingus and family, Cedar Grove, Indiana. Entering a ring now is Class 43 junior heifer calves. Class 43 Shorthorn junior heifer calves are in the ring. I need Class 44 Shorthorn junior heifer calves to the makeup ring. Please bring Class 44 Shorthorn junior heifer calves to the makeup ring immediately. Folks, I hate to bring this up again, but we do not allow aerosol cans in Freedom Hall. I want all aerosol cans out of this building. SimAngus exhibitors, 5 minutes. We'll be starting our bull show, guys. Lindy can pull off her magic here. There again, for those of you that are interested in photographs at our North American, we're proud to partner up with Lindy's Livestock Photos again this year. Ring shots are being taken throughout the show as well. So all champions and reserves, please come to the backdrops by the announcer stand. But anyone is welcome to have their photos taken here at the backdrops by the announcers or the ones set up in the makeup ring. Photos can be viewed at Lindy's office located at the entrance of Freedom Hall or on their website. And their website is www.lindyslivestockphotos.com. That's LINDES, livestockphotos.com. Once again, for those of you that may have family and friends at home that cannot make it this year, please write this website down, www.livestockexpo.org/livestream.html. And they can view the live stream that's going on at a North American.
Over here on the shorthorn side of the ring, interesting pair of heifers up here at the top end of the class. A lot of things to work through, a lot of things to change on these two heifers, ideally for me, for what I like to see in females at this stage of the game. This one from the side is as good as anything we've seen today in terms of her balance to her design, the symmetry and the lines that she's got going. Really good in the top side of her body cavity. Is where we have issue with this one is where we get around behind her. She just simply doesn't have enough shape and dimension of muscling, especially from the that pin bone down to the ground. We need to strengthen her out of that stifle and then in through that lower quarter. See a little more delineation of that muscling and shape, if you will, and see her tie in a little stronger about that hock. And then that's very evident when we watch her travel away from us. I think the thing that starts to differentiate the two for me is when you view that heifer that goes out in front. She's more correct in her lines and more correct in her structural alignment from that pin bone all the way down to the ground, and that's where she has that advantage. She also has the advantage in terms of their genotypic profile on paper. I think this heifer in second is a good, high-quality female. We talked about that alignment from that pin bone down to hock. She's got a 6'6" on her birth weight EPD. I don't know if that's too high within this breed or not. You're looking at a breed average. It's about a 2.5. I think it's not too high that you can't work with it, but you've limited yourself to a very select few matings that you could accomplish that and get her back within the realm of the breed average. But I think two very excellent females there to go out in the first and second spots. A heifer that comes out in third in this white roan heifer here that's a little different in terms of type and kind. She's more moderate in her frame size. She's a little lower built to the ground, if you will. Just doesn't have quite the flexibility off of both ends. Need to tone her down to her tail head, see a little more elongation off of both ends of her spine to get and run with those two that are above her today. The two red heifers that round out the class are ones that didn't balance up for me structurally. Get them out, you watch them move around the ring. Need to see a little more security and flexibility off of both ends to get them up any higher, maybe a shot more muscle shape and internal dimension through that center 1/3 as well.
Thank you, Josh. Placing first in Class 43 was entry 96, CF Cumberland 535 SOL, shown by Miller Smith, Pendleton, Indiana. Second entry 103, CF Picture Perfect 530, DP, shown by Emily Dossey, Thurman, Ohio. Third entry 94, shown by Anna Parnell, Clanton, Alabama. Fourth entry 101, shown by Brian Jordan, Washington Island, Wisconsin. And fifth is entry 93, shown by Matthew Fry, Rochdale, Indiana. Entering our ring now is Class 44, Junior Heifer Calves. Entering class is at Class 44, Shorthorn, Junior Heifer Calves. Please bring Class 45, Shorthorn, Junior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring. Class 45, I need Class 45, Shorthorn, Junior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please. Beginning our SimAngus Bull Show is Class 35. These are spring bull calves, Class 35. Please have Class 36 in the makeup ring. Thank you.
Well, as we work your way here into your Simmental Bull Show, a tremendous female show just preceded this, and what a good way to start off here in your bull show with a really nice pair of bulls on the top end. The one we lead off with, just a tremendous weight per day of age kind of an individual at the ground. He's sound and mobile when he sets himself into motion, and yet when he's stopped and presents himself, he's up-headed and good-necked. You love the way he sets his neck onto his shoulder. He's level-topped and spined and good and pulled apart in terms of his rib shape and design, and just really a big, thick-ended kind of a bull. Just a really nice way to begin our SimAngus Bull Show with. The young lady's bull that comes next, here's really a sound, really attractive and eye-appealing kind of a bull. He's long-fronted and level-built, and he's sound enough as we stud him at the ground. Comparative to your class winner, here's one I just like to open him up, like expand him through his chest floor and just open him up in terms of his center body shape and mass and see if we could just facilitate a bit more skeletal width in this guy to move him any higher in the class. The chromed up bull that comes next, here's one that's really, really intriguing from the side profile. He's probably as cool-necked and as good built about his front third as any we've seen thus far. He's a bull, as you study him, about his center body and rib cage and power. We just like expand him all the way from his shoulders back and just give him more muscle and true width and power to move him any higher in the class. Good trio of bulls. Congratulations to each.
Thank you, Jeff. Placing first in Class 35, SimAngus Spring Bull Calves was entry 651. HC Steel Legend 36C, shown by Hicks Cattle Company, Covington, Indiana. Second entry 269, H&S Gin and Juice, shown by H&S Farms, Baltimore, Ohio. And third was entry 270, shown by Volunteer Simmentals, Madisonville, Tennessee. Entering the ring now is Class 36. Class 36, Spring SimAngus Bull Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division I champion and reserve champion bull. Class 39, SimAngus Bull Calves. Class 39, SimAngus Junior Bull Calves to the makeup ring immediately, please. Folks, while we have a break real quick here between classes, I'd like to also remind all Simmental exhibitors that you can vote for the Herdsman of the Year throughout today and tomorrow during the Simmental Purebred Show at the scales in the makeup ring. Go to the scales at the makeup ring and post your votes, cast your votes for the 2015 Herdsman of the Year Award. And also for those of you that might be interested, the National Collegiate Livestock Judging Contest was yesterday. Their breakfast was this morning, and I'm proud to announce that our national champion collegiate judging contest team this year is Texas Tech University from Lubbock, Texas. Second was Oklahoma State University. Third, Western Illinois. Fourth, Kansas State University. And fifth was the University of Arkansas. Congratulations to those top five. Attention in the SimAngus barn, we need entry 287, SimAngus Bull 287 from TW Cattle Company to the scales, please. Class 42, entry 287 to the scales, please.
Well, another class here in this junior heifer division or on the shorthorn side. I think an easy class winner in my mind. This heifer just presents herself with so much balance and eye appeal, and especially out of that front 1/3. That's where she really has the advantage over that red heifer in second, is the way that she hooks in truer about the top side of her body cavity, the way that spine hooks in so correctly at the top of her shoulder. She comes in at a more of an acute angle in the way that that neck ties in at the top side of that scapula as well. Really stays good at the top side of her body when we set her into motion. Just really floats around the ring on a good set of feet and legs with enough angularity. And then all that dimension to that center 1/3. She is as explosive down her top as some of the heifers in the class. No, but she's got plenty of shape, plenty of dimension and muscle, and in proportion to what you see in terms of frame size and muscle to fat ratio, they're really good as well. Just an excellent female. Like we said about this heifer here in the second spot, this one's no slouch herself. I just like to change her about that shoulder construction, see her tie in just a little truer in the way that that spine hooks in there, have a little more flex to that first and second rib to let her come off the back side of that shoulder blade with a little more authority and a little more smoothness to that transition segment. The young lady's heifer that comes out into the third spot is probably the one that's the furthest along in conditioning today. You study her down her top. She's got a little more bark to her than the heifers in front of her. I think she's really opened up nicely in terms of base width off of both ends. Need to see her flex a little more off of those rear two. See her reach out and set down with some more authority when we set her into motion. Then a pair of heifers that come next that are opposite ends of the spectrum. Young man's dirty roan heifer that goes out in front is one that just more so matches up in frame size with the three that go out in front of her. I like the frame, the extension that you see off of both ends in that female, just not the muscle shape to get up any higher. The real moderate framed heifer, the big bodied heifer, gets a little shorter coupled as she compares to the ones in front of her today. See a little more length off of both ends of her spine, and the young lady's heifer that rounds out the class. Just not enough power and performance to get up any higher.
Thank you, Josh. Now comments in our SimAngus Class 36 from our judge, Mr. Bob Adcock.
Really a nice class of bulls here. I think we got an exceptional bull to start the class off with. I really like his extension up through the front end. He's really got some length of body and thickness about him. Gets about the ring on a good set of wheels. I think our second place bull is a bull that really travels out very well. A bull that I just really like to soften up a little bit, give him a little more weight per day of age, but it felt like from the soundness standpoint, brought this calf into the second hole. Really a high-performing calf coming out in third. A lot of weight per day of age with this calf, but I tell you, just need to have him just a little more structurally sound, and he'd have slipped right up in that second hole. Nice class of bulls.
Placing first in Class 36, SimAngus Spring Bull Calves was entry 276. TT Diesel C10, shown by T-Bar T LLC, Sedalia, Missouri. Second was entry 735, Silverstone Power Up, shown by Aria Warren, Crawfordsville, Indiana. And third was entry 275, shown by B&K Farms, Petersburg, Tennessee. We now will be selecting our Division I champion and reserve champion SimAngus Bull Calf. Class 39, SimAngus Bull Calves to the makeup ring. Class 39 to the makeup ring. We need Class 42 and 43 SimAngus Bulls to the makeup ring, please. Class 42, 43. And let's go ahead and bring 46, 7, and 8. Let's just bring all these SimAngus bulls to the makeup ring. Let's get them down here. Class 42, 43, 46, 47, and 48. In our shorthorn ring, Results from Class 44 Junior Heifer Calves. Winning the class is entry 113, CFV8 Mona Lisa Smile 526, shown by John Reeser, Wildwood, Georgia. Second is entry 111, CYT DSC Max Rosa, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Third, entry 112, shown by Hillhaven Farm, Duntroon, Ontario. Fourth, entry 108, shown by Aiden Rabb, Markle, Indiana. Fifth, entry 109, shown by Jenna Teoc, Prole, Iowa. And sixth was entry 106, shown by Lizzie Schoenline, Portland, Indiana. Our class in the ring is Class 45, Shorthorn Junior Heifer Calves. Please bring Class 46 Junior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please.
As we get out here in our first division of our SimAngus Bull Show, I think just a really high quality set of bulls that have come. Not the numbers that we had in the female show, but I think the quality stayed true. The bull calf that comes out of our first class, I think one that's extremely complete. It'll be interesting to see how this one grows and develops. He's designed very correctly. A bull that gets out, he travels with plenty of authority, really good in terms of his testicular development at this stage of the game. Really high quality bull calf. The bull that comes out of our second division, just a big, stout, rugged bull prospect, one that you love the extra meat animal shape in this guy. You get off to the side of him, he gives you an extremely attractive look from a show ring standpoint. Really high quality pair of seconds over there and stand along the rail. Let's give our exhibitors in this division a round of applause, and we'll select the champion in reserve.
Just, yeah, say we're still good at the 1 o'clock. Yeah, that's all he wants to do.
Selected as your Division I SimAngus Champion Bull is entry 276, T-Bar T Diesel C10, shown by T-Bar T LLC, Sedalia, Missouri. And selected as our Reserve Division I is entry 651, HC Steel Legend 36C, shown by Hicks Cattle Company, Covington, Indiana. Congratulations to both you firms. Yeah, it's a little faster than I'm used to, Bob. Entering the ring now in our SimAngus Show is Class 39 Junior Bull Calves. Class 39 Junior Bull Calves are entering the ring. Attention in the Red Angus barn, all you Red Angus exhibitors, your posted time of 1:30 start will happen. We will start our Red Angus Show promptly at 1:30 this afternoon. Thank you.
Well, over here on our Shorthorn side, we've got another excellent set of these junior heifer calves. Heifer up here at the top end of the class. I think one from a capacity standpoint, she's certainly unrivaled out here with her classmates. Just in terms of that depth of body, that spring of rib, the amount of curvature she has to that rib shape as it extends horizontally out of the top side of her body cavity. And then you study her off of both ends, and then she gets around the ring with a lot of fluidness, a lot of smoothness to her joints all the way down to the ground. I think if you're going to knock a hole in this female ever so slightly, you really study her all the way down to the ground out of that front end. She wants to come and turn inward, especially off of that left front. You get around behind her, she maybe gets just a little flatter than ideally, and for me, in relationship to all that volume and capacity that she has, but an excellent female there in her own right. I really think this one in second, given time, is going to rival that class winner quite nicely. I think she's a little greener today. She doesn't have quite the volume and natural depth of body that you see in that heifer that wins the class, but everything's so structurally good in this female. She's square out of her hip. She's good all the way down to the ground. She's probably one of the truer tracking females that you have in the class, and that's due to the size and circumference and the shape that she has to her foot and how correct she is from the ground up. She probably doesn't have quite the look and quite the suppleness to that throat latch that we have in the heifers on either side of her, but a really good female there in her own right. A unique female, especially on paper, is the one that comes out into the third spot. A high growth numbered type of a heifer, and you can really see that if you study her. She's got some extension off of both ends. She's got some muscle shape down her top and some rib dimension as well. I love her through that center. It gets a little uneven, a little out of balance for me on the side view profile compared to those two in front of her. Maybe gets a little broader about the base of that neck, ties in just a little lower right there at the top side of that chest cavity, but there's one that's excellent in her own right as well. Dirty roan heifer that comes next is one that's got some shape and got some turn to her lower rib, maybe not quite the depth of body that you need to see, and then the natural muscle shape down there top and out of her hip, maybe not quite as correct off of her feet and legs to get her up any higher as well, and that's the problem that we have with this young lady's heifer that comes next. She's just not as correct and as flexible as she needs to be off of those rear two. We need to align that pin bone and hock a little more so in terms of that correct angle all the way down to the ground. See her sit down with a little more flexibility and comfortability off of those rear two. Young man's heifer that rounds out the classes. One just gives up too much power, too much performance today, and too much internal capacity from end to end. Nice class of females from top to bottom.
Thank you, Josh. Placing first in Class 45, Shorthorn Junior Heifer Calves is entry 121. Soul Hello Lucy, 5143, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second is entry 130, GCC Augusta Pride, RW 44, shown by Greenhorn Cattle Company, Waynesville, Ohio. Third entry 150, shown by Cyclone Trace Cattle Company, Clarion, Iowa. Fourth entry 129, shown by Shady Brook Farm Limited, West Rome, Quebec, Canada. Fifth entry 117, shown by Shaylee Conrad, Dover, Florida. Sixth entry 119, shown by Matthew Fry, Rochdale, Indiana. Entering the ring now in our national Jack C. Ragsdale dedicated National Shorthorn Show is in Class 46 Shorthorn Junior Heifer Calves. Class 46 is in the ring. Following this class, we will be selecting our Junior Heifer Calf champion. Shorthorn exhibitors, let's get Class 49 and 50 winter heifer calves to the makeup ring to be weighed. Class 49 and 50 Shorthorn winter heifer calves to the makeup ring to the scales. The scales are open.
Over on your SimAngus bull side, a really nice trio of bulls here at the top end, and really tough for us to sort through. A lot of differences in type and kinds and weight per day of ages and maturity levels of really 3 to 4 deep in this class. I guess for us, the bull we lead off with, just probably the most complete in our eyes. He's sound as we study him at the surface. He's a big rib kind of a bull that just has some neat things about him in the way he balances up and the way he's level and yet still has some soundness and some structural integrity to him. Compared to the bull that's in second, no, he's not the neatest and most attractive about his front third. He's a bull we could lengthen him from the point of his shoulder to his jaw and set his neck just a bit higher onto the apex of his shoulder. But I guess for us, where he wins this class is when we study him directly at the surface. He's the most sure-footed bull of the group, and I like him comparatively better in terms of his rib shape and design comparative to the bull that's here in second. The one that's in second's without a doubt the most intriguing from the side profile. He gives you the coolest look as you view him about his front third. He's the most streamlined in terms of his look. He is the big bone, big-footed bull of the group that offers you a tremendous amount of weight and power. He's extra wide in terms of his substance, about the upper third of his skeleton and out of his hip. I guess for us, he's a bull I just like to soften in terms of his rib shape and design, just deepen him all the way from his heart back into his flank and just give him a bit more shape in terms of his center body. And at times when he wants to fight that halter, he could be just a bit more coordinated there as we study him at the ground. The bull that comes next, when he first entered in, was the one I wanted to tie into. He's really a big rib kind of a bull that gives you that look when he stops on the side profile of I'm going to be sound. He's soft as you study him at the ground, but it's when you set him into motion, he wants to become a bit more uncoordinated and unhinged in the way he's constructed about his shoulder. He doesn't want his plan, his rear too, is coordinated and soft to the ground, in other words, ideally, as we'd like to see. He's a bull that's loaded with power and center body shape, but one I just like to structurally change the way he gets out and move to move him any higher in the class. The bull that comes next is one that you really, really like, and from the outside looking in, he's a big, ruggedly designed kind of a bull that's big and bold in terms of his center body shape and mass. For us, we thought he was a bit low-fronted in the way he ties in into his shoulder and the way he moves off of his front. We'd also like to redesign the way he's built about his testicular development, and that's why we felt more comfortable with him there in fourth. The bull that comes next, really a long-bodied, long-fronted kind of a bull, when we just want to soften in terms of his overall shape and rib design to move him any higher in the group. Pair of bulls finish out here. The one that's second from the end, here's really a long-bodied, real high-performing kind of a bull that transcends extra good in terms of his genetic profile as far as his API numbers. He's a long-bodied, smooth pattern kind of bull. Just like to see more mass and power in him to move him higher in the class. The big rib bull we finish out with, just maybe a bit slower growing kind of an individual comparatively, when we'd like to change at the top of his blades and the way he works down his spine when on the move. Good group of cattle. Let's give these individuals a nice hand.
Now comments from our shorthorn judge, Mr. Josh Taylor.
Excellent pair of females up here at the top end of this junior heifer calf class. This is going to be the last class in this division, and really look forward to these two coming back here momentarily for our division lineup. A little bit of subtle differences between the two. I think the young man's heifer that I'm going to use to win the class just shows us a shot more length from her elbow back to her flank. She's longer in through that center carriage. She's just a nickel longer off of both ends of her spine as well. When you study them off of that rear two, I think they're as equally as impressive heifers in the way that they transmit that base width all the way down to the ground. You see a shot more circumference of bone and foot size in this heifer in second. I think with the added length that you see in that one and that wins the class and the fact that she has enough dimension down her top and out of her hip, she really ideally for me fits the mold in my mind and comes to the forefront of that class. If this heifer, if we could just pull her ever so slightly off of both ends and extend her just a nickel more off of both ends of her spine, I think there's an awful good one in terms of her stoutness to her makeup, that spring to her rib, the dimension down out of her top and out of her hip as well. Excellent pair of heifers there in first and second, just some subtle differences in the type and the kind that they are. I think this heifer in third really complements that heifer in second from a body type standpoint. When you talk about that length of side, she's tremendously opened up in her underpinnings. You love the base width and the rib shape and the dimension and the depth of body that she has in through that center. Just a little plainer in her makeup, maybe not quite the extension in the eye peel out of that front low and third to get her up any higher today. Then the roan heifer that comes next has got all the extension that you could find in one and all the look and the elegance out of that fronty, and she's got some angularity from her knee all the way down to the ground. Where we need to change this one is in the way that she's constructed right behind that shoulder. We need to open her up in through that first and second rib, see her a little more strength through that chine bone in terms of that muscle shape and dimension. Let her tie in a little smoother at the top side of that scapula, especially when she gets out and she travels. Then the roan heifer that comes next is one really bounces up quite nicely from the side. You like the depth of body and the uniformity to that underside of her body cavity as well. She's one that gets a little more restricted as we watch her travel. We need to set her down with a little more ease, a little more flexibility off of both ends. And the red heifer that comes next is another one. Gets a little shorter and a little choppier made, and when we watch her travel off of those rear two, gets a little lighter muscled, maybe just not quite the power and performance today to get her up any higher. And then the heifer that rounds out the class, the more moderate and the heifer in terms of frame size out here today. She's got some length of stride and some angularity off of both ends. Just need to power her up and give her a little more elongation of those vertical bones to match up with what we see in the rest of the class.
Call me at 5472.
Bob?
Here in the SimAngus side, we just got these two entries. I think we're just going to go ahead and we're going to pound these bulls here, you might say. The bull we're going to lead off with, the genetic profile-wise, he works his way to the top there a little bit better. A bull that's got more weight per day of age, a bull that's a little smoother in his makeup. Now I'd like to ease him off of that front end just a little bit as he gets about the ring. But a bull that's got a lot of mass and muscle development to him. The bull in second, yeah, he's a little longer, cleaner neck kind of a bull. A really easy traveling bull about the ring. A bull that would just like to soften up a little bit in his flank, maybe just give him a little bit more power. A bull that's got a real nice look about him when you view him on the walk.
Thank you, Bob. Let me get caught back up here in our SimAngus Bull Show. Class 39 Junior Bull Calves. First, and our Division II champion is LAF, entry 286, LAF Emperor 513C, shown by Horseman Cattle Company, West Lafayette, Indiana. Second, and our reserved champion in that division is entry 281, WLE Hullabaloo C5, shown by Wesner Livestock Enterprises, Chalmers, Indiana. Third, entry 284, shown by Grasslanning Simmentals, Leroy, Minnesota. Fourth, entry 283, shown by Beckett Cattle, Germantown, Kentucky. Fifth, entry 278, shown by Taylor Hale, Galatia, Illinois. Sixth, entry 277, shown by J&J Simmentals, Winnemac, Indiana. And seventh was entry 280, shown by Metzger Farm and Fence, Mulberry, Indiana. Our single entry in class 42, our placings in class 42 were, first was entry 288, LBG Ransom, shown by Larry Garrett, Richmond, Indiana. And second was entry 287, TWCC, Little Victories, B15, shown by TW Cattle Company, Paris, Kentucky. Our single entry in this class is entry 290, RPMP Broken Love, B078, shown by Rocking P Simmentals, McGregor, and Jones Show Cattle, Maysville, Kentucky. Justin?
Just a single entry here back on our SimAngus Bull Show side, and I guess we went ahead and scared off the rest of the bulls in this particular class. Bull with just a tremendous amount of quality to him. Big, rugged, masculine type of an animal, one that has a lot of belly and power and dimension, and then still when you get off to the side of him, gives you a killer look. Really high quality bull. We can discuss him more when we get back out here later.
SimAngus breeders, we now will be selecting our Division III champion and reserve champion bull. Would you please bring back our class winners and seconds from class 42 and 43? In our shorthorn ring, placings in class 46. First was entry 142, Soul Beautiful Bow 5035, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second, entry 153, Boy Cumberland Love 501, shown by Brandy Painter, Hebron, Ohio. Third, entry 140, shown by Taylor Morbitzer, Grove City, Ohio. Fourth, entry 148, shown by Luke Turner, Mahomet, Illinois. Fifth, entry 134, shown by Shady Brook Farm Limited, West Rome, Quebec, Canada. Sixth, entry 154, shown by Ellen Klein, Seymour, Illinois. And seventh was entry 146, shown by Wyatt Hancock, Oologah, Oklahoma. We now will be selecting our junior champion and reserve champion calf.
Over on your SimAngus bull side, a really good group of bulls. Not a lot in terms of numbers, but a couple of really nice class winners out here before you. As a whole, just good functional sound kind of bulls. It's got a tremendous amount of shape and rib cage in them. Good pair of bulls. We'll go show you the two we like. Congratulations to each of these.
Selected as your Division III champion bull was entry 290, RPMP Broken Love B078, shown by Rockin' P Simmentals, McGregor Farms, and Jones Show Cattle, Maysville, Kentucky. And your reserve is entry 288, LBG Ransom, shown by Larry Garrett, Richmond, Indiana. Congratulations. Entering our SimAngus ring now is Class 46, Spring Yearling Bulls. Now, comments from our judge and our... Hold on a second. Take your time, Josh. I'm not trying to hurry you.
Okay, well, we get our junior heifer division out here, and we get these five class winners and those respective seconds out here. I think we can really see a tremendous amount of quality from end to end. Some subtle differences in types and body designs. I don't think the styles really contribute to my selection either way. I think they're all good. Yeah, we can see some differences out here in the way that some of them are constructed, maybe from the ground up, maybe from the top side down, in the way that their muscle patterns draped over the top of that skeleton. But I think all of them, tremendous amount of center body mass. They have a tremendous amount of flexibility and structural soundness and good things in terms of the functional aspects of their build from end to end that you really can't go wrong. You look at them on paper, and they're all exceptional in terms of their genotypic profiles. And I know we've talked a little bit more on this one division maybe than some of the others, but typically this is a calf division here where they're getting further enough along, they're getting closer into that yearling phase where they're gonna make a run at those big heifers later on in the show, and that's why I'm putting a little bit of emphasis on this set of 10 that's out here. I think these things are really, really good. I think there's a couple out here for me from a quality standpoint, the way that they are pieced together, the way that you can go out there and you can just find just some nitpicky, subtle holes in them that you might just alter. You don't need to change them, you just need to alter them ever so slightly. There's a couple for me that really fit that bill quite nicely. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause. I'll go show you which two that I like today.
Hey, Bob. Bob, when you get done visiting with him, you can talk about that bull. Go ahead, my friend.
Well, I was waiting on the shorthorns, doggone it.
I thought maybe he was trying to talk you into putting him first.
I asked him if he wanted first or second, and he told me to go second. I thought that would be kind of a new precedence, but really a nice bull that we've got here. Bull's got a lot of body to him, a lot of natural width and dimension down that skeleton. A bull that gets about the ring pretty free and easy. We could lengthen him out through the front end a little bit, but here's a good breeding bull that's got a lot of things to offer.
Selected as your division junior calf champion division is entry 113 CF V8 Mona Lisa Smile 526, shown by John Reeser, Wildwood, Georgia. And your reserve junior calf champion is entry 142, Soul Beautiful Bow, 5035, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Congratulations to both of you.
Again, just another single entry here in our SimAngus Bull Show, and again, though, another one that could have stood a tremendous amount of competition. A bull that, when you're talking about a SimAngus bull, just exemplifies a lot of quality. You get off to the side of this one, you just love his build and design. A bull that's long and elegant, so level down at his top. And whenever you get him out and travels, he's so sound in his way he gets it and goes. Bull that I love his bone and foot size. Really high quality bull here for this particular exhibitor. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Justin. Placing first in Class 47 is entry 295, GCC CM Stockbroker B005, shown by Griswold Cattle Company, Stillwater, Oklahoma, Circle M Farms, Rockwall, Texas. Entering our SimAngus ring now is Class 48. Class 48, Junior Yearling Bulls. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division 4 champion and reserve champion bull. Once again in the Red Angus barn, Red Angus exhibitors, we will begin the Red Angus show at 1:30. Red Angus exhibitors, we will promptly start the Red Angus show at 1:30. Shorthorn exhibitors, we're ready to move along. Class 49, winter heifer calves. Let's bring in our Class 49 winter heifer calves. Shorthorn exhibitors, please have Class 50 and 51 in the makeup ring, please. Let's bring Class 50 and 51 to the makeup ring, please, immediately. Thank you.
Good trio of bulls here and your senior yearling bulls. One that leads off, the Baldy, I guess for us, he's just the combination bull of the group. Beginning at the ground, he takes the most ground-reaching stride of the group. He's a big rib kind of a bull that's awfully smooth in terms of his pattern and square about his hip. He's a bull that offers a tremendous amount of length of body and weight per day of age. I guess for us, when we go to criticize him, maybe when we get in behind him and compare him to the duo that follows, one that could maybe just have a bit more oomph in terms of just sheer width and power and shape, muscularity-wise, compared to those two that follow, but a bull that's just awfully complete in his kind. The bull that comes next, he's one on the standstill, is probably one of the more intriguing bulls in the lineup. He has some length and extension and some levelness to him when he gets stopped. He's really a big bone, big-footed kind of an individual as well. It's for us when we set him into motion. He wants to rise in the center of his back, and I know part of it he's wanting to fight the halter, but one I'd like to make him just a bit more settled in terms of his top line. When you get behind him, he wants to plant those rear two just a bit more wide and on the outside of his skeleton than ideal. The Baldy that finishes out the group here is really a powerfully constructed kind of a bull, big-boned and big-footed and extra wide and pulled apart from behind. He's one we'd just like to structurally change. You study him when on the go. He wants to labor a bit about his shoulder, and when on the standstill, we could pick him up in his spine and the way he ties into the backside of his scapula, level him up out of his hip just a shade as well. Really good trio of bulls, really useful, really powerful kind of individuals. Congratulations to each.
Thank you, Jeff. Now comments in our Shorthorn ring from our judge, Mr. Josh Taylor.
Well, we're going to start off our winter heifer calf division with a young man's December roan heifer here. That's one that is exceptionally big-bodied and big top. When you study her, get it right around behind her, she really opens up quite nicely in through that center rib and out of her hip. I think she's one that you really have to appreciate through that front 1/3 and the suppleness and the length and the look that she gives us through that head and neck. It's so much refinement up there, and yet so much power from there on back is just really a unique attribute and a unique design to that female from top to bottom.
Thank you, Josh. Placing first in class 49. Winter heifer calves is entry 161, CVF Lady Demi 123B, shown by Aiden Rabb, Markle, Indiana. Now entering our Shorthorn ring is class 50 winter heifer calves. Please be bringing class 51 and 52 senior heifer calves to the make-up area now. Thank you. In our SimAngus ring, we are selecting our Division 4 champion and reserve champion bull. Placings in class 48. First in class 48 was entry 300 STCC Womack 4042, shown by Trinopole Farms and Lawson Farms, Middletown, Indiana. Second was entry 297 CNN Moving Up 403B, shown by Hudson Pines Farm, Sleepy Hollow, New York. And third was entry 299 GLS Breakout B56, shown by Harker Simmentals, Hope, Indiana.
Here in this division in our SimAngus Bull Show, I know our numbers have been small, but that's typical for a bull show. You don't often get a lot of numbers, but the quality has been good. The bulls you guys brought out have been ones that are certainly be worthy of looking at and worthy of using. I think when we look at these three class winners here, the bull on the end that was just a single entry, as we talked about him in class, he's really long-hipped, he's long-bodied, and he's smooth-made, and he gets about the ring pretty free and easy. A bull that's got some extension up through the front end, and he's quite adequate in terms of weight per day of age. The next bull was also a single entry bull that just really intrigues you, as Justin said, is just so big-footed and really walks around the ring like a cat, got some extension out through the front end. Really long-bodied, soft through that center 1/3, really level from hooks to pins. And as Jeff just described, the last class winner, a bull that's similar to that in terms of length of spine, squareness of hip, agileness about getting about the ring, and some length of front end. We've got our mind made up. Hopefully you have too. We'll pick your division champion and reserve. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Selected as your Division 4 champion, SimAngus Bull is entry 295, GCC CM Stockbroker B005, shown by Griswold Cattle Company, Stillwater, Oklahoma, Circle M Farms, Rockwall, Texas. And your reserve division champion is entry 300, STCC Womack 4042, shown by Trenopole Farms and Lawson Farms, Middletown, Indiana. Congratulations to you two. Entering the ring now is Class 51. Class 51 2-year-old bulls. We have a single entry, and then we will be selecting our grand and reserve grand bull. Please bring all of our divisional champions to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you.
Back over here on our SimAngus Bull Show, again, another single entry, again, another just powerful, rugged bull. Definitely has just a lot of meat animal shape in him. Bull that's super big, ribbed, well-balanced, high-quality bull. Let's give this exhibitor a round of applause.
Winning that class and our Division 5 champion is entry 303. Hall's Confidence A30, shown by Hillbrands Cattle Company, Clara City, Minnesota. Folks, we're ready for our grand and reserve grand champion, SimAngus Bull. Let's bring those divisional winners into the ring, please. Hannah Banana. Do we have a premier breeder and premier exhibitor in this? You gonna give them to me? Or don't you know them yet? You probably don't know them yet, do you? It'll depend. Oh. I gotta wait for it.
Well, over on our shorthorn side, we've got this second class in this fall winter heifer calf division out here, and we've got a pair of heifers up here in this red heifer and the white heifer in second. Total opposite ends of the spectrum. I think we've got one here in the red heifer that is molded inside the box more so, if you will. I think she's one that, from a balance and symmetry standpoint, really comes together in more of a complete, smoother made package from end to end. She's square down her top. She's square out of her hip. She's truer in her spine. I think she's fuller in those transition segments because she fits together so much better. Albeit we don't have the power and the performance that we see in this heifer in second, I think there's plenty enough shape, there's plenty enough width, and plenty enough performance in that one for the stage and the maturation cycle that she's in. This young lady's white heifer, there's no denying that we see that extra bit of growth. We see that extra bit of performance and weight per day of age in this one. And you certainly have to appreciate that about her. Along with that, however, she gets a little uncoordinated and a little out of balance in the way that everything's pieced together today. She wants to roll up ever so slightly in the center part of her loin. She wants to come back and be rougher out of that tail head. That tail head wants to start clear up by that hook bone. We need to set her down square. See her fill full out between those hooks and pins with a little more shape and a little more smoothness, and ideally balance her out of that rear 1/3, as well as correcting her from that hawk all the way down to the ground. Then the young lady's heifer that comes into the third spot really fits together with our class winner in terms of that type and kind and size and shape. Just doesn't have enough natural power and dimension of muscling when we view her against the two that stand above her. And then a pair of heifers that come out into the fourth and fifth spots that females that really match up quite nicely, not only from a coloring standpoint, but from that body shape and body size design as well. I think they're just females that get a little shallower body, don't have quite the natural rib shape and dimension from end to end to get them up any higher, but are very functional and useful in their type and kind.
In Class 50, winner heifer 5, shown by Miller Smith, Pendleton, Indiana. Second is entry 163, MM Darlene, MSC 132B, shown by Clayton Poppy, Jerseyville, Illinois. Third, entry 165, shown by Sheridan Hank, Aledo, Illinois. Fourth, entry 166, shown by Hayden Corville, Bubonius, Illinois. And fifth is entry 167, shown by Rachel Drum, Winchester, Kentucky. Entering the ring now is Class 51 Senior Shorthorn Heifer Calves. Class 51 is in the ring. I need Class 52 to the makeup ring and Class 53 Senior Heifer Calves, Class 52 and 53 to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you. Before our judges place our grand champion SimAngus bull in our SimAngus show, and they'll be back again tomorrow, but I'd like to once again introduce our lead judge, Mr. Bob Adcock from Moweaqua, Illinois, his son Justin Adcock, and his future son-in-law Jeff Jackson for placing all of our SimAngus cattle today. Let's put our hands together for this great team of judges that have done a great job moving the show along and selecting our champions today. Thank you, guys.
Well, to finish up here in your SimAngus Bull Show, a really outstanding lineup from top to bottom, all your division winners, plenty happy with. We were talking there in the group and just talking about how useful all these 5 that are out here, and actually all 10, including them reserves on the, or I guess it'd be 9 there on the other side, just how useful all these cattle are. So sound and functional in the way they're built, and so many good things that they bring to the industry, whether they're bulls that add structural integrity or volume or still adding power. All these bulls can sure bring something to the industry, and as a whole, just a really uniform, really good lineup. Not going to go through and talk each one individually, get moved along here with the show. My hat's off to all you guys as Simmental and SimAngus breeders that stand out here on the side and in the stands and in the back. Tremendous show in our eyes. And before I hang up the microphone, just like to say thanks to each and every one of you that has us trio of judges out here to sort through these. It's sure an honor and sure a privilege to do that. And we'll go out and select your champion Sim and SimAngus bulls here. If you guys would, let's give all of your Simmental exhibitors a round of applause. I'll go grab you guys a couple champions.
Selected as your grand champion bull is entry 295, GCC CM Stockbroker B005, shown by Griswold Cattle Company, Stillwater, Oklahoma, and Circle M Farms, Rockwall, Texas. And selected as your reserve grand champion SimAngus bull, entry 303, Hall's Confidence A30, shown by Hillbrands Cattle Company, Clara City, Minnesota. Okay, what about folks? That concludes our SimAngus show for today. We will see you at 8 o'clock sharp right here in Freedom Hall for our Purebred Simmental show tomorrow morning. Josh.
Over here on the Shorthorn side of the ring, this next class in this winter heifer division, I think we've got a heifer up here in the top end of this trio that is exceptional in the way that she's designed. I like this one quite a bit. This is one that really balances completely from end to end for me, and exceptionally well-made, smooth designed female. Got enough shape, she's got enough dimension. You look at the rib shape, she's definitely got enough capacity and volume from end to end. And then she gets out and she travels, and the young man really lets her have her head, and this little heifer calf really gets out and strides exceptionally well. I love the angularity all the way down to the ground, the softness to her joints, the softness to her pasterns off of both ends. Just an exceptionally well-balanced and very well exhibited female there to go out and win this class. Young ladies heifer here that comes and rounds the corner here in the second spot is one that's got some shape and dimension. She's probably just a nickel higher volume than the heifer that goes out in front of her, but along with that, she's a little coarser out of her front 1/3, maybe doesn't have quite the length of stride and the reach out of that front 1/3 that you see the class winning female, but very high volumed, got a lot of internal capacity from end to end, just maybe need to refine her ever so slightly, give her a little more look, a little more eye appeal, and show ring presence to get up there and run with that heifer that wins the class. The young man's heifer that rounds out that set of 3 there is one that just gives up too much power and performance today, just not near enough volume and capacity from end to end to run with those 2 in front of her.
Thank you, Josh. Placing first in Class 51, Senior Heifer Calves, was entry 171. CYT Destiny's Best, 4205, shown by Dalton Shanks, Colfax, Iowa. Second is entry 172, CFV8 Mona Modoc, 4135S, shown by Haley Jester, Moreland, Indiana. And third is entry 175, shown by West Courthouse, Smithfield, Kentucky. Entering the ring now is Class 52 Shorthorn Senior Heifer Calves. Shorthorn exhibitors, please be getting Class 53 Shorthorn Senior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring. Class 53 Shorthorn Senior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please. Following Class 53, we will be selecting our Senior Calf Champion. Attention in the Simmental barn. Your premier breeder for this year's SimAngus Show is Hudson Pines Farms, Sleepy Hollow, New York. And your premier exhibitor has been a tie. There's been a tie in your premier exhibitor between Circle M Farms, Rockwall, Texas, and Hudson Pines Farms, Sleepy Hollow, New York. You'll each be receiving a banner. Good.
over here on the Shorthorn side of the ring. Another good set of these winter heifer calves, these falls, if you will. I think we're into Octobers now, or maybe late December or September's. But we've got a couple of red heifers up here in first and second that I think from a body type standpoint really come together and really fit the bill for me quite nicely. Young lady's heifer here is going to come to the forefront of that pair because of how sound she is when you set her into motion. She's so good all the way to the ground. She stays true in her spine. She's got enough flex from that stifle down in through her hock. She's really, really good in terms of that angulation through that shoulder. The heifer in second gets more upright from point to point. This heifer that wins the class has got all the length and reach and extension out of that off of those front two, and then when she plants, she really wants to pull herself together with some authority and pull and propel herself forward. And you have to appreciate the balance and the eye appeal that she adds with that extra shot of structural soundness and correctness, and really for me comes to the forefront of the class quite handily. And then we talked about this red heifer. Gets more upright through that front end. We need to see her laid back at the top part of her scapula, see her relaxed at the knee when we set her into motion, and let her and afford her a little more reach and a little more extension off of those front two. I think aside from that point, you work your way back. I like the body depth and I like the uniformity and the sweep to that underline. Maybe not quite pieced together with as much authority all the way down to the ground as what we had in that class winner. Then the heifer that comes out into the third spot, this roan heifer, tremendously deep rib in her appearance. There's a lot of hair down there, done a lot of work to add that extra amount of body depth and uniformity to that depth of body. And I think along with that, we need to add a little more structural correctness off of those rear two. She doesn't want to have quite the flex, quite the authority off back there when we set her into motion. Doesn't have quite the strength and stability down her top line as well. Then the young man's roan heifer that's going to round out that set of four just gets a little overwhelmed in terms of power and performance. Not quite the amount of shape and internal dimension that we need to see to get her up any higher, and that's very evident when we look at the weight card and what she brings to the table from that advantage today.
Placing first in Class 52 Senior Heifer Calves is entry 187, CYT Magical Max Rosa, shown by Jennifer Bedwell, Isabella, Oklahoma. Second, entry 185, CF Lucky Charm 4127 WAC, shown by Carter Wickard, Wilkinson, Indiana. Third, entry 179, BFC Everly Rose 926, shown by Aaron Burgee, Carthage, Indiana. And fourth, entry 182, shown by Kyle Weiner, Madison, Indiana. Entering the ring now is Class 53 Shorthorn Senior Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Senior Heifer Calf Champion. Shorthorn exhibitors, I need Class 57 and 58 late spring yearling females to the makeup ring, please. Class 57 and 58 late spring yearling females to the makeup ring. Thank you.
This is the last class in this fall division of these shorthorn females, and I think an exceptional one up here at the top end of the class. I think there's one that is pieced together extremely well. I think she's presented exceptional out here within this class. They've done all the right things to align all the parts and pieces exceptionally well in this one. I love the squareness from hooks to pins. I love the sturdiness in her structure when you get her out here and you watch her travel off of those rear two. Maybe wants to bust up ever so slightly at the top part of that shoulder blade when she gets into motion. I think when you study her out of her chest floor, maybe pushes out just a little bit more at the top side of that chest floor as it ties down into that brisket than some of them out here. But one that is just pieced together beautifully from end to end and top to bottom. The white heifer that comes next is one that really rivals and complements our class winner in terms of that frame size and elongation to those vertical bones. She's one that maybe doesn't have quite the length off of each side of her spine to get up there and run with that heifer that wins the class, and along with that maybe not quite as true in terms of her structural stability when we watch her on the move. Young ladies heifer here in the third spot is one that is really one that you have to appreciate from a functionality standpoint. You look at this heifer; she's more moderate in her frame size. She's shorter in her width and her length from end to end. But along with that, everything's proportioned correctly. You like the turn to her rib. You like the shape down her top and out of her hip. Just need to see more of her today. Just more size and scale and mass and constitution to get her up there and run with those two that go out ahead of her. As we can say the same thing as the heifer that goes out into the fourth spot. Just gives up too much power and performance today. Good in terms of her feet and legs. Got some functional aspects to her build, especially through that center 1/3. Just need to see more of her today. We got plenty of heifer in the young ladies heifer that runs and rounds out the class. Really a wide-sprung, open-ended type of a female. Gets plainer in her makeup, more subdued in her eye appeal to get her up any higher today. But excellent, excellent females from top to bottom.
Placing first in Class 53, Senior Heifer Calves is entry 188. Soul Crystal Swan, shown by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. Second entry 504, Oler Karma, shown by Oler Farm, Economy, Indiana. Third entry 194, shown by Danielle Sedan, Bad Axe, Michigan. Fourth entry 190, shown by Rachel Drum, Winchester, Kentucky. And fifth entry 193, shown by Bailey Kleiss, New London, Missouri. We now will be selecting our senior heifer calf champion. Shorthorn exhibitors, please bring Class 57 and 58 late spring yearling females to the makeup ring. Class 57 and 58 Shorthorn late spring yearling females to the makeup ring, please.
Well, as we work our way in through this fall division, we're getting ready to jump into these yearlings. We haven't decreased quality as we get into these fall heifers. Typically, we'll see that when we work our way through all those spring calves, we'll jump into these falls and we'll see a decrease in numbers. And, there's only going to be a handful of good ones. And I think we've really set the bar high within this division. We've got 5 outstanding class winners out here in respective seconds as well. I think the quality hasn't diminished one bit. We can see a lot of these heifers out here and the good that they bring to the table in terms of the quality parts and the quality pieces that they exhibit is just exceptional. I think from one end to the other, you can find a lot of good things to say about all of them. I think it comes down to a set of 3 for me and vying for this champion and reserve out here. I think there's some subtle differences between a couple of them. I really, really liked them when they came out in class. I think they're exceptional when we get them out here within this lineup as well. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause. I'll go show you which 2 those are.
Selected as your senior heifer calf champion is entry 188, Soul Crystal Swan, shown by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. And selected as your reserve senior champion, calf champion, entry 171, CYT Destiny's Best 4205, shown by Dalton Shanks, Colfax, Iowa. Congratulations to both David and to Dalton. Our next class in the ring is Class 57, late spring yearling females. Let's bring our Class 57 females into the ring. Class 58 and 59, late spring yearling females. Let's have Class 58 and 59 to the make-up ring, please. Shorthorn, Classes 58 and 59. We need those to the make-up ring, please.
Hey, what time does the Red Angus start?
A nice pair of females over here on the Shorthorn side of the ring to start off our yearling divisions here. I think a young lady solid red heifer here at the top end of this duo that's just smoother made. She's got more strength down her top. She's got more balance and symmetry to her lines as well. She's one that is really open-ended and thick-ended off of both ends of her skeleton. She's one that just transmits a tremendous amount of power all the way down to the ground and moves out with enough length of stride and enough flexibility off of both ends to certainly warrant a first-place ribbon. Then we come into this heifer in second. It is one that, like we talked about, maybe that's not quite as smooth made in her outline. Just gets a little rougher about that shoulder blade. Doesn't come off with enough smoothness into that forerib when we see it transition on back. And she's one that wants to labor ever so slightly off of those rear two. Doesn't move out with enough authority and enough ease off of those rear wheels as we set her into motion.
Placing first in Class 57 late spring yearling females is entry 200 DJS Robin C426, shown by Megan Dragstrom, Amboy, Indiana. Second, entry 198 Soul TSF Dream Ladies ET, shown by Sarah Moore, Jerseyville, Illinois. Entering the ring now is Class 58 late spring yearling females. We need Class 59 late spring yearling females to the makeup ring. Following Class 59, we will be selecting our intermediate champion female. Attention in the Shorthorn Barn, we need entry 505 from Adrian Trenopole. Entry 505 for Class 59, late spring yearling females. Please bring your female to get weighed.
Lots of talking points in this class. A lot of differences in type and kind out here, a lot of subtle similarities. I think more importantly, though, we get the one that's the soundest one up here at the top end of this class. I think she's the most structurally correct heifer out here in terms of her feet and leg design. And you watch her travel, she stays truer all the way down to the ground and square off of both ends and any of the other females out here. And then couples that with enough look and enough balance and enough eye appeal, especially out of that front 1/3. She gives us the best look, the most refined and feminine look out of that head and neck, and then explodes back into a very muscular yet refined a package that's still powerful yet still looks like a female. I think that's just a pretty neat individual there to start off this class. And then a big-bodied, broody-made, very maternal-oriented type of a female here that comes down to the second spot. I draw major issue with this heifer when we get right around behind her and watch her travel away from us. She wants to cave in at those rear underpinnings, doesn't have enough spread all the way down to the ground, really wants to deviate in that hock joint. And I think that's due to the fact she just doesn't have quite the natural shape and dimension of muscle wrapped around that stifle to give her the strength, the stability that she needs out of that hock all the way down to the ground. I kind of snuck this white heifer here into the third spot. Young man's did an outstanding job out here. He's fought hard. He didn't give up, and he got her to look the part out here right there towards the end. And I think there's one that if we could fix her structurally from that stifle down to the ground, from the bottom portion of that shoulder blade on down to the ground, especially through that knee, there's one that can rival that class winner in terms of look and balance and eye appeal. Just a little difference in her type and kind today, I think, in relationship to that length of side that we see. We could see a little more sweep and a little more natural dimension to that underline as we analyze her against the ones on either side of her. The big-bodied heifer that goes out next is one that really rivals that second-place heifer in terms of that sheer dimension and internal volume through her center. I really love the spring of rib and the maternal look that she gives us in that sweep to her underline. She, too, could use a little more smoothness to her overall makeup, maybe some more refinement out of her front 1/3, but I think more importantly, we need to see her move a little freer and a little easier off of both ends. The heifers that come next in the lineup are females that are structurally good in terms of their feet and leg design, give up some natural muscle shape and dimension from end to end. The heifer that goes out, rounds out the class, just gives up too much weight per day for age and power and performance today to get up any higher.
Placings from Class 58, late spring yearling females. First entry 210, PHMF RSF Max Rosa 407, shown by Anna Parnell, Stanton, Alabama. Second, entry 209, Colt Bright Image 8B, shown by Renee Locke, Avon, Illinois. Third, entry 211, Miss Pearl Jane, shown by Jacob Scheffler, Fortville, Indiana. Fourth, entry 204, shown by Erica Harrell, Roseville, Illinois. Fifth, entry 202, shown by Molly Williams, Gamaliel, Kentucky. And sixth is entry 203, shown by Stetson Kleiss, New London, Missouri. Entering the ring now is Class 59, late spring yearling females. Following this class, we will be selecting our intermediate champion female. Class 62, early spring yearling females, please make your way to the makeup ring. Class 62, early spring yearling females, to the makeup ring, please.
building just between 1 and 2, and we figured we'd get right there at the beginning of the Grand Heifer Drive.
Attention in the Shorthorn barn, we need entries 228 and 232. Class 62, early spring yearling females. Class 228 from Sarah Sullivan. Entry 232 from Shaylee Conrad. Please bring your females to the weigh scales. They are open. Let's get those Class 63 early spring yearling females down here too, folks. Let's bring Class 62 and 63 to the makeup ring, please.
Well, I'm going to keep a couple pair of cattle here up here in the first and second spots in this class that match up for me. I think in terms of their phenotype and the way that they're designed, the way that they're built from end to end and from top to bottom. Though I like this heifer up here in the top spot of the class. I think from a structural standpoint, she shows us more flexibility off of both ends. She's really, really good from her knee all the way down to the ground. That's where she has a decided advantage over the rest of the class, is how she gets out and she travels, and the comfortability and the smoothness to which she can get out and she can travel. Is she the most explosive in terms of muscle shape and muscle pattern out here within the class? Absolutely not. I think she's got plenty to her down her top and out of her hip. You look at her weight per day of age, I think she falls right in line with where she needs to be for this stage in her maturity cycle. I think she's got plenty of shape, plenty of depth of body and substance and mass from end to end. Just a unique female there to go out into that first spot. Chose this heifer to come up into the second spot because she rivals and she complements our class winner in terms of that type and kind and the design to her build. She gets to laboring out here as she gets out and travels. I think we could free her up, see her have a little more reach and a little more fluidness when we set her into motion. Maybe give her a little more flex and bow off of both ends of her spine to afford her that luxury. But I think there's one that's got some shape and got some dimension. Love the squareness out of her hip. Just need to see her move a little freer and easier today. I think here's one that's got some fluidness to her movement. I think she also gets a little rougher about the bottom side of that shoulder blade. She doesn't have quite the flexibility to that knee as we watch her travel. We need to set that knee back up underneath of her when she plants and when she cushions. Not quite enough shock absorbing nature to the way that joint's constructed to really make me feel comfortable. But I like the frame size. I like the extension of that heifer. That's a typical spot in the lineup where you either got to use that one to win the class or you need to put her in third behind that pair of cattle in front. I'm going to choose to put her in that third spot today. Then we come into a pair of heifers here in the fourth and fifth spots. They got some functional aspects to their build. The young lady's heifer that goes out next is one maybe gets a little plainer in her makeup, a little rougher in her outline compared to the three in front of her. I think the heifer that rounds out the class, if we could lean her up in terms of her conditioning, especially down that top and out through those pones, I think there's one that's got some frame and got some extension and got some functional aspects from end to end.
Placing first, class 59, late spring young females, goes to entry 212. Colt RGLC Pinky the Rude 940. ET shown by Kane Agater, Seward, Nebraska. Second, entry 219, SS Myrtle Bow Monday, ET shown by Kane Agater, Seward, Nebraska. Third, entry 218, shown by Joshua Delfino, Hoopeston, Illinois. Fourth, entry 505, shown by Adrian Trenopole, Middletown, Indiana. And fifth, entry 217, shown by John Allen, Saxonburg, Pennsylvania. Entering the ring now, we will be selecting our intermediate champion female. Please bring Class 62 and 63 Shorthorn Early Spring Yearling females to the makeup ring.
Well, not the numbers here in this late spring division. We get these May and June heifers out here. Heifers that really, they've just came out of that late yearling growth spurt, and they've worked their way into becoming those big breds as they get heavier in calf through the winter and into the early spring. And hopefully they're all going to lay down and go into production here starting about March on through June. And I think when you start to look at these females out here, you really have to like the phenotype and what they bring to the table in terms of rib shape and dimension and power, and yet they still look like females. They still look like heifers and out here, and they're at that stage of the game where they should look fresh. They still should look youthful and yet be powered up because they came out of that late yearling growth phase. And I think we've got a couple out here that certainly excel in those aspects. I think it comes down to some nitpicky stuff for me when we get into this championship and into the reserve title as well. We're going to start knocking them pretty hard as we get into these older classes on some of that structural soundness and structural base like we talked about in those calves. Not that it's not important in calves, but it becomes really evident and really easy to see once we get them up here into the higher weight ranges. So let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause in this division. I'll go out there and I'll select your champion and reserve.
Selected as your intermediate champion female is entry 212, Colt RGLC Pinky the Roo 940 ET, shown by Kane Agater, Seward, Nebraska. Congratulations, Kane. And selected as your reserve intermediate champion female is entry 219, SS Myrtle Bow Monday ET, also shown by Kane Agater, Seward, Nebraska. We now will be moving into our junior division of our female show. Let's bring Class 62 early spring yearling females into the ring. Class 62 early spring yearling shorthorn females. Shorthorn exhibitors, I need Class 63 early spring yearling females to the makeup ring. Class 63 early spring yearling shorthorn females to the makeup ring, please. Red Angus exhibitors, we will begin your show in 5 minutes.
Well, we work our way into this first class in this junior division of these bred heifers, and I think an awful nice one to come to the top of this class, and she gets up here quite easily. I think from a smoothness standpoint, she certainly excels in the way that she's designed, the way that she's laid in about her shoulder, about the top side of her skeleton is really, really good as well. She's one that gets out and travels extremely well off of both ends, very fluid, very long, and very extended in terms of that stride and that reach off of both ends. Just an excellent female there to start off this class. I think the young lady's solid colored heifer here that's going to come next really rivals that class winner in terms of that strength of top and the stoutness to her top shape that she shows us in terms of that turn to her loin edge and how that muscling extends back in through that hip from hook to pin. I think there's one that maybe gets a little pinched in that loin as she gets out and she travels. Not quite enough flex off of both ends of that spine, not enough bow to afford her enough reach and enough flexibility to really rival that class winner. And then the young man's heifer that comes around here in third. Big-bodied, deep-bodied type of a female. Pushes out a little brisket, gets a little waistier about that lower 1/3, especially through that chest floor. I think more importantly, you study her down her top. She's got plenty of bark down that top and out through that pone set as well. But I love the body shape and the dimension and the capacity that she shows us from end to end. The young lady's heifer here that's going to round out this set of four in this roan heifer calf. One has got some length and some extension, some feminine look, and some eye appeal. Just gives up way too much power and performance today to get up any higher. Let's give them all a nice round of applause, if you would.
Placing first in Class 62, early spring yearling shorthorn females was entry 228. CYT Max Rosa Chrome 411, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second, entry 230. CYT Max Rosa 4116, shown by Allison Dragstrom, Amboy, Indiana. Third, entry 223, shown by Braden Gabrielson, Belmont, Iowa. And fourth is entry 232, shown by Shaylee Conrad, Dover, Florida. Entering the ring now is Class 63, early spring yearling shorthorn females. Please bring Class 64, shorthorn early spring yearling females to the makeup ring. Shorthorn exhibitors, please bring Class 64, early spring yearling females to the makeup ring. Red Angus exhibitors, if you're ready, we are. Year and a half. Good. They hired. Okay. Are they? Red Angus exhibitors, let's bring Class 1 May heifer calves into the ring. As we begin our Red Angus show today, it is my pleasure to introduce our judge for today, Mr. Tyler Dewey from Miami, Oklahoma. Tyler received his associate's degree at Eastern Oklahoma State Junior College, went on to Texas A&M at Commerce, Texas to receive his bachelor's degree, and received his master's at University of Arizona while coaching their judging team. Tyler is currently a sales rep for Elanco Animal Health. He previously has coached the judging team at NEO, Northeast Oklahoma State in Miami. He and his wife, Katie, have been married for 3.5 years and have a year-old daughter, Elsie Jane. Let's put our hands together and give Mr. Tyler Dewey from Miami, Oklahoma, a warm Kentucky welcome to the North American. Entering the class now is our May heifer calves, Class 1, Red Angus May heifer calves.
Well, we got an interesting set of these junior yearling females out here. A roan heifer up here at the top end of the class. I think when you study her at the ground, you look at all the flexibility she has, the fluidness to which she gets out and she travels, how comfortable she is off of all four corners. I think there's one that's just exceptionally well built from the ground up, and that's due to the correct size and shape to her foot in accordance with that frame size and with the weight per day of age that she has. She's not as broad and as expansive maybe in her muscle pattern as that heifer that stands right behind her. I think she fits more inside the box in terms of frame size and WDA and overall production value when you look on down the road as when she goes into production, what size and scale she's going to be at. And then you start to study her from the side. She shows us more swoop and more sweep to that underline where she opens up broader and more expansive down in through that lower 1/3, and that's where she has that advantage in those maternal aspects to her build. I like the heifer in second from the side. I like her when the young lady gets her stopped. This is a big heifer. This is a big frame. Don't hold this against her whatsoever. I'm just telling you what I see. I see a big frame, long-sided female that's got a tremendous amount of performance and weight per day of age. If you think that on down the road as she lays down and goes into production, that might be a little more cost ineffective, if you will, to keep her under control and on feed as she lactates, I could certainly understand that. That might be one of the worries that I have with her. But I think more importantly, when we view her compared to that heifer above her, we need to see more sweep to her underline. We need to see more natural rib shape and lower spring to that rib when we get her out here and you look at her and compare maybe to either heifers on either side of her. I like this heifer in the third spot. She's got some sweep to her belly. Also with that, she might get a little coarser out of her front 1/3. She gets a little crestier about that neck. She doesn't tie in quite as smoothly with enough refinement and feminine look out of that front end. Along with that, you work your way back. I think they could have done her just a little more justice if they'd done some things different when they got that heifer ready. She's just a little more terminal in her build and terminal in her look today for me to get her up any higher. Young man's heifer that comes next is one, a tremendous cow prospect right here in the way that she looks and the way that she's built. She just simply got too much conditioning on her for me today. I think if we could clean her up through her chest floor, clean her up about that tail head, slender her down ever so slightly in the way that that fat's laid on there, there's one that can certainly get up into the top pair within this class. Young lady's white-legged heifer that goes next is one that gets a little coarser in her outline, a little rougher about the top side of her body cavity, maybe just doesn't have quite the eye appeal and the overall balance today to get up any higher.
Thank you, Josh. Now for our comments and our Class 1 May heifer calves is our judge for our Red Angus Show, Mr. Tyler Dewey from Miami, Oklahoma.
Thanks, Kent. Really good way to start off our Red Angus Show over here. This heifer that we lead with, just a tremendous amount of quality, kind of overwhelms her counterparts. Plenty of power when you get behind her as well. If we're going to maybe be critical of her, maybe just a nickel upright on her pastern and short steps herself, just a fraction, but a good way to start the show. Not taking anything away from this heifer that's going to be second, still has a tremendous profile, and I like her basic build. She's sound and flexible. But when you get the opportunity to get behind her, she just needs to be opened up all the way through and have more oomph to get around that heifer that wins. Heifer that's going to follow in third, one that's going to be a good brood cow prospect, plenty of depth and fleshability, and she's free and easy moving. For the show ring, we need to change her from a quality and balance perspective, maybe lay that shoulder in a little neater, make her a little cooler fronted. Same thing can be said with the young man's heifer that winds out. She needs to be a little cooler and just needs to have a little more power put on her to be more competitive. Congratulations.
Placing first in Class 63, early spring yearling females in our shorthorn ring. First was entry 238, CF Cumberland 472 RD, shown by Clayton Boyert, Seville, Ohio. Second is entry 237, CYT DSC Max Rosa 4110, shown by Sheridan Fox, Kanawha, Iowa. Third is entry 239, shown by Matthew Hahn, Mononk, Illinois. Fourth, entry 244, shown by Hadley Levain, Woodstock, Ohio. And fifth is entry 245, shown by Taylor Mullenkamp, Salina, Ohio. Entering our ring now in our shorthorn ring is Class 64, early spring yearling females. Following this class, we will be selecting our reserve champion female. Placings in Class 1 May heifer calves in our Red Angus Show. First went to entry 4, TC Tucker's Girl 125C, shown by Tucker Bayer, Ringel, Wisconsin. Second is entry 2, 5004 BMRA, shown by Mitchell Red Angus, Boonville, Indiana. Third, entry 1, AGFM Scarlet, shown by Megan Geiger, Sterling, Illinois. And fourth, entry 5, DNAF Lady Di, shown by DNA Farms, Delphus, Ohio. Entering our Red Angus ring is Class 2, April heifer calves.
Red Angus exhibitors, we need your Class 3 and Class 4 entries to the makeup ring. Red Angus, Class 3 and Class 4, bring those animals to the makeup ring, please. Shorthorn entry 263 out of Class 67, Samantha Van Voris. We need you at the scales. Entry 263 in the Shorthorns, Samantha Van Voris, Bowling Green, Ohio. We need you to the scales, please.
Now comments on our class from our judge, Mr. Josh Taylor.
Awful good pair of females up here in first and second. I think a little bit of difference between the two in terms of style and type and kind. But I think ultimately both of these heifers are super good in terms of their structural correctness. The red heifer, that it just goes out, and she just plants so square off all four corners where you really can't find a hole within this one in terms of her structural base and her structural integrity from end to end. Then she balances up so beautifully from the side. She ties in so strong at the top of her spine in the way that she hooks into her hip and her shoulder blades so correctly, and then she has that power and dimension from her forerib on back, and yet she still looks like a female out through that front 1/3. Just an outstanding individual there to lead off this class, as is this young lady's heifer here in second. I appreciate the extra bone work and the foot size and the stoutness to this one, especially from the ground up. I think there's a heifer that gives you a neat look and a neat outline in relationship to the rest of the class. She's very unique in those aspects. I like the teat size. I like the teat spacing within this one. She gets into production. I think she's going to have an excellent udder floor and udder attachment. Just a beautifully designed female. Nitpicky things separate these two for me. I prefer the design in the heifer that wins the class because she's got just a nickel more extension maybe. I think this roan heifer that goes out doesn't plant quite as securely off of those rear two. She's more than adequate by any means, just maybe not as secure as what we see that heifer that leads off the class. The 1 1/3 that comes around here now is a deep dark red female that's got some length and some extension and some rib shape and boldness to that lower rib as well. I think she's one that gets a little plainer in design, doesn't have quite the balance and eye appeal today to get up any higher. Though I really like the attractiveness in the young man's heifer that comes next. Just need to power her up in her natural muscle shape from end to end to get up any higher. Then we fall into a pair of heifers here and down the line. We got some birth weight issues maybe when we look at them on paper. I think more importantly, we got some females that didn't balance up for me from a muscle to fat ratio standpoint, from a structural base standpoint as well. We could certainly see them more correct as they travel away from us.
Thank you, Josh. Now for comments in our Class 2 April heifer calves in our Red Angus show for our judge, Mr. Tyler Dewey.
Another good class, and I think gets pretty competitive here among a top trio. This heifer that wins, just exceptional in terms of her quality. Love the lines and angles, her shoulder, the sweep to her rib cage, and I think she's certainly acceptable in the amount of power that she has when you get behind her. We compare it relative to some cattle further down the line. She could maybe be a little heavier bone. It could be a nickel square at the ground going away, but I think a good one to tie to win. Still a lot of quality in this female that's second. Love her pose when she stops and shows herself off. Like the shape to her rib cage. Not quite of expansive in terms of her depth when you compare to that heifer that just beat her. And when you watch her go, she wants to stay on that outside toe just a little much. This heifer that's third, probably from the ground up, the power female of that trio. Big-footed and a lot of bone in her, but when we analyze her in terms of her skeleton, gets a little easy there behind her shoulder, a little more open about her shoulder, and then closes up from the hock to the ground, but one you really like in terms of her body and her pin width for sure. Heifer that's going to follow one that's long and extended, and we certainly like that, like her depth and her rib cage, but when we get her moving, she needs to be redesigned structurally. A little tight wound out of those rear two, needs to be a little freer and easier going to have the opportunity to move up. Big performance heifers next, like the growth numbers. She's going to make a great cow and a bull maker for this young lady, but for the show ring, she needs to be a little cooler to look at, needs to be opened up all the way through as well. The following heifer just needs to be changed structurally, a little tie wound, wants to get up in her spine, so free her up there. And the power heifer that drives the one that we end with, huge hip, a lot of muscle in that girl. For a female show, we just need to make her a little better patterned, a little freer moving. Congratulations.
Thank you, Tyler. Placing first in our Class 64 early spring yearling shorthorn females was entry 252, Soul Bose Martha 4104, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second was entry 251, CCR Tina's Girl 3514, shown by Lane Harden, Sibley, Illinois. Third, entry 248, shown by Samantha Schrog, Marion, South Dakota. Fourth, entry 255, shown by Jacob Raper, Chandler, Oklahoma. Fifth, entry 249, shown by Dalton Kennedy, Seaman, Ohio. And sixth is entry 250, shown by West Courthouse, Smithfield, Kentucky. We now will be selecting our junior and reserve junior champion shorthorn females. Class placings in our Class 2 April Red Angus heifer calves. First went to entry 15, SLGN Sheba's Charlie 578C, shown by Solution Genetics, Cushing, Iowa. Second, entry 13, WEBR Scarlet 581, shown by Weber Land and Cattle, Lake Benton, Minnesota. Third, entry 11, shown by Callie Bear, Ringgold, Wisconsin. Fourth, entry 16, shown by Inglewood Farms, Lancaster, Kentucky. Fifth, entry 10, shown by Shady Bottom Red Angus, Crossville, Tennessee. Sixth, entry 14, shown by Greystone Cattle Company, Stockport, Iowa. And seventh is entry 8, shown by Sidney Zender, Stanchfield, Minnesota. Showing now is Class 3A March heifer calves, Class 3A March heifer calves. In our Red Angus ring, Red Angus exhibitors, please bring Class 3B March heifer calves to the makeup ring. Class 3B March heifer calves, Red Angus to the makeup ring, please. $20, 28 must be out too. Attention Shorthorn exhibitors, please bring Class 67 junior yearling females to the makeup ring. Class 64 junior yearling females to the makeup ring, please.
Well, as expected, I think you get into these older, bigger heifers, and the quality really exceeds the expectations of even what you thought. You know, even though this is Louisville, and you know that the Shorthorns are going to come out a guy strong, and because the storied history that the breed has here within this ring, and you know, the importance and the emphasis that the breed puts on this show. And I think we can definitely see that the quality has risen a little bit once we get into this this division of these junior yearlings. We've got 3 class winners and 3 seconds out here that you can take any one of the 6 and build a herd around. These could all be breed changers, herd builders, propel your program into a different direction if you need to, or elevate it to new heights. I think if you start to study these things, not only out here in the ring, but on paper, they're all extremely good, extremely well balanced in their numbers. That's some things that I really haven't altered many placings today, but been keeping them in the back of my mind, and it's just it's amazing how it always works out, that the good cattle are not only good phenotypically and pleasing to the eye, but they're just as good on that piece of paper. And if you just continue to breed good ones, everything's going to work itself out when you're talking about the genotypic side of things. So I'm not going to really talk about these things. There's 2 out here that I think really personally for me fit the type and kind that I really appreciate, the type and kind that I like, the ones, just a couple of them that just really hit me hard when they came out here the first time. And let's give all these exhibitors in this division a nice round of applause. I'll go show you which ones those are.
Selected as your junior champion female is entry 252, Soul Bose Martha 4101, sewn by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Congratulations, Sulla. Sulla. And reserve is entry, what was it? 251, CCR Tina's Girl 3514, shown by Lane Harden, Sibley, Illinois. Congratulations to both Sarah and to Lane. Now comments in our Red Angus ring for our judge, Mr. Tyler Dewey.
Another solid way to start this class, and I sound like a broken record talking about quality, but I think that's the word that kind of exemplifies this female. Really like her build when you get the chance to study her from the outside, and just explodes back into a really tremendous rib cage, and still pretty sound and easy moving when we get her going. So a good way to start here. Heifer that's going to be second, really unique is the way to describe her for me. Really neat in terms of her neck carriage, and really tremendous in terms of her center body and power. I think she's fighting a halter a little bit and not wanting to show perfectly, but she's a little more open about her shoulder and wants to get a little weak and easy right there behind her blade. But I think a heifer that is tremendous value in terms of a breeding piece and her uniqueness she brings to the breed. The heifer that's going to be third, really like her center body and like to watch her when she's standing still. Unfortunately, she's just too upright in that pastern. She needs to be more comfortable to have the opportunity to get above those other two females. Still some quality in this girl that's going to be next, like the style and balance of that heifer. She's just pretty green when we compare to those females in front of her. Needs to be more expansive and more powerful. Then a heifer that winds out the drive, one you like for her depth, the turn to her rib cage, and her fleshability. She needs to be freer and easier going on those rear two, and she could use a shot of cooler front end as well. Congratulations.
Placing first in Class 3A, Red Angus March Heifer Calves was entry 19. 3 Aces TC Fiona 3605, shown by 3 Aces Cattle Company, Clifton, Tennessee. Second was entry 23, ENGD Cruel Girl 5032C, shown by Inglewood Farms, Lancaster, Kentucky. Third, entry 20, shown by Wildcat Creek Ranch, Emporia, Kansas. Fourth, entry 18, shown by TC Reds, Ringel, Wisconsin. And fifth, entry 25, shown by Cowtrax Ranch, Tipton, Iowa. Entering our Red Angus ring now is Class 3B March Heifer Calves. Class 3B March Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Spring Heifer Calf Champion. Attention Red Angus exhibitors, I need Class 6A. Class 6A February Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please. Red Angus exhibitors, I need Class 6A February Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please. Shorthorn exhibitors, I need Class 68 Junior Yearling Females to the makeup ring. Shorthorn, Class 68 Junior Yearling Females to the makeup ring, please. What? I don't know. I met him in Nebraska. They're from Nebraska. They're at the juniors. He come up and start talking to me. I didn't want to act like an idiot.
That's what friend said. She's like, can you find out who
Why just fucking, she just fucking asked him. She just fucking. Why don't she just ask him?
because she is supposed to know who it is, but she doesn't.
Well, hey, just say, Gwen said that something about you. Said, Gwen just said something about you. I said, who's your sister-in-law? Just ask, because you don't know him. You don't know him.
I know, that's why it's weird that
Well,
I asked.
well, that's fine, because you don't know him. Go ahead, introduce yourself. Come on. Come on. Oh.
We're going to start off this next division over here in the Shorthorn side of the ring with a nice class of 4 heifers here. A big, high-performing, high-growth type of a female here that's going to lead off the class. I think she's still one that's got plenty of depth of body and plenty of shape and dimension down her top as well. Pushes out just a little bit of brisket to detract from that balance out of that front 1/3, but one plenty good in terms of that structural correctness and soundness, and you watch her get out and travel for one at that upper reaches of those of that weight range to get out and maneuver herself around the ring like that is quite impressive. Come into a couple of heifers here in 2 and 3. I'm going to sort these on rib shape and body depth and dimension. I think the young lady's darker roan heifer here that goes out in the second spot just shows us more depth to that full rib and sweep to her underline. And along with that, she's a little better balanced in terms of the genotypic values on paper as well. That roan heifer that goes out is really elevated in that birth weight. We need to bring that down on that one right there. But along with that, we need to see a little more sweep to that underline, fill her out through that flank as well. I think there's one that's definitely got some functional aspects to her build. Just got to make her the right way to alleviate some of those genotypic problems. And then that heifer that comes and rounds out this set of 4 is one that gets a little rougher in her outline, not quite the length and extension of stride off of those rear 2. Just need to see more flex and more cushion back there when we watch her on the travel.
Placing first in Class 67 Junior Yearling Females is entry 267, CYT Dream Lady AV 4141, sewn by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second, entry 261, shown by Souls Margie's Million, shown by Gage Hank, Aledo, Illinois. Third, entry 264, shown by Shelby Stevenson, Fortville, Indiana. And fourth, entry 269, shown by Natalie Deersweeter, Camp Point, Illinois. Entering the Shorthorn ring now is Class 68, Junior Yearling Females. Class 68 is in the ring. We need Class 69 to the makeup ring. Class 69 Senior Yearling Females to the makeup ring. Following Class 69, we will be selecting our Senior Champion Female.
We're here on our red side. I think kind of an interesting class. It takes a second to sort through with all the structural differences. This heifer that leads off, though, I think brings the most to the table. She still balances and has some look. Tremendous in terms of her rib cage and plenty of oomph when you get behind her. Sure, we could stretch her out in her front end, and she needs to be just a nickel more flexible right there at her ankle. But I think one that sorts up pretty quick here for me. This girl is going to be second when we get her posed up. She has as much look as anything. When you get her going, she wants to come apart at her loin just a hair and wants to open up front and go east and west a little bit. So redesign her in her shoulder, get her toe and her head straighter, and fix her in her loin to make her a little more competitive with that heifer that wins. This heifer that's going to be third has a lot of quality to her. She's quite a bit greener than those heifers in front of her, like her basic build, like her style. She's closed up a little bit in her forerib, and she needs to be freed up in the way that she handles her haka hair. Also wants to close up there at her base when she goes away, but a heifer that still has some solid pieces. Female that's going to follow, just tremendous in terms of her rib cage, really open all the way through, a lot of power and mass from behind. Heifer that just needs to be redesigned in terms of her skeleton. She needs to be freed up off either end, and she needs a shot more look as well. Same can be said for the heifer that follows, just a good solid basic power cow. She's got the fundamentals. She just needs to be a little cooler. The heifer that winds out the class, one, you like her angles and her femininity. She's just a little behind in terms of growth and development, a little too green to get around those in front of her.
Thank you, Tyler. Placing first in Class 3B March Heifer Calves, entry 29 WCR CETA 55085C, shown by Cowtrax Ranch, Tipton, Iowa. Second is entry 35 Damar Mimi WO85C 237, shown by Kip Wallace, Emerald, Wisconsin. Third, entry 31, shown by Weber Land and Cattle, Lake Benton, Minnesota. Fourth, entry 32, shown by Sidney Zender, Stanchfield, Minnesota. Fifth, entry 36, shown by Luke Pladson, Harpers Ferry, Iowa. And sixth is entry 37, shown by Justin Slaybaugh, Goshen, Indiana. We now will be selecting our spring heifer calf champion in our Red Angus ring. Please bring all of our first and second places into the ring at this time from our previous classes.
I hope this is an indicator of the quality. We're going to get to go through the rest of the afternoon. Just a tremendous division here. I think a tremendous amount of value and good in each one of these females. No need to go through them in total depth here. We've talked them already, but just briefly, this heifer calf out of that first class, tremendous in terms of her look and her style and her quality, and heifer that's got plenty to her, I think. If we're going to be just nitpicky, needs to be freed up on those rear wheels of hair, and she wants to hawk in a nickel, but I think one that's awfully good. Heifer out of that second class, just sheer quality and style and femininity and complete, I guess, is the word that hits her. Maybe a little frailer, and with that, she probably gets overpowered by some other females out here, maybe not as expansive in terms of her dimension, but certainly useful in her kind. Heifer out of the third class, I think one that's got a great build. Love how clean-chested she is. Love her neck carriage and her body and her dimension. Sure, her shoulder could maybe lay in a touch flatter, but I think that's being pretty critical of a nice heifer. Heifer out of the fourth class follows that build. I think she's just as tremendous in terms of her body and her volume and her dimension. Her deal, when we get her going, she's just a nickel upright in her pastern, but I think one that is going to be a lot of fun to drag down the road. So congratulations to all of you. I'll get you a division in reserve.
Well, over here on the Shorthorn side of the ring, I think we've got a challenging class from top to bottom. Lots of things to work through, lots of issues to address, and a lot of talking points amongst the set. I think probably for me, the most fault-free, problem-free type of a female is the one in the solid red heifer here that's going to come to the forefront for me. I think she's one that really balances out quite nicely in terms of frame size and length of body and depth of body. And more importantly, when you get her and set her into motion, she's the most athletic and fluid in her joints and correct in her angulation all the way to the ground. I think she's one that's got plenty of reach, plenty of power, plenty of substance from end to end. Maybe a nickel planer out of that front 1/3, then a couple of heifers out here, but just real cowy in her build, real functional in her engineering in the way that she's designed from end to end and from top to bottom. I think a unique heifer here that comes out in the second spot. She's got some added bone. She's got some added foot size. Along with that, I think she's got a little added shoulder. She's got a little coarseness up there from the top side down. She doesn't hook in quite as correctly in through that chine bone. She's one that when you get up on top of her, she wants to get a little more vertical and through that first and second rib. We don't see enough flex and expansion right behind that shoulder blade, and more importantly, when you get her and you set her into motion, we don't see the fluid track that we have in that class-winning female. Just need to lengthen her out of that rear stride and see her move with a little freer, a little easier gait. Young ladies heifer here that comes into the third spot. This is kind of the problem heifer for me. If you look at this female, you really love the cowiness and the features and the maternal features that she has to that underline. Big expansion in through that center, just a massive amount of capacity and rib shape and volume. I think she's one. We need to correct her out of that front 1/3, especially out of that front knee all the way down to the ground. She wants to come inward from that knee down and twist in. We need to fix that aspect, and that's what puts her down into the third spot today. I think the young man's white-legged heifer that comes next, it really rivals that class winner in terms of those ratios from a length of body standpoint in relation to that frame size and depth of body. I think she's one that really balances up proportionally. She's got some turn and some shape to that center rib, maybe just a little plainer in her muscling, especially in those muscle to fat ratios when we study her down her top and out of her hip for me today. Then the young man's heifer that comes next is a heifer that probably needs to be in a couple of younger divisions. She just gets out horsed, she gets out sized, she gets out scaled today. She comes in weighing under 1,300 pounds, and we've got some heifers in here that are 1,500 pounds. She just simply gets out powered. I don't think that there's anything wrong with the maturity cycle in this heifer, or maybe the female is just not going to get big enough. There's one there that's got some good things to her build. You just wonder if she has enough to her in relationship to the rest of this class. But from a quality standpoint, she certainly gets up a couple of spots off the bottom of the class because of her soundness of structure and her eye balance and her eye appeal. The two heifers that round out the class here are just ones that didn't get out and move correctly enough for me today. We'd like to see a little more power maybe in the young lady's heifer, young man's heifer that goes out. Again, tremendous amount of rib shape, just not enough authority when we set her into motion.
Thank you, Josh. Back in our Red Angus ring, selected as our reserve spring heifer calf champion was entry 29 WCR CETA 5085C, shown by Cowtrax Ranch, Tipton, Iowa. In the ring now in our Red Angus ring is Class 6A. February heifer calves, I need Class 6P. Class 6B Red Angus February heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. Boom. Boom.
This is the last heifer class of the day, and just a single entry here in this senior yearling class. A 2-year-old heifer that's getting ready to go into production probably in the spring. I think one that really opens up into an extremely expansive hip, really muscled up down that top and down to that stifle as well. We'll see how she matches up with our previous class winners for our senior championship. Congratulations to that young lady.
Our single entry in our senior yearling females was entry 298, Waymar VT Red Sable 01, shown by Allison Utag, Grand Ridge, Illinois. We now will be selecting our senior champion female, and then we'll move into our dedications and then our grand champion and reserve grand champion female. Let's bring those senior champion females in, please.
Red Angus, entry number 57 in Class 6B. Kip Wallace, we need you to the scales, please, or to the makeup ring. Kip Wallace, entry number 57, to the ring, please.
So another good class, and I think a lot of differences to evaluate here. So a lot of opinion can be played in here. I think this heifer, no doubt, needs to be changed a little bit in terms of her hip and hind leg, but I love her build from there forward. I think she's the best shouldered, best fronted one, and from there back, she really explodes in terms of her rib cage, like the sweep to her rear rib, plenty of power when you get behind her. And like I said, sure, let's fix her hip and hind leg to make her ideal. This heifer that is going to be next, I'll be honest, it hit me real hard when she got in the ring, but the more she's out here, you certainly have to appreciate what she is. Like her body, I think she's appropriate in the amount of power she has for a female, and she's sound and flexible as she goes. I guess when we compare her up, she's just a little plainer fronted, a little plainer to look at than that heifer that wins. So we want to stretch her out, maybe give her a little shot more power to get around that heifer that wins. Heifer that's going to be third, get a lot of quality, and without a doubt, she's pretty green when we compare her up. But I like her basic build. She's sound and flexible, plenty of bone underneath there. Just needs to be opened up from her hock down and have some more groceries. This heifer that's going to be follow, I think, from her shoulder back, like her depth and her fleshability, her rib shape, and she's plenty sound in terms of her feet and legs. She just gets a little plainer fronted when you compare her to a few of those females in front of her. Stretch her out, make her a little more feminine there to make her ideal. This heifer that follows is one that certainly is more feminine, like her length and extension, but when you get behind her, she's just too flat all the way through. Needs some more power and body to get around those females in front of her. The heifer that runs out the class certainly has that. She's got plenty of power and dimension to her, plenty of mass from the ground up. She just needs to be stretched out, made a shot more attractive to beat those heifers that get around her today. Congratulations.
Thank you, Tyler. Entering the ring now in our Red Angus class is Class 6B February heifer calves. Please bring Class 7 January heifer calves to the make-ready area, please. Now, comments for our judge in our Shorthorn ring, Mr. Josh Taylor.
Well, we get this last division out here. We got our 3 class winners in the 2 seconds back behind them. And again, I think we haven't seen the numbers within this division, but yet we've seen the quality. I think there's a couple of heifers out here for me that really fit together from a type and kind standpoint. They really fit the mold in my mind of what I like to find in some of these females. Some pretty nitpicky things to separate them once again, but you know, at a show of this caliber, that's what it usually comes down to. Let's give all these exhibitors in our last division a nice round of applause, and I'll go show you which ones I like today.
Selected as your senior yearling champion, entry 276, JS Miss Michelle 4J01 ET, shown by James Johnson, Nyack, Illinois. And your reserve senior champion is entry 267, CYT Dream Lady AV 4141, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Folks, if I could have your attention, please. Before we move into our grand champion shorthorn female, it is my pleasure and sort of ironic that I've been asked to announce the North American, because this next gentleman that I'm going to talk about has been a great influence on my life. The first time I ever came to this building, and I think everybody feels the same way when you come into Freedom Hall. When you walk down that ramp, when you come onto these green shavings, when you hear the organ music, when you see this white picket fence, and for me, when I used to hear the golden tones of Mr. Hayden Timmons, I can never repeat what that man did, but I looked up to him as a small child. But the reason this place is the way it is because of one man, John C. Jack Ragsdale. It was his vision to make this event happen. It was his vision to see that this place became something that was special, and it is. Jack has served as the executive chairman of the executive committee of the North American since its inception in 1974. Today he is here sitting behind this backdrop with his wife Ruth, his son David, his daughter-in-law Sherry, and his granddaughter Jackie. Those people have been a huge part of my life, as they have for you. And I please put your hands together again for the man that started this place, and it is what it is today. Jack, thank you. And Red Angus exhibitors, please give me the liberty. We've got a few presentations over here, so I'll rush through this, but we need to honor this man also. Woodside Farms is owned by Bradley and Shirley Eisenmenger of Waynesburg, Pennsylvania. Is one of, if not the oldest, shorthorn herds in the country. Bradley is the 6th generation to breed and show shorthorns. Annie Strauss-Snyder, Bradley's great aunt, is a member of Greene County Farm Women's Association, was tasked with naming farms across the township, and great aunt Annie is credited with choosing the name Woodside Farm. In 1945, Bradley became a junior member of the American Shorthorn Association. As a senior member, he eventually became an ASA board of director for 2 terms and was awarded Builder of the Breed in 1986. Bradley and his Shirley graduated from high school in 1951, were married in 52, and Bradley was in the Army from 53 to 55. After high school and the Army, Bradley purchased the remains of the Leon B. Risser herd from Ephrata, Pennsylvania, and the first animal they bought together was a heifer named Warwick Snow Lady, purchased from Ira Daffin. They had a son, Brett, 8 years after they married. Brett and his daughter, Phelan, are here with Bradley and Shirley today. Brett showed steers and breeding cattle in Harrisburg and at the Pennsylvania Livestock Exposition. For many years, both Bradley and Shirley worked full-time with good-paying jobs off the farm. In 1980, both companies closed within 6 months of each other. Shirley and Bradley lost their jobs. That's when they started the Woodside Farm sale and needed guest consigners to have enough animals to sell. It's been going on strong for 35 years. In the early years, they had about 30 head per sale, but now it's about 55 head. Breeders who consign cattle to the sale have been a huge part of this sales success. They come from Kentucky, Virginia, Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Maine, New York, West Virginia, and Canada. In 1985, Woodside Farm was added to the list of Greene County, Pennsylvania's official century farms. Bradley's great-grandfather, John Strassnyder, made the original farm purchase in 1871, 4 years post-Civil War. Woodside Farm was still going strong, and now another 30 years later, Bradley and his wife Shirley are still in business. They have an accomplished list of champions and memorable animals. In the mid-'80s, Bradley had made a trip to Missouri and bought a bull named Green Ridge Courier and a cow named Green Ridge Rosewood. That year, Courier won in West Virginia and at the American Royal. He was also named National Champion Shorehorn Bull in Denver at the National Western Stock Show. In this last year's 2015 sale, Woodside Farm's second high-selling bull was a direct son of Green Ridge Rosewood, who was 18 years of age when she gave birth to him. A grandson of the same cow was also the high-selling bull. Through the years, Bradley and Shirley have exhibited breeding cattle and feeder steers at countless fairs, exhibitions at the county, state, national, and international levels. Bradley has deep roots in the shorthorn industry through being involved in planning sales and hosting sales at Woodside Farm. He has also been a member of many associations in the industry and local organizations and served as president, director, and on committees for these associations. We are honored to have Bradley here to share his knowledge and experience with us. He and Shirley cherish the friendships they have made in the Shorthorn family over the years. It is an honor to present Bradley and Shirley Eisenmenger as the 2015 North American National Shorthorn Show honoree. Mr. Mike Bennett, Decorah, California, president of the American Shorthorn Association, will present this award to Bradley and Shirley Eisenmenger and family son Brett and granddaughter Phelan. Join with me in congratulating Bradley and Shirley Eisenmenger, this year's honorees.
One of the highlights of my position is I get to be a part of the presentation and be able to participate in honoring folks for our National Shorthorn Show and the National Western. It is truly an honor and a privilege. Last night I got the opportunity to stand around and listen to some of the tales and some of the stories of Bradley and Shirley and the history. The history is tremendous. Saw over 100 years of pictures of shorthorn cattle. We talked about community involvement. And all of this is really a main part of the shorthorn folks, shorthorn breed. It's our heritage, and I think that Bradley and Shirley epitomize that, and this show is very appropriately named to honor them, the Jack Ragsdale, who carries those same kinds of feelings about his heritage and part of this cattle breed. There is a sale, and Kent made mention of it up in Pennsylvania. Sale's been going on for a long time. It's called the Keystone Classic. It's not a Jeff Agater sale or an Alan Sears or Don Cagwin. It's Bradley's sale. And I think that his commitment to the breed and to his community just comes forth, and he is very deserving, Bradley and Shirley, of this honor for the Jack Ragsdale National Shorthorn Show. Congratulations, Bradley.
Appreciate it.
You bet. Shirley.
Okay, in respect of our Red Angus exhibitors, I'm going to have Tyler, once you talk this class real quick, and then we'll present and do our National Queen.
You bet. Congratulations to the honorees on the Shorthorn side. I think a heifer that wins this class pretty straightforward for me. Once again, she comes with an asterisk. We want to change her back leg and make her a little freer and easier going just a little bit. But from a pattern and a profile and style standpoint, she takes the cake there, and then plenty of power and dimension to go with it. So pretty straightforward winner here for me. Young man's heifer that's going to be second, she too needs to be rear designed in her back wheels, but when you get up above that, I think she's good in terms of her rib cage and the dimension she carries. But to get around that female that beats her, she needs to be laid back a little better in her shoulder, just needs an extra notch everywhere. The heifer that's going to be third, one that just has the basics of a solid Red Angus breeding cow, really deep and bold in her rib cage, and she's sound and flexible, but with that, maybe a notch plainer when we compare to those heifers that beat her. Wants to be a little narrower chested, a little narrower when she goes away, but certainly going to be a nice breeding piece for this operation. Young man's heifer that's going to follow, really big-footed, heavy bone, kind of a raw kind of a female, a lot of power in her from the ground up. But with that comes some problems. She wants to come apart and come open right there at her shoulder and behind her blade. Needs to be a little more flexible off either end to get the opportunity to move up. Heifer that's going to follow, she certainly doesn't have a flexibility issue. She's sound as she can be, like her foot and bone and her rib cage, but she just needs to be opened up from a power perspective, a little flat and narrow, and a heifer that's just quite a bit greener compared to her counterparts. Heifer we're going to wind out with another one that's fairly raw in terms of her makeup, a lot of foot and bone in her, but once again, a little more open in her shoulder. Then when you analyze her skeleton, she's just too flat all the way through. Congratulations.
Thank you, Tyler. Please bring in our Class 7 January heifer calves in our Red Angus show. Okay, Shorthorn exhibitors, I know you guys are tired of hearing me talk, and I know everybody's tired, but we have a tradition in our breed of presenting our new National Shorthorn Lassie Queen, and we were going to do this at this time. The National Shorthorn Lassie Association is excited to take a few moments to thank our current National Queens and announce our 2015-16 National Queens for the past 4 days. These three young women have been competing for the National and an alternate National Shorthorn Lassie Queen. First, representing the land of 10,000 lakes, Riley Francis from Fordville, North Dakota, begins the competition for the National Shorthorn Lassie crown this year. Riley is a fifth-generation Shorthorn breeder who is looking forward to an opportunity to represent and promote the Shorthorn breed. Over the years, she has always enjoyed attending the Lassie Tea at Junior Nationals to interact with current queens. The daughter of Jean and Roberta Francis, Riley has been Minnesota's state queen this past year and has also been active in 4-H, FFA, and is entering her senior year of college and attended 13 junior nationals. Next, hailing from the Cornhusker State is Macy Bachanus from Columbus, Nebraska. She is running for the National Shorthorn Lassie crown also. The daughter of Ward, and by the way, happy 53rd birthday, Ward, and Shay Bachanus. Macy's family has been involved in Shorthorns for over 85 years. She is excited about the opportunity to represent the Shorthorn breed and share her love for Shorthorns. For the past year, Macy has represented the state of Nebraska as the Shorthorn Lassie Queen. In addition, she is a senior in high school and plans to major in agriculture education in college, and also been active in 4-H, FFA, FBLA, and cheerleading. Rounding out this year's National Shorthorn Lassie Crown competition is Lone Star State's Danielle Thompson. The daughter of Carrie and Rick Pennington from Grandview, Texas, Danielle sees the National Shorthorn Lassie Queen as an opportunity to share her passion for the breed and has been active as Lassie Princess and Queen for the state of Texas and actively involved in the Texas Junior Shorthorn Association. Danielle has also been involved in 4-H dairy judging, collegiate judging, FFA, and is currently a student at Texas A&M University. At this time, we would like to thank our 2014 and 15 National Shorthorn Lassie Queen, Darcy Cash, and the alternate National Shorthorn Lassie Queen, Alyssa Hofstadter, how they have represented the Shorthorn breed over the last year. Thank you, ladies. Go ahead. These two young women have done an outstanding job of representing the tartan plaid around the country. It is my pleasure to announce your third runner-up. Your third runner-up this year is Miss Danielle Thompson from Grandview, Texas. The 2015-2016 alternate Shorthorn Lassie Queen is Riley Francis from Fordville, North Dakota. Finally, your 2015-2016 National Lassie Queen, let's hear it from Miss Macy Bacanoose, Columbus, Nebraska. Red Angus exhibitors, I'm going to get you caught back up. Class 6A, February heifer calves, placing first was entry 40. GLEW Xena 1247, shown by Glues Performance Cattle, Manchester, Iowa. Second was entry 43. ENGD Centerfold 5009C, shown by Inglewood Farms, Lancaster, Kentucky. Third was entry 41, shown by TC Reds, Ringgold, Wisconsin. Fourth, entry 42, shown by Inglewood Farms, Lancaster, Kentucky. Fifth, entry 46, shown by Weber Land and Cattle, Lake Benton, Minnesota. And sixth was entry 45, shown by Graham Red Angus, Patriot, Ohio. In our Class 6B, our first in that class was entry 57, Damar Ballet 101WC 167, shown by Kip Wallace, Emerald, Wisconsin. Second was entry 52, SFFC Charlotte 502C, shown by Miller Smith, Pendleton, Indiana. Third, entry 55, shown by the Fleeman family, Richmond, Indiana. Fourth, entry 58, shown by Luke Pladsden, Harpers Ferry, Iowa. Fifth, entry 47, shown by Justin Slaybaugh, Goshen, Indiana. And sixth was entry 50, shown by J.K. Red Angus, Aberdeen, North Carolina. Tyler, are you ready, my friend? I apologize. Now placings for Class 7, January heifer calves.
Another solid drive here. This heifer that wins just overwhelms everything in terms of over mass and dimension, really growthy, performance-driven heifer, but with that, she still has a lot of style and elegance to her front end. Tremendous in terms of sweep and shape to her rib cage and plenty of mass when you get behind her. Free her up a nickel there in her lower joints, but I think she wins this one pretty easily. Heifer that's going to be second's got some neat pieces, and she may be a little softer right at the ground when you compare her to that heifer that wins. But heifer still wants to get up in her top a little when we get her going, but the biggest thing, she just gets overwhelmed. There's just an extra dimension everywhere in that heifer that beats her, so let's stretch her out and put a little more power in her to give her the chance to win. Growth and dimension certainly favors the heifer that's going to be third. She's a little bigger, growthier in her kind, and she's a little more stretched out, a little more bone than the heifer that beats her. But when you get behind her and study her, especially when she goes away, she closes up at the base of her skeleton, probably too upright, and her hock and her pastern as well. Heifer that follows has a tremendous amount of power, good sweep to her rib cage. She too needs to be redesigned structurally, a little more open there in her shoulder, a little too upright in her pastern as well. Heifer that follows, one that's got the basics of a good brood cow in terms of her rib cage and her soundness. She's just too frail and a little too plain to get around the heifers in front of her. Congratulations.
I know. In our Shorthorn ring now, we have all of our divisions and reserve divisions coming in for selection of our National Grand Champion Female and our 2015 Jack C. Ragsdale National Shorthorn Show. Placings in Class 7 for our Red Angus January heifer calves. First was entry 62, SLGN Persuasions Cookie 505, shown by Solution Genetics, Cushing, Iowa. Second, entry 60, Damar OH Baby Damar O Baby C139, shown by Chase Pladsden, Emerald, Wisconsin. Third, entry 61, shown by Jacob Shutter, Frankton, Indiana. Fourth, entry 67, shown by Bow Creek Farm and Cattle Company, Lebanon, Pennsylvania. And fifth was entry 66, shown by Shutter Family Cattle Company, Frankton, Indiana. We now will be selecting our Red Angus Junior Heifer Calf Champion. Red Angus exhibitors, please be getting Class 10 winter heifer calves to the make-ready area, please. Class 10 winter heifer calves to the makeup ring immediately. Shorthorn exhibitors, following the selection of our Grand and Reserve Grand Female, will need all of our 2-year-old cow-calf pairs into the ring. Two-year-old cow-calf pairs, followed by our Supreme Trophy. Now comments from our judge, Mr. Tyler Dewey, in our Red Angus ring on our junior calf division.
Well, another great division. I think some pros and cons in all three of these females, and once again, we discussed them earlier, so we won't take too much of your time. But the heifer that wins that first class, really clean-chested, good-fronted heifer, and from there back, really like her shape and dimension of her rib cage. We get to her hip and hind leg, and we need to change her a little bit there, just a little off in her hip and maybe a little too upright there in that pastern. Need to make her a little looser as she goes there. The deep red heifer out of that middle class is really unique. She brings a lot of cool pieces to the table, just tremendous in terms of volume and muscularity. I guess if I'm going to change her, though, she too is a nickel round in her hip and not quite as free in her hock as she needs to be. Short steps herself just a little bit, but certainly an incredibly valuable breeding piece. The heifer out of that third division, I think when you look at her, the word cow certainly has to come to mind. I think she's very good balanced. I think I really like the shape and dimension of her rib, and she's appropriate in the amount of power she has. Maybe not as extreme as some of the ones in front of her, but I guess on her too, if we're going to be just a notch critical, maybe she has a little shoulder and she wants to be upright there in her pastern. But I think three good females. Let's give them a round of applause, and I'll go get your division champion.
Selected as your junior calf champion is entry 62, SLGN Persuasions Cookie 505, shown by Solution Genetics, Cushing, Iowa. And selected as your reserve division champion is entry 57, Damar Ballet 101WC 167, shown by Kip Wallace, Emerald, Wisconsin. Now on our shorthorn ring for his comments on our grand drive. Once again, let's put our hands together for Mr. Josh Taylor, Perkins, Oklahoma.
Well, first off, I'd like to thank the American Shorthorn Association, the board, and Monty for asking me to be here along with Jeff and everybody here at the North American. This is a special place, there's no doubt about it. Like Kent said, you talk about coming down that ramp and seeing the green shavings. For the first time, it makes an impression, and it's something that you never forget. And if you've been back in the tie-outs for 4 days before you get here and moved in the barn, and you deal with the rain and the mud and the noise from the generators, and you're back there freezing and working your tail off to get these cattle ready, and once you move in the barn and you go through the whole process, it leaves a lasting impression. And coming from somebody that's usually on that side of the ring, that's got the adhesive stained pants and the dirty clothes that I haven't been able to get washed in 4 days, and the late nights and the early mornings, it's a pleasure to be on this side of it and to be able to evaluate these things. And having gone through a lot of these shows, it's funny how once you get into a position in life where you're starting to manage cattle in a different way, and not only are you working on them to get them ready to come to these shows, but you're feeding them, you're breeding them, you're having to get out there at night and cab these things out and see how they are in production. It kind of changes your directions and some of your priorities. It lets your priorities morph themselves into certain things that become more important and become more relevant in your life. And it's not all about the cool look and who can do the best hind leg and who can do the best top and tail head anymore. For me, it's about picking cattle that I feel comfortable with from a functionality standpoint, ones that exceed my expectations in terms of structural soundness, and things that I can see longevity in. And I've sort of gotten to the point where I'm going to go pick cattle like I want to see running at home, like I think I'm going to project them on out to what they're going to look like when they lay down and have that first calf, and how I'll be able to take care of them in certain situations like where I live. And so it's just different, emphasis that a guy puts on certain things becomes more relevant as you age and you go through some of this. And a lot of that has to do with the people that surround you, the people that you surround yourself with. And for a large portion of my life, when I first got started in the industry, I got started right here in the shorthorn world back home in Illinois through my mother's side of the family. And I met some great people within this breed. I still know a lot of great people within this breed, and I've seen this breed change and how hard you all have worked as breeders to propel this breed in such an upward direction that you've really showcased not only your own breeding programs, but the shorthorn industry itself. And you should be commended for that. You should be given a big round of applause for that. So let's do that now. Let's give a big round of applause to all these breeders that have brought out these great cattle here today. And I know with the institution of, the expected progeny differences and the genotypic traits that we have now, some get a little bit reluctant to use some of these things, but like I said in one of the earlier divisions, if you study the better cattle, they're going to have the better numbers. Very rarely are you going to find just that smoking good one that's going to be so far out of the box on either birth weight or so far below the line on growth numbers. You're just not going to find that. The better cattle sort themselves to the top, whether you're talking about in the ring, out in the pasture, or on paper. It's a tool we need to use. I think if you study, I haven't even checked, so I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm okay. All these out here fit well inside the parameters of comfortability when it comes to those EPD ranges, and I think that's one of those things that you can certainly build upon because you don't have a problem yet. You can just certainly stack good on top of good and compound it into excellence in the end. So with that, I know we got a little bit more to go. I just want to say thank you once again. Excellent, excellent show today. I certainly appreciate it. I'm very humbled to be here. Thank you again. One more time, let's give all our heifer exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Once again, thank you to Mr. Josh Taylor, Perkins, Oklahoma, for his evaluation of our national show. Selected as your national champion Shorthorn female is entry 252, Soul Bose Martha 4101, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. And selected as your reserve national champion female, entry 251, CCR Tina's Girl 3514, shown by Lane Harden, Sibley, Illinois. Congratulations to both Sarah and to Lane. Tyler, you're up, my friend.
On the Red Angus side, I think we have two heifers to lead off here that are almost carbon copies, so kind of fun to evaluate them. And this heifer that wins, I think there's just a notch more to her, maybe a little more foot and bone underneath her, really tremendous in terms of rib cage. The young lady does a nice job when she gets her stops and posed. She has as much look as anything. We get her going, sure, she drops her pins and wants to break down just a hair, but I think a really nice Red Angus female to get us started. The heifer that is going to be second, some may say her hip and back leg is just a notch better, but I think the big thing that gets around to second for me, she's just a little frailer. You get behind her, she just gets overwhelmed a little bit by her counterpart that beats her. This heifer's third, growthy, performance-driven kind of a female, long and extended, and I think she's good enough in terms of her front end and body. But when you get behind her, she needs to be opened up in terms of her pin, needs to have a little more mass all the way through, and maybe a shot of look for the show ring as well. Heifer that's going to wind out the class certainly has some quality up through her front end and some good depth to her rib cage. She just gets overwhelmed from a performance standpoint in this particular class.
Thank you, Tyler. While our Shorthorn exhibitors are bringing in our 2-year-old cow-calf pairs, placings in Class 10 Red Angus winter heifer calves. First was entry 71, 3 aces Tinkerbell 9234, shown by Alyssa Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee. Second, entry 72, 3 aces Maddie 9224, shown by Annie Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee. Third, entry 69, AGFS Miss Major Lightning, shown by Stephen Geiger, Sterling, Illinois. And fourth, entry 68, shown by Hannah Georges, Linville, Indiana. Entering the ring now is Class 11, Red Angus Senior Heifer Calves. In the ring now is Class 11, Red Angus Senior Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our fall calf champion. Red Angus exhibitors, please bring Class 14 Summer Yearling Heifers. Class 14 Red Angus Summer Yearling Heifers to the makeup arena, please. Class 14 Red Angus Summer Yearling Females to the makeup ring. Following selection of our champion cow-calf pair, we will go into our Supreme Champion Female, followed by our George Garvin Brown Memorial Trophy.
Really a power cow to win on the Red Angus side. Wherever you analyze this girl, power should be the first thing that comes to your mind. Foot, bone, rib cage, and mass when you get behind her. Yeah, she's probably pushing that upper echelon of where we want her in terms of condition. We'd stretch her out in her front end just a hair to make her ideal, make her a little cooler, more feminine up there. But if power cows are your thing, she certainly fits your mold. Not to take anything away from this heifer. And second, she may be a little longer and a little freer up through her front end, a little more honest in terms of her condition, like her depth of body. But when you get past that, heifer wants to be a little rigid in the way she moves out of her rear two, a little more closed up there at her pin set when we compare to that female in front of her. So fix her in her hip and hind leg, stouten her up a notch to get around that heifer that beats her. This one is going to be third, certainly maybe the most angular and feminine of the three that we've seen so far, like the depth to her rib cage. But beyond that, she just gets outpowered, not only from a growth and performance standpoint, but muscularity and stoutness as well. Heifer that winds out the class, really growthy, performance-driven female, like her depth and her body, certainly has the basics of a good Red Angus breeding piece. We just need to stretch her out, make her cooler up front, redesign her hind leg. Congratulations.
Go ahead, Josh.
Well, over here on the Shorthorn side, we're going to wrap up our female show here with three good pair of cattle. When we talk about these cow-calf pairs, I think we can start to differentiate the three from some structural aspects. I think the pair up here at the top end of the class, when you set this cow in motion, she's more secure in her joints and in her footing when she gets around the ring. I think when you study the udder floor on this female, she's fuller out of that forudder. She shows us more depth and more symmetry in the way that she's balanced through all four quarters. Might want to refine her in that that teat size and teat placement ever so slightly, but she's doing an outstanding job. Got an April heifer calf following along behind her that's just big and growthy and fleshy at this stage of the game. Cow certainly outproduced herself in those aspects. I think probably an easy class winner in my mind. The red pair that comes next, got a big strapping May bull calf on her side. I think here's one really square made. When you start to view her on the standstill, where we draw issue with this one is when we set her into motion. She wants to bow up in the middle part of her back. She just doesn't have quite enough flex off either side of her spine to afford her enough flexibility off of both ends. I appreciate the udder attachment, how tight and suspended, what a high suspension that she has. She's doing an outstanding job herself with that May bull calf. And then we come into this third place cow. Just a lovely heifer calf here, and this older heifer calf of the set of three, just outstanding in terms of body shape and dimension. The cow has certainly outproduced herself in those aspects of that calf quality. However, both of them need adjusted in terms of their structural correctness from their hock all the way down to the ground. That calf wants to deviate and not have quite the flexibility that it needs, and so does the cow. That's evident that's been passed on. I think if we could fix some of those aspects on that one, there's one that has certainly raised one big enough and healthy enough to get up into that top spot.
Thank you, Josh. Placing first in Class 74, 2-year-old females, is entry 299, Sutherland Cherry 187A, shown by David Ragsdale, Prospect, Kentucky. Second was entry 300, CLF Destiny Best 1306, shown by Molly Williams, Gamaliel, Kentucky. And third was entry 301, shown by Shady Brook Farm Limited, West Brome, Quebec, Canada. Entering the ring now will be our Supreme Champion female and Reserve Supreme Champion female. So bring our cow-calf champions and our champion females into the ring. Following this class, we will be selecting our George Garvin Brown Memorial Trophy.
Just two head in this division on the red Angus side. The heifer out of that earlier class, if you'll remember, like her angularity and her lines. If we're going to be critical of her, maybe right behind her shoulder, she comes apart a little bit and drops her pins when we get her going, but she certainly has the basics down and then some in terms of her foot and her bone and her stoutness, and once we get her posed up, she certainly looks the part. Now the power cow out of that second class, one that's just tremendous in terms of her volume and dimension all the way through and all the way up when you start at the ground. I think she balances okay. You know, for me, maybe we could lean her up just a hair and stretch her out in terms of her front end. She could always be a notch more flexible. Two good females. Let's give them a round of applause, and I'll get your champion.
Well, over here on the Shorthorn side, we're going to pick a supreme overall female between our two cow-calf pairs and our two champion and reserve champion heifers. I think when we look at the four sets of cattle out here, you have to be impressed with what the Shorthorn breed has to offer in terms of maternal characteristics and the maternal build that they're putting into their females, the longevity that you can see in terms of that structural balance and the structural correctness in all four of these females out here. Just some really, really good things that we could say about all four sets. I think for me, from a quality standpoint, when you start to put all the parts and pieces and add them up and tabulate the scores, those two heifers are certainly abundant in those quality aspects to their build, to their dimension, and to their balance and symmetry. We're going to keep them together. They're going to be your supreme and your reserve supreme females of the Shorthorn Show. Let's give them all a big round of applause, if you would.
In our Shorthorn ring, your Supreme Champion female, again, is entry 252, shown by Sarah Sullivan, and your Reserve Supreme Champion female is entry 251, shown by Lane Harden. Now, if we could have our champion female and our champion bull come into the ring, we will be selecting our George Garvin Brown Memorial Trophy. In our red Angus ring, selected as your fall heifer calf champion is entry 78 KJHT Hot Mess, shown by Hannah Taylor, Tennyson, Indiana. And reserve fall heifer calf champion is entry 71 Three Aces Tinkerbell 9234, shown by Alyssa Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee. Entering the ring now is our summer yearling heifers in our Red Angus division, class 14, summer yearling females. Let's bring those females in the ring, please. Okay, folks, our final class of the day is Class 79, the George Garvin Brown Memorial Trophy. And once again, let's put our hands together and thank our judge today. Thank you so much, my friend, and make your selection.
Well, we're going to pick a supreme overall individual out here between our champion supreme female and our champion bull. And like we talked about in that bull show, this guy came out of a high-quality show from end to end. Talked about his ruggedness in terms of his feet and legs and how he gets out, and he's so athletic and he's so good on the stride and on the move, and he puts it together in a really powerful open-ended package. It's still got some smoothness to his makeup and some smoothness to his design. I think he's just an outstanding individual that you can do a lot of things within a breeding program. And we talked about that heifer and how good she was and how hard she hit me, not only when she came out in class and in division, but just keeps on punching as we get out here into the grand drive, and then we come back out here for the supreme deal. I think from those quality aspects, they're both certainly worthy of a lot of praise and a lot of admirations. If you would, one more time, let's give all our Shorthorn exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll go select your supreme individual.
And selected as our George Garvin Brown Trophy winner is entry 272, our grand champion female, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan. Congratulations, Sarah. Okay, folks, we have pair of females, so please, pair of females. Those exhibitors wanting to exhibit pair of females, bring those pair of females in. Looks like, Josh, we only have one entry here, so if you would, please.
I'd like to see their sale one day.
Attention in the Red Angus barn. This will be our division winner also, so I need Class 17. Class 17, April Spring Yearling Heifers to the makeup ring. Class 17, Red Angus April Spring Heifers to the makeup ring. We're missing entry 93 from Hannah Martin. Hannah Martin, please bring your entry 93 to the makeup ring immediately. First call, Class 18, Red Angus March Spring Yearling Heifers. Class 18, March Spring Yearling Heifers to the makeup ring, please. Selected as our best pair of females in our National Shorthorn Show is Hugh Moore Jr. and Sons, Jerseyville, Illinois. And also our Breeders' Herd is in the ring right now. Breeders' Herd is also Hugh Moore Jr. and Sons, Jerseyville, Illinois. Congratulations. Folks, that concludes our national Jack C. Ragsdale National Shorthorn Show in honor of Bradley and Shirley Eisenmenger. Thank you all for being here. We'll see you next year.
And just a tremendous cow prospect here on the Red Angus side to sort up a heifer that's just phenomenal in terms of her lines and her angles, and from there back, tremendous in terms of depth, sweep to her rib. A little further along than some of these others out here, certainly works to her advantage. I guess if we're going to pick on her, maybe she could be a notch more powerful compared to that heifer in second when you get behind her, but I think she's certainly appropriate in the amount of muscle and the kind and shape of muscle she has for a Red Angus female, so congratulations on her. The power heifer, in terms of muscularity, is the one that's going to be second. She's certainly a little bolder there at her pin and really like the shape to her rib cage. Not quite as deep and as expansive in the sweep to her rib as that heifer that wins, and maybe with that power she carries a notch more shoulder, but still a very nice female in her own right to be second. This heifer that's going to be third, one that you like for depth in her rib shape. When you get back to her hips where you want to change her, she's just a little off there in her hip and hind leg structure. Want to see that heifer handle that a little bit better. She could be stoutened up and opened up a notch in her forerib to make her more competitive as well. Heifer that's going to be third, another one that's got some foot and some lumber under her. You certainly like that. You like her length and her extension and her performance. But when you study her, she's a little inverted in terms of her underline, a little too deep in her chest and a little more drawn up in her flank. Needs to be redesigned in terms of slope of her shoulder as well. Heifer that winds out the class, one that's moderate, and you like her rib cage for sure. Probably just a notch plainer compared to those females in front of her. Could use some more power all the way through. Congratulations.
Placing first in Class 14 and also selected as your intermediate champion female was entry 85, MF Maryland 4724, shown by Alyssa Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee. Second, and your reserve intermediate Red Angus heifer is entry 80, SLGN Stoney's Becca 4215, shown by Marin Eag, Greenbush, Minnesota. Third, entry 82, shown by Abby Ivy, Brownwood, Texas. Fourth, entry 86, shown by Ethan Dickerson, Paradise, Kansas. And fifth, entry 83, shown by Rachel Georges, Linville, Indiana. Entering the ring now is Class 17. Red Angus, April Spring Yearling Heifers, Class 17, April Spring Yearling Heifers. Red Angus exhibitors, I need Class 18, March Spring Yearling Heifers to the makeup ring. Class 18, Red Angus, March Spring Yearling Heifers to the makeup ring, please. Attention Red Angus exhibitors, I need entry 100 from Hannah Taylor. Entry 100, Hannah Taylor from Tennyson, Indiana. I need you to the make-ready area, please. Please bring your heifer down to the weigh scales. The scales is open.
Really a straightforward winner in this class in the Red Angus Show. Heifer really has got a tremendous amount of presence to her, not only from a balance perspective, but from the ground up. She's tremendously powerful in terms of her foot and bone. Heifer that is going to be a lot of fun to play with down the road, so congratulations to her. This heifer that's going to be second really has a good basic build to her. Lines and angles are really good, and she's flexible enough when we get her going. She just gets out-horsed in about any dimension you want to look at. She's a little frailer, gives up too much power compared to that heifer that wins, but she certainly has the basics. It's going to be a tremendous breeding piece for the young lady. Big growthy, performance-driven heifer that's going to be third, certainly has some power to her, some foot and bone, but with that, she's rocked forward a little too far in her shoulder, a little too upright in those rear wheels, kind of comes apart on the move. The deep red heifer here that's going to wind out the class one that you like for a length in their extension. She gets outperformed in here from a growth standpoint, and also just needs a little more dimension and power all the way through. Congratulations.
Placing first in Class 17 April Spring Yearling Heifers is entry 93. WEBR April Fools 481, shown by Hannah Martin, Bargersville, Indiana. Second, entry 90. WR Miss Betty 106B, shown by Kelsey Hockaday, Wacomas, Oklahoma. Third, entry 88, shown by Cooper Harris Rogers, Elk City, Oklahoma. And fourth, entry 92, shown by J.K. Red Angus, Aberdeen, North Carolina. We're now ready for Class 18 March Spring Yearling Heifers in our Red Angus Show. Let's bring those March Spring Yearling Heifers, Class 18, into the ring. Red Angus exhibitors, I need Class 19 February Junior Yearling Heifers to the make-ready area. Class 19 February Junior Yearling Heifers to the make-up ring immediately.
Well, good top trio to sort through here. Pretty interesting to evaluate them. I think they all have their pros and cons structurally. This heifer hits you pretty hard when she gets out here. I like the way she progresses in terms of her width, in terms of her dimension. I think she's good and flat in her shoulder. Sure, we'd like to stretch her out up front, and she could probably be a rib or two longer when we compare her to these two heifers that are going to follow her. Maybe needs to be freed up a hair there on her rear wheels, but a pretty solid kind of a female to start with. Heifer that's going to be second, we love her from her shoulder back. I like her depth and her rib cage, their soundness, and especially right at the ground on her rear too. She's just rocked forward a little bit in that shoulder and has a labor up front. So we want to stretch her out a notch up front, give her a little better angle to her shoulder to make her more competitive with that class winner. Heifer that's going to be third, depending on when you get your look of her, is going to determine how you like her. I think she's tremendous in terms of her body, certainly appropriate in her power, and she's flexible enough. I think at times she just gets a notch plainer, maybe it has a little more shoulder to her at times, and wants to break just a hair right there behind her shoulder, but still a good female that young lady does a nice job getting shown. Heifer is going to follow one that's tremendous from a power perspective, really big in the center part of her rib, plenty of mass when you get behind her. She closes up quite a bit in her forerib. We really want to open her up there, and that probably exaggerates her shoulder a little bit since she closes up in that forerib, but she needs to be freed up off either end of her skeleton to move up for me. This heifer that's next, a little sounder than the one that just beat her. Like the pattern and the profile of this heifer, like her flexibility, but when you study how much there is to her, she probably just gets overwhelmed by those females up in front of her. This heifer that's next, one that's going to be a great brood cow for this individual. Heifer that you like out of her front end, like her depth and her spring to her rib cage, probably just pounds those back two into the turf just a little too hard for me, so need to make her a little more comfortable right at the ground. The fire-branded heifer that follows, like the front two-thirds of that female, she needs to be redesigned in terms of her hip and hind leg to be more competitive for me. The heifer that follows, like her growth, like her performance, she just needs to be opened up all the way through her skeleton. Congratulations.
Thank you, Tyler. Placing first in Class 18 March Spring Yearling Females was entry 99. TC Satin 40B, shown by Ethan Dickerson, Paradise, Kansas. Second, entry 97. SLGN Peaks Bahama Breeze 474, shown by JK Red Angus, Cushing, Iowa. Third, entry 96. TC Rachel 59B, shown by Annie Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee. Fourth, entry 102, shown by Collier Diamond C Ranch, Stephenville, Texas. Fifth, entry 103, shown by Kip Wallace, Emerald, Wisconsin. Sixth, entry 104, shown by Hannowich Cattle Company, Rensselaer, Indiana. Seventh, entry 100, shown by Hannah Taylor, Tennyson, Indiana. And eighth, entry 101, shown by Ryland Keeler, Menominee, Wisconsin. Entering the ring now is Class 19 February Junior Yearling Females. Class 19 Red Angus Junior Yearling Females are in the ring. We need Class 20 January Junior Yearling Heifers to the makeup ring immediately. Red Angus, Class 20 January Junior Yearling Heifers to the makeup ring immediately. I'm going to eat all these. You sure you don't want chocolate? And it's just caramel in it. There's caramel in that chocolate thing.
for a really good class, and especially good top pair. I think maybe the most challenging pair we've had to sort through thus far. This deep red heifer, boy, she sure got a lot of positives. Really tremendous in terms of her center body, long and smooth and appropriate, and her muscle, and still sound when you get her going. I think the thing that separates me, you know, she carries that width and dimension all the way to the ground. She stays there wide at her base and doesn't close up there at her hock, and still has some flexibility to go with all that mass she has up high. Heifer that's going to be second, when we get her stopped and posed up, she's as good looking as anything out here. I guess if we're going to be critical of her, like I said, I think she closes up some in her hock, probably pinches a hair right there behind her shoulder and in her forerib, but a heifer that certainly has a tremendous amount of presence, look, and style, is going to be fun to breed on here in the future. So heifer that's going to be third, one that's long and extended, it's a big outline kind of a female. Her biggest deal when we get behind her and study her relative to those females in front of her, she's just flat her all the way through. We just need to open her up all the way through her skeleton to give her the opportunity to get around those heifers in front of her. Another big outline female that's going to be fourth. One is tremendous in terms of her center rib dimension, like the sweep to her rib cage. But when you watch her come and go, she really closes up there at her base. So we just want to make that heifer stouter all the way through, make her a little freer and easier as well. Heifer that's going to wind out the drive, certainly one that's moderate in her kind. We like that. We like her fleshability. She gets pretty piecey, though, a little off right there behind her shoulder. She needs to be a little freer and easier going as well. Congratulations.
Placing first in Class 19, February junior yearling Red Angus females is entry 106. Top line Red Princess 4041, shown by Andrew Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee. Second entry 108, TC Lola 10B, shown by Paige Van Dyke, Louisville, Illinois. Third was entry 112, shown by Cassie Jones, Bladen, Nebraska. Fourth entry 113, Kellen Hevican, shown by Roger from Roger, Nebraska. And fifth entry 111, shown by Collier Diamond Sea Ranch, Stephenville, Texas. In our Red Angus ring now is Class 20 January junior yearling females. Class 20 Red Angus junior yearling females. Following this class, we will be selecting our junior champion female. Red Angus exhibitors, please be bringing Class 23 and 25 senior yearling females and cow-calf pairs to the makeup ring. We need all entries in Class 23 and 25 Red Angus senior yearling heifers and mature cow-calf pairs.
Look at top pair here again. Except for the wins, just brings the most quality style and look to the table. She's flat in her shoulders, she's neat necked, and she's good hipped, and I think has plenty of mass and body to go along with it. If we're going to change her, we could probably free her up just a hair off either end. But one, from a profile perspective, I think is tough to get around. Heifer that's going to be second probably is a little bolder and a little more expansive there in her rib cage, so we got to like that about her. But when we get her going, she wants to come apart just a hair. With that added shot in the center body there comes a little more shoulder, wants to come apart right behind her blade and break just a nickel there in her loin, but still a nice female. It's going to be fun to play with. Really moderate, easy doing kind of a heifer that's going to be third. Love her fleshability in her body. She needs to be redesigned in her hip and hind leg though, and stretched out a hair for me. Heifer that's going to be fourth, being long-bodied, certainly not her issue. She's a little bigger scaled, long-bodied, performance-driven kind of a female, but she's just rocked too far forward in her blade and a little too upright there in her hawking pasture, and she needs to be more flexible to be competitive. Congratulations.
Thank you, Tyler. Placing first in Class 20 January Junior Yearling Females is entry 118, SLGN Peekaboo's Bliss 406B, shown by Jacob Tapley, Cushing, Iowa. Second is entry 115, WDZ CF Jewel 404, shown by Sydney Zender, Stanchfield, Minnesota. Third, entry 120, shown by Bow Creek Farm and Cattle Company, Lebanon, Pennsylvania. And fourth is entry 119, shown by Reba Prather, Nancy, Kentucky. We now will be selecting our junior champion, Red Angus female. Following this selection, we will be going right into our senior yearling females. I need Class 23 and 25 to the makeup ring immediately. Class 23 and 25 Red Angus females to the makeup ring immediately. So Attention Red Angus exhibitors, we do not have very many senior yearling females, so let's be bringing our class 35 February bull calves. Let's start bringing class 30, 31, and 32 May, April, and March bull calves to the makeup ring. First call, class 30, 31, and 32. We need all of those bull calves to weigh. Scales is open. So let's be bringing those bull calves to the makeup ring, please.
Well, another great division. This heifer that came out of that earliest class, one that is just tremendous about any angle you want to study her from. Really has a presence from the profile and explodes from there back into a big rib cage and plenty of power when you get behind her. If we want to be uber critical, maybe she closes up a notch there in her heart, and then probably not the flattest shouldered thing in the world, but to have that much juice, you got to have a little front end too. Heifer out of that middle class, probably moderate, really good bodied heifer, so you got to like those things. For my taste, we could stretch her out a little bit everywhere. She could be a rib longer, could be a notch longer fronted, but I think a very nice female. It's going to be fun to breed on and play with. Heifer out of this third class, being a little reluctant to go for the young man, but you got to be able to see what she is. Really good bodied and appropriate amount of power she has. Good in terms of her lines. For me, she could be a little sweeter necked and a little better fronted, maybe a little flatter shouldered as well, but a tremendous cow prospect. The heifer out of that fourth class has a lot of presence to her as well. A really neat look from the outside. Love her pattern, love her angle to her shoulder, her hip, and her hind leg. I guess when you get behind her, though, she's probably not as expansive in terms of her rib cage or as massive all the way through as some of these other heifers, and can be a little freer and easier moving as well. 4 good females. Let's give them a round of applause, and I'll get your champion. Congratulations.
And selected as your junior champion female is entry 93, WEBR April Fools 481, shown by Hannah Martin, Bargersville, Indiana. And selected as your reserve junior champion female was entry 106, Top Line Red Princess 4041, shown by Andrew Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee. Entering the ring now is Class 23, Red Angus, Senior Yearling Females. Please have our cow-calf pairs, mature cow-calf pairs, ready to come into the ring. Next, please. Red Angus exhibitors, let's start bringing these bull calves down. We're going to need them pretty quick.
Just 2 head in this class, but still plenty of quality. This female that wins, it's just the soundest of the 2, really, is what sorts it for me. She's got plenty of look when she stops and poses, and enough power to her for sure, but I guess the biggest thing, like I said, she's just so much more flexible there in that hind leg is what sorts this class. Young lady's heifer that's going to be second, she's probably a rib longer and a little more expansive there in her rib cage, and she's certainly appropriate amount of power she has, like the angle to her front end and her neck placement. I guess, though, when we get her going, she's just a little too tight and restricted there out of her hip and hind leg. Need to loosen that girl up, make her a little freer and easier going to get her around that heifer that beat her. Congratulations.
Placing first in Class 23 Senior Yearling Females is entry 123, JK Violet 202, shown by JK Red Angus, Aberdeen, North Carolina. And second is entry 122, JK Red Comet 203, shown by Marcy Howard, Richfield, North Carolina. Entering the ring now is Class 25, Mature Cow and Calf. Following this class, we will be selecting our Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion female, followed by our Grand and Reserve Grand female. So let's get all of our divisional winners to the makeup ring, please.
I think 2 good pairs. We wind out this division. This cow that wins, really you can't argue with the proof she's got by her side. A big, long-bodied kind of a female, like her depth in her rib cage, and sure doing a good job with this heifer calf. Big, stout, growthy kind of a calf, and love her rib dimension. Maybe make her a little better fronted, but we'll have fun watching that as she grows and develops. Not taking anything away from that cow in second. Certainly a little more moderate in her kind. You got to like that about her. Probably could stretch her out a little bit, stouten her up when you get behind her and open her up in her skeleton relative to that female in front of her. And it's going to be fun to watch that heifer calf as well as she grows and develops down the road. Congratulations.
Placing first in Class 25 Mature Cow Calves is entry 125 AGF Cassidy Mulberry, shown by Megan Geiger, Sterling, Illinois. Second is entry 126 BHC Miss Hannah, shown by DNA Farms, Delphus, Ohio. We now will be selecting our Senior Champion Red Angus female. Following that, we will be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion female.
Our final division, got a couple good females here to sort through. This heifer that wins that first class, really moderate in her kind, like her depth and her rib cage. She's going to be fun to breed on here in the future for the young lady. Probably need to change her hip structure just a hair and maybe stretch her out up front a notch. The cow-calf pair, big growthy, long-bodied kind of a cow with enough center body dimension. Probably need to change her hip and hind leg a hair, but you can't argue with that big stout heifer calf she has beside her. Let's give them a round of applause, and I'll select your champion in reserve. Congratulations again.
Selected as your senior champion female is entry 123, JK MEB Violet 202, shown by JK Red Angus, Aberdeen, North Carolina. Congratulations. And selected as your reserve senior champion female is entry 122, JK Red Comet 203, shown by Marcy Harward, Richfield, North Carolina. Congratulations.
Nobody brought us a check for him.
Red Angus exhibitors, let's bring all of those May, April, and March bull calves to the makeup ring. And let's start bringing those January and February's too, please. Okay, Red Angus exhibitors, let's bring them in. Entering the ring now is our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Drive and our Red Angus Regional Red Angus Show.
You guys, can I bring it through here? Okay, come through here. That's okay, that's fine. Jake's been fun, it's been real.
See ya. See you in Denver, I guess, huh? Okay. Have a good holiday. I want to see you. I'm gonna get to go home now on December 2nd. I'll be in Nebraska. I got a signal there on Tuesday for Thanksgiving. Stay up there because I got something else going on Friday. On the weekend after Thanksgiving. I'll be in Trinipolis on Saturday and Jimmy Martin's on Sunday. I got Ruby Semitole in Iowa on Friday. I'm not doing San Diego, I'm doing Troy Thomas's, no. All right, see ya. Be careful. Bye. Now for your comments on our Grand Champion Red Angus Drive, our judge again, Mr. Tyler Dewey, Miami, Oklahoma.
Well, what a tremendous Red Angus female show. You all need to be commended. The breeders need to be commended. I've certainly had a blast going through them. I don't know if it merits me going through and talking each one again. We've talked them a couple times, so you know how I see your cattle. It was kind of an interesting show to do. I certainly have a type, and I have my favorites, and my type wasn't always there, and we had to give a little in certain situations, but hopefully you can see the basics are here, and anytime we get the opportunity to get a little bit of extra out of one, we'll sure take it. I've never been one that's much worried about size, or I guess I said that incorrectly, age or weight or whatnot, like the best ones, whether purple polka dotted or black or red or green or whatever. But it's certainly been a tremendous opportunity. Thank you to the Red Angus breed for letting me come sort them. Congratulations again, and I'll select your champion and your reserve.
Once again, put your hands together for Mr. Tyler Dewey, Miami, Oklahoma. Selected as your grand champion, Red Angus female, is entry 93, WEBR April Fools 481, shown by Hannah Martin, Bargersville, Indiana. Congratulations, Hannah. And selected as your reserve grand champion female is entry 19. Three Aces, TC Fiona 3605, shown by Three Aces Cattle Company, Clifton, Tennessee. Congratulations. Okay, let's take a break right here and get some pictures taken real quick. Yep, let's get these pictures taken as we go, and then we'll move right into our bull show. Exhibitors, let's shoot for 4:30 to start our bull show, okay? 20 minutes, we should hopefully get pretty close, okay? Red Angus exhibitors, let's begin our bull show. We're going to move these females up and we're going to start our bull show. Let's bring class 30 May bull calf in the ring. Single entry 128 to the ring, please.
Well, a good single entry to get our bull show started. A calf that certainly got some length and extension and is going to have plenty of performance. I guess if we're going to be critical of it, we might need to watch how that hip and hind leg continues to develop and could use a shot more hip. But a calf that's going to be fun to feed and to exhibit for this young lady. Congratulations.
Placing first in class 30 is entry 128, WCS Right Kind 535, shown by Kunda Farms, Nancy, Kentucky. We now need class 31, April bull calves into the ring. Class 30, 1 April bull calves, 2 entries. Do this thing charge? Attention Red Angus exhibitors, we're missing entry 149 from class 39 and entry 151 from class 40. So please be bringing those bull calves down to the makeup arena, please. This bull show will move pretty quick, folks. So let's get them down here so we can get them weighed. The scale is open.
Well, a nice calf to go ahead and win this class. He not only has an advantage in performance, but really muscular, massive top, big hipped calf. Sure, if we're going to change him, he needs to be a little smoother shouldered and probably a little freer and easier going to make him ideal. But with that much power, especially in this particular breed, you got to like that guy. The calf that's going to be second, no doubt, is the more angular one of the two, a little flatter shouldered, maybe a little more heifer oriented kind of a calf. Like his depth, like shape to his rib cage, but when you get behind him, study him all the way through his skeleton. He's just a little flatter all the way through. Two good bull calves, use on different kinds of scenarios, but both very useful. Congratulations.
Placing first in Class 31 is entry 130, HCC the Gambler 139C, shown by Hanowich Cattle Company, Rensselaer, Indiana. Second, entry 131, GLEW Cut 0521, shown by Glue's Performance Cattle, Manchester, Iowa. Entering the ring now is Class 32, March Bull Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our senior bull calf champion.
Nice calf to tie to win this class. He certainly has all the basics down in terms of his rib cage and enough mass and power. Calf that you really got to like from the outside as well. He's got a neat look to him. I guess if we're going to be critical of him, maybe right when he hits the surface. He's just a little tentative there and needs to be a little stouter and more stable at the ground, but a calf that certainly sorts up pretty quickly in this particular drive. Calf is going to be second, just a rugged, useful kind of a bull is what he hits me as, one that certainly has enough body and enough power, and I think he gets around acceptably, especially in this drive. But a calf that probably doesn't have as much look to him as that calf in front of him, a little plainer up through his front end. We could stretch him out up front, make him a little better as well. He could be altered just a notch there in his hip and hind leg as well. Calf is going to be third, the youngest one out here, and that shows just a little more immature right now. But with that, he's also a little smaller footed and frailer boned and can probably use a shot more power all the way through his skeleton, but a calf that's going to be fun to watch down the road. Another big rugged kind of a calf to wind out the class. We just need to change the way he's put together, though. He's really off right there behind his shoulder and wants to open up front, go east and west on his front end as well. Good set of bulls. Congratulations.
Placing first in Class 32 March Bull Calves was entry 133, J6 Mr. 9 Mil C550, shown by J6 Farm, Gibbon, Nebraska. Second, entry 138, CSPF Cash Money 11C, shown by Chase Pladston, Harpers Ferry, Iowa. Third, entry 132, shown by Greystone Cattle Company, Stockport, Iowa. And fourth, entry 137, shown by Chase Pladston, Harpers Ferry, Iowa. We now will be selecting our spring bull calf champion.
Well, a good set of calves in our first division. We'll breeze through them real quick. Out of that first class, calf that's obviously quite a bit more immature compared to his counterparts here. Like his length and extension, he's going to have plenty of performance down the road. Probably needs a shot more power when you get behind him. Some more bone underneath him as well. Power is certainly not the problem for this calf out of the second class. Huge top, big pin in that calf. Really like the shape to his rib cage. Maybe he's just a little tight there in his forerib, and we want to see him get around a little easier. Nickel open shouldered and a little upright on his rear too. But that calf's got a lot of really good pieces. Calf out of that third class, calf that's long and extended, plenty of depth and rib shape in that guy as well. I think he's got enough muscle to him. I guess if we're going to compare him to that calf in front of him, he's not quite as powerful, maybe not quite as expansive in his rib cage, so we'd change him there. He's not perfect on his rear wheels either. A little upright there when he hits the surface, doesn't quite cover his track, but a very useful kind of a calf. Congratulations, I'll get your division champ.
Selected as your spring bull calf champion is entry 130, HCC the Gambler 139C, shown by Hanowich Cattle Company, Rensselaer, Indiana. Congratulations. And selected as your reserve bull calf spring bull calf champion is entry 133. Is it right? 133? J6 Mr. 9 Mil C550, shown by J6 Farm, Gibbon, Nebraska. Congratulations. Entering the ring now is class 35. February bull calves. Let's bring our February bull calves into the ring. In our junior bull calf division, class 35, February bull calves.
Yay.
One interesting top pair here that certainly is open to be discussed, but that's what makes it fun to sort. This calf that wins is just better at the ground. He's just the sounder of the two and has a little more flex there to his pastern. Easily the freest and easiest going calf we've seen so far. You analyze him from there up, he's got a good build. He's got the most ring presence from the side as anything out here. Good shape to his rib cage, probably not as explosive in terms of his depth as his counterpart right behind him. And I think he's got enough power to go ahead and win, so a good calf to tie to there. The true power calf that has the advantage in growth and performance is this guy in second. Without a doubt, he's bigger outlined, and if you look at the paper, he's got some advantages there too. Love his center body. I just wish when we get him going, there was some more flexibility in that rear too. He just needs a little more reach to get around that calf in front of him. Young lady's calf is going to be third here, a calf that's long and extended, another performance-oriented, performance-driven kind of a calf, like his length and extension, but he comes apart right there behind his shoulder and just doesn't balance up very well. A little open shoulder, a little broken behind his shoulder, doesn't handle his hip and hind leg very well either. Calf that winds out the drive certainly has some neat pieces, like his foot, like his lumbar, but when we study him moving, he's too upright in his hock, and he just needs more power and performance to get around those calves in the class with him. Congratulations.
Placing first in Class 35 February Bull Calves is entry 140 WEBR Flexibility 547, shown by Weber Land and Cattle, Lake Benton, Minnesota. Second is entry 142 GLEW Master 1248, shown by Glues Performance Cattle, Manchester, Iowa. Third, entry 144 GRM Troy CO 272, shown by Graham Red Angus, Patriot, Ohio. And fourth is entry 143 FSR Lynch 501C, shown by Five Star Ranch, Elk Mound, Wisconsin. In the ring now is Class 36 January Bull Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Junior Bull Calf champion.
Well, really a useful kind of a calf to win here. Love the build of this guy from his shoulders back, his shape and his dimension, really big hipped and a ton of power. He's a little plainer front, and we could stretch him out up there, and then when we get him going, he wants to knuckle a pastern occasionally, so just make him a little softer right there at the ground and stretch him out to make him ideal. But a big, powerful performance kind of a calf to be a pretty easy winner here. Not taking anything away from the calf in second, really long extended bull, and he probably is a little easier, a little more flexible, right at the ground, but there's just not as much to him, is all there is to it. He needs to be opened up and have some more power laid on that skeleton to get around that bull that wins.
Thank you, Tyler. Pricing first is entry 148. Damar Power Eye C501, shown by Damar Farms, Emerald, Wisconsin. Second went to entry 145, WCS Legacy 509, shown by Cunda Farms, Nancy, Kentucky. We now will be selecting our Junior Bull Calf champion.
Two nice calves to analyze in this division. Excuse me, a calf out of this first class. He's a show bull of the pair. He has the most ring presence and look to him without a doubt, but the biggest thing to me is how flexible and comfortable and soft he is right at the ground. To change him, he needs a shot more power there in his lower quarter, I think, but he's one that's going to be fun to watch when we get a couple hundred more pounds on him. Calf out of that second class, he's the power bull in this deal right now for sure. Huge middle, big hip, lots of muscle in him. We just need to make him a little more flexible right at the ground to make him ideal, but a really good, useful, performance-driven kind of a Red Angus bull. Congratulations. I'll select your division champion.
You do that, do we? I said, normally we don't even let you do that, do we?
Right at the edge. Is that all right? Hey, I can tell them get lost, girls. And they'd say, okay, we'll go home, see you.
Selected as your junior bull calf champion is entry 140. WEBR Flexibility 547, shown by Weber Land and Cattle, Lake Benton, Minnesota. And selected as your reserve bull calf champion is entry 148, Daymar Power Eye C501, shown by Daymar Farms, Emerald, Wisconsin. Congratulations, guys. Entering the ring now is Class 39 winner bull calves. Red Angus exhibitors, if you've got a bull in the show, I'd suggest you get him down here to the makeup ready. Just bring all the Red Angus bulls down here. This is going to move pretty quick.
Well, a nice one to tie to in this class. Really a power bull that has enough show to him, I think. You study him from the ground up, love the foot and the bone work, and I think he's flexible enough, maybe not perfect in his pastern, but the calf at least has some reach and some flexibility. Really big hip, like shape to his rib cage. Biggest thing for me, he wants to come apart just a notch right there behind his shoulder, but a good bull to tie to. Young lady's deep red calf is going to be second, long and extended, and you like that about him, but when we get him going, he's just too upright, and his pastern needs to be opened up all the way through to compete with that bull that wins this class. Congratulations.
Placing first in Class 39 Winter Bull Calves is WDZ CF No Doubt 450, shown by Sydney Zender, Stanchfield, Minnesota. Second was entry 150, LCJ Rojo 4190, shown by Jarvis Red Angus, Bremen, Kentucky. Entering the ring now is Class 40 Senior Bull Calves. Single entry, Judge.
You want me to pick your winner?
Following this class, we will be selecting our Fall Bull Calf Champion.
Or a good single entry, could have handled some competition. The calf's got a good basic build to him. He's got a nice outline and plenty of body, and he has enough muscle. I guess when you start studying him from there down, though, a calf that wants to open up a little bit up front, go east and west in his shoulder, and he really doesn't flex his hock enough for me. So we just need to make that calf a little sounder, a little freer, and a little more athletic, make him ideal, but one that's certainly going to have plenty of usefulness for this young man. Congratulations.
Placing first in Class 40, entry 151, Kip Max Power 01B, shown by Kip Wallace, Emerald, Wisconsin. We now will be selecting our Fall Bull Calf Champion.
Well, another good division, and both these bulls are plenty useful in their own right. This calf out of the earlier class, just massive in terms of a power standpoint, really big topped and big ended, and still handles it acceptably well as he gets around the ring. Calf out of that second class dealing with a little bloat right now. That's probably not helping him get around much easier. But a calf that's got a good build to him. He's got a good flat shoulder, and a calf that has plenty of depth and is appropriate amount of power he has. Two good bulls. Congratulations to both of you. I'll select your division champ.
Selected as your Fall Bull Calf Champion is entry 149, WDZ CF No Doubt 450, shown by Sydney Zender, Stanchfield, Minnesota. Twig, which one did he pick? I didn't see it. 151. Selected as your reserve fall bull calf is entry 151. Kip Max Power 01B, shown by Kip Wallace, Emerald, Wisconsin. Congratulations. Entering the ring now, Class 46, April Spring Yearling Bulls. One entry, Judge.
Boy, nice kind of calf here. It's a single entry. He's got a really good outline, and you like his shape and his dimension all the way through. Guess if we're going to be critical of him, it starts right at the ground. He's not quite as flexible at his base as he needs to be, and he could have a little bigger foot and a little more bone underneath him for my taste, but a calf that's going to be very useful for this young lady down the road. Congratulations.
Placing first in Class 46, April Spring Yearling Bulls is entry 152. CRSL Kingmaker, shown by Carousel Farms, New Glarus, Wisconsin. Entering the ring now is Class 47, March Spring Yearling Bulls.
Boy, a really good one to tie to here. Calf has a lot of ring presence, a lot of balance and style, especially through his front two-thirds. Just tremendous in terms of his depth and rib cage. Love his foot and bone. If we're going to change him, though, maybe a little short and rounder out of his hip, but that's being pretty critical of a really, really nice calf that sorts up pretty quickly. Then I think it gets interesting, and you got to kind of read these bulls for what they are. This guy that's going to be second, certainly not in show clothes, but a calf that really has some neat pieces. If you have the opportunity to look at his data, he's tremendous in terms of growth predictors, really big-footed, heavy bone calf. He's certainly sound and athletic, and one that can go out and make himself very useful on a set of cows. This calf that's next, no doubt, he's got a little more cover on him than that calf that we just talked about, a little more show condition, like the depth to his rib cage, but when you study his joints, a little too upright back there in his rear too, and you get behind him, he's just a little too plain in terms of his muscle, a little too flat in terms of his rib cage. Calf that winds out the class, really big, growthy, performance-driven kind of bull as well, but when you study him in terms of skeletal makeup, really breaks right there behind his shoulder, opens up front, closes up at his base. We just need to redesign that guy and make him better balanced. Congratulations.
First goes to entry 157, SLGN Bojangles, 479 beasts, shown by Solution Genetics, Cushing, Iowa. Second, entry 153, RRA Conquest 124, 495, shown by Greystone Cattle Company, Stockport, Iowa. Third, entry 155, J6 Mr. Van, B454, shown by J6 Farm, Gibbon, Nebraska. And fourth was entry 156, Shady's Makin' Hay, B126, shown by Shady Bottom Red Angus, Crossville, Tennessee. Entering the ring now is Class 49, January yearling bulls. Following this class, we will be selecting our junior champion bull.
Well, an interesting pair here in this class, and one that certainly would merit a lot of discussions if we were in a judging contest or something of that nature. But this bull that wins, when we get him stopped and posed up, he certainly has the best pattern, best profile. He's a little longer fronted, he's a little flatter and neater there in his shoulder, like his hip structure as well. But when we get him going, where we want to change him. He needs to be a little more flexible on those rear two. Probably could be a little more expansive in his center rib cage when we compare him to this bull in second. Bull in second's really moderate and is kind. He's really open through that center rib cage, really powerful when you get behind him. His hind leg issue is a little different. He has plenty of flex to his hock, but he kind of wants to reach outside his skeleton and twist off that outside toe. A little more open shouldered as well, but two really good bulls, two bulls that are totally different in their type and kind and will both be plenty useful in the right situation. Congratulations.
All right. Thank you, Tyler. Placing first in Class 49 is entry 161. Damar Meponis 26P, shown by Damar Farms, Emerald, Wisconsin. Second, entry 159. CTRHJDD Dreamlook 26B, shown by Cowtrax Ranch, Tipton, Iowa. We now will be selecting our junior champion bull.
With three nice bulls in this division, and both have their own place, I think, in the industry. Just to breeze through them real quick, the calf, excuse me, out of that earliest class really has, he has the pieces for sure, the main framework of a basic bull, really good bodied and good muscle shape. I want to change him in terms of his bone a little bit, make him a little more flexible on those rear two. Calf out of the second class, bone certainly not an issue for him. Huge foot, a lot of lumber under this guy, and he's really big bodied and plenty massive in terms of muscularity standpoint, and he does that while still being good in angle and slope of his shoulder and being good necked and having some look. Change him in his hip a little bit, little short and round hip. Calf out of the final class, one that still has some ring presence to him. He's long fronted and good shouldered. Calf that's flexible up front, like his body and his power. He's just a little too upright there in his hawk and pasture, and want to have a little more reach out of this guy before I can call him ideal. Three good bulls. Congratulations again to all of you. I'll get your champion reserve division.
Selected as your junior champion bull is entry 157, SLGN Bojangles 479B, shown by Solution Genetics, Cushing, Iowa. Congratulations. 153. You're 151. 161. Excuse me. And selected as your reserve junior champion bull is entry 161, Damar Maponis, 26B, shown by Damar Farms, Emerald, Wisconsin. Congratulations. Our senior division. This bull will also be our senior champion bull. Entry 166, 6 Mile Taurus, 519A, shown by 6 Mile Red Angus Limited, Gibbon, Nebraska.
A really nice single entry here to wind down the class and division portion of our show. Calf that really has some ring presence to him, and then beyond that has plenty of beef and power to back it up. Love the foot and bone work, how flexible he is out of his front end. Still has some reach and softness there to his rear too. We're going to be critical of that guy, maybe just a little flatter in his build all the way through, but very good, useful Red Angus bull. Excited to see how he stacks up in this drive. Congratulations.
Red Angus exhibitors, let's bring our champion drive into the ring, please. Grand champion bull drive into the ring. Before we have our final comments on our Grand Champion Bull Drive, let's put our hands together for Mr. Tyler Dewey from Miami, Oklahoma.
Thank you, Kent, once again. And boy, it's sure been a joy and a pleasure and a tremendous blessing to be down here on the green chips and get the opportunity to sort through the cattle. And I mentioned earlier the progress in the Red Angus breed is unparalleled right now. One of the hottest, fastest growing breeds in the country. So I commend you breeders and commend the association. And I don't think we're anywhere near the peak of that. So look forward to good business for you guys here in the future. I'll breeze through these calves real quick. I've been a little short in my comments sometimes in classes, but I think a really nice set of bulls. And there's some differences in types and kinds, but hopefully you'll see some similarities in terms of having enough power and being the right kind of cattle. Bull out of that first division, he's pretty unique for Red Angus, really massive, really square, lots of muscle shape in this guy. But with that, probably leads to some of his problems. He's a little too upright in his joints on either end, so I need to make that guy more relaxed for me to tie to him. Calf out of that second class, boy, he's got a really neat look, a really neat build. He's sound and flexible. Certainly a little more immature than some other calves out here, but a calf that I think when we continue to feed him and watch him grow and develop, get some more pounds on him, he's going to be awfully fun to watch. Maybe a little flatter there in his lower quarter. Just excited to see how he's going to expand and blow up and how much power he has down the road. Power is not a problem for this bull out of the third division. I love the shape he has, really square, big topped, really square and big pinned, massive there in his center body. Sound as flexible as he goes, especially off his rear too. I think though we want to change him right behind his shoulder. He gets to be a little heavier fronted, maybe a little bulkier there about his shoulder as well. But that calf's got some really neat pieces that I think are unique and need to be chased a nickel in this breed for sure. Calf that follows him here out of this that fourth division, calf that's got a really neat look to him, especially in his front 2/3, really flat in his shoulder, like the depth, turn to his rib cage, like I've said a couple times on him. Just want to change his hip structure a little bit, just a little rounder and shorter there in his hip, but a nice calf nonetheless. Then we come to our oldest bull. He was the only one in his class, so I was pretty quick on him. For as big and powerful and massive as that guy is, he's still sound and flexible, like his joints and like his angles, like his depth. My biggest thing on him, I'm not sure how genuine he is. Maybe when we get behind him, he wants to be just a little flatter in terms of his muscle shape, a little flatter there in his upper rib too. But a good set of bulls. Congratulations. Let's give them a round of applause. And I'm going to study them and select your champion.
And selected as your 2015 North American Grand Champion Red Angus Bull is entry 157. SLG and Bojangles 479B, shown by Solution Genetics, Cushing, Iowa. Congratulations. And your reserve champion bull is entry 149, WDZ CF No Doubt 450, shown by Sidney Zender, Stanchfield, Minnesota. Congratulations. We now need our produce a dam. Any produces of dam, let's make your way into the ring. Produce a dam. Right, dude. Let's go right into groups. Produce a dam. Following produce a dam, we'll do our senior get a sire and then our junior get a sire. It's my pleasure to announce also that your premier breeder and premier exhibitor is Solution Genetics from Cushing, Iowa. Congratulations. Is this a produce a dam coming in? Okay, any senior get a sire? Senior get a sire. We need those in the ring, please. Any senior get a sire? Let's get those in the ring. Or any junior get a sire. Senior or junior get a sires. Let's bring them in. Produce a Dam first goes to Solution Genetics on Meadows Peekaboo, and second goes to Glue Performance Cattle on Solution Genetics 021X Xena. Is this senior get a sire? Junior? Senior? Excuse me. Don't make me come down there. Selected as our senior get a sire. Senior get a sire first goes to TC Reds on Weber TC Card Shark, and second goes to Solution Genetics on SLGN Yardmaster. Once again, our premier breeder and premier exhibitor was Solution Genetics, Cushing, Iowa. That concludes our show for today. Thank you for your attendance, and we look forward to seeing you next year at the 2016 North American Red Angus Show.